Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Pretending to be Rich by Weston Parker, narrated by Alexander Sendies and Samantha Cook. Chapter 1. Cade. I felt the burn in my thighs as I squatted down to restock the cups in my gelato shop. I had been working out regularly and shedding my baby fat finally, considering I was 28. Better late than never, I reasoned. I'd cranked up the weight on the leg press and I felt it. When I had first started my journey, it was just about losing a few pounds in my jelly belly, courtesy of my love of gelato, meatball subs, and cheeseburgers. It had been a long journey, but I had shed the weight. Then, with the encouragement of my trainer, I had kept going. He'd been helping me build muscle, and I was pretty damn proud of my success. I had always been the fat kid, and then the fat friend, but not anymore. I looked up from where I was squatted on the floor, my eyes level with the many different flavors of gelato in the case. The chocolate was looking especially appealing in that moment. I decided not to deny myself a treat now and again. I grabbed one of the cups I had been stocking and reached for the spoon.
Don't even think about it, mister.
I nearly hit my head on the glass. "Oh, shit, I didn't know you still worked here," I said, dropping the spoon and turning my glare at my employee, Katia Barros.
Whatever, I was here yesterday. I thought you were taking today off.
She grabbed an apron and tied it around her trim waist. "I didn't know if you would show up," I grumbled, checking my watch. "Mondays have not proven to be your best day. Hell, I don't know if you have a best day." She rolled her eyes.
I'm 5 minutes late. The store isn't open. It doesn't take me an hour to set up. Only old guys like you need that much time. I'm young and spry and can move a lot faster.
In that particular moment, she was right. I wasn't moving fast, not today. My legs were feeling a little weak. "A good employee shows up when they are scheduled," I said.
I'll keep that in mind for when I start working toward my Employee of the Month plaque,
she quipped. She pulled her long hair back into a ponytail and grabbed a towel from the clean bucket, quickly wiping down the counter before tidying up the chairs and tables in the small lobby area. I finished stocking and realized we were about a minute late to open the doors. I grabbed my keys and opened the blinds before unlocking the door. There were 3 men outside, young French guys, obviously on holiday. "Good morning," I greeted them, holding the door open for them. "Is it morning, eh?" one of them asked, speaking heavily accented English. "The sign says you were to open 10 minutes ago, eh?" "Actually, a minute ago, but have some gelato," I said. Then under my breath I muttered, "That will help get your mood right." The boys sidled up to the counter and ogled Katia. Katia was a pretty Greek girl with dark brown hair and eyes and an olive skin tone. She was like my little sister, and I hated when the cocky gents like the boys standing in front of her openly hit on her. She could handle herself just fine, but I didn't like that she had to deal with that shit.
What can I get for you guys?
She asked in an upbeat tone. "I'll have a piece of you, huh?" one of the guys said. I nearly grabbed his stupid little man bun and threw him out of the shop. I refrained, pretending to be busy wiping down a nearby table.
"Chocolate is a popular choice,"
Katia replied, completely ignoring his attempt to flirt. If that was flirting, my game was on point. "Can I lick the chocolate off of you?" the same punk asked. "Get out," I said, stepping forward and right into their personal space. The gangly punks turned to look at me, all 3 of them sizing me up. I smirked when I saw them realize I was bigger than all 3 of their scrawny asses put together. I gave them my best glare, staring at each one of them. "We're customers," one of them said. "You can't talk to us like that. You're not my customers. Get out before I take you out, one by one." They gave me a dirty look, turned to sneer at Katia, and walked out, cursing and bitching the whole way. I let out a breath. I wasn't really a fighter. I was a big guy, and I had the Italian stallion thing going. But I was really a big softy. I wasn't entirely sure what I would do if someone tried to take me up on one of my threats. I would probably cry and huddle in a ball.
"You love me,"
Katia said with a grin after the boys were gone. I raised an eyebrow. "No, I don't."
"Yes, you do. You love me. You stood up for me."
She grinned bigger. You're a royal pain in my ass and one of the 3 employees I have."
"Here I thought you were mad at me today,"
she said in a sing-song voice.
"but you love me."
I groaned. Shut up. Next time, you can deal with them yourself."
"I would have dealt with them, but then you'd have to buy a new glass case,"
she said. "You weigh 100 pounds soaking wet," I replied. She giggled.
"And they weighed like 150.
I nodded. "True. I'm going to the office. Try not to flirt with the customers." I headed toward the back.
"If I'm not here when you get back, it's because I ran away with one of the customers to start a new life,"
she hollered. "You'll be back," I yelled over my shoulder. "No one can put up with your shit for long." I stepped into my tiny office and closed the door behind me. She was a firecracker. When she had walked through the door a year ago, essentially demanding I give her a job, I couldn't say no. She'd been all of 19, fresh out of school and looking for a job to support herself. I made it very clear she was not going to be making enough money to live in the lap of luxury. She said she didn't mind. She was feisty and took no shit from anyone. If I had a little sister, I imagine she would have been just like Cassia. I checked my watch, did the time difference, and estimated it was probably about 3 in the morning for Rand. I grinned, picked up my phone, and sent a quick message asking him if he was asleep. I waited, knowing he kept his phone nearby just in case of an emergency. The phone beeped. A fuck you message with an emoji of the middle finger made my day. I missed my friend, but he was happy, and that was what mattered. He had seemed to find his groove in the U.S. There was talk he'd be coming back one day, but for now he and Nicole were building a life together. He certainly deserved some happiness in his life. I put the phone aside and pulled up the inventory program on the computer. It was the end of summer, and the height of the tourist season was over. The world, except for a handful of savvy travelers, seemed to forget that the weather in Crete was beautiful until at least the end of October. Hell, compared to most of the world, winter was the perfect time of year in Crete. I loved the rain and the cool temps and the serious depletion of tourists. From a business standpoint, the lack of tourists was a bit of a downer, but we managed to keep the doors open. I capitalized on my unique flavors and the fact I was an Italian in Greece with an authentic gelato shop. It wasn't like they could go anywhere else to get my sweet treats. My phone rang. I expected it to be Rand, wanting to chew my ass out for waking him up, and now he couldn't get back to sleep. Turnabout was fair play. He'd been doing the exact same thing for close to a year. Granted, I didn't have a baby that kept me up at night, but I still liked my beauty sleep. I stared at the number, not immediately recognizing it, but then it hit me. "Oh, shit," I mumbled, staring at the phone as if it were a snake ready to strike. It was my dad or one of my dad's people. I couldn't imagine he would actually be calling me. The only time we talked was when he wanted to bitch at me for not being home. I often reminded him that home to me was Greece. We'd moved to Crete when I was a boy. I was raised in the city and chose to stay when they decided to move back to Italy. Crete was my home, Heraklion, to be specific. I knew if I didn't answer, there was a good chance he would send someone to the front door. He was that stubborn and demanding. I reached for the phone, closing my eyes and sending up a prayer for strength, and answered. "Hello, Dad," I answered, trying to sound upbeat. "I'll be in town tonight. We have dinner at Avli at 7. I'll see you then." He ended the call without another word. I held the phone in my hand, staring at it to make sure he had really just hung up on me. I didn't get a chance to accept or reject his invitation. He simply expected me to be there, no questions asked. That was the way it was with him. His way was the only way. There were no options. When I had chosen to stay behind when they moved back, he'd been pissed. He hadn't spoken to me for months, and now, when he did talk to me, it was curt, bordering on rude and hateful. I knew he was disappointed in me. I wasn't wealthy. I didn't have 22 houses scattered around the world. I had a simple house with a simple business and lived a simple life. I wasn't exactly destitute, but I didn't particularly want the trappings of wealth, especially if they turned me into a man like him. He was a pretentious asshole on a good day. He was not a man I ever wanted to be. While a lot of sons admired their fathers, I didn't. He was everything I didn't want to be like. I didn't want to be the kind of father he was. I didn't want to treat people like shit. I didn't want to walk around like my shit didn't stink. I didn't want to be wealthy and expect the world to jump when I snapped my fingers. Fucker. I pushed my phone away as if that could put some distance between us. As angry as he made me and as much as I didn't want to go, we both knew I would show up like a good little boy because I didn't have the balls to ignore an order from him. He was that kind of dad. If I didn't show up on time to dinner, he would no doubt send a search party after me. They would find me in whatever hole I crawled into and drag me back to him. Delaying it would only make it worse. My mood soured dramatically with the dinner looming over me like a dark cloud. I stared at the inventory sheet, not seeing the numbers. Instead, I was thinking back to the last visit from my dad. It hadn't ended well. It never did. Tonight wouldn't be any different. He'd bitch and lecture, and then he'd ridicule and tell me to visit more often, because that was how one always invited one home for a visit.
Chapter 2. Eliana. I pulled the earbuds from my ears as I walked closer to the event venue. I tucked them into the pocket of my purse, not wanting to lose them after saving up to buy them. I loved music, and listening to music through a high-quality pair of earbuds was so much better than the cheap knockoffs. I could live with cheap things, second-hand things, and things that most people would throw in the trash, but I loved good music. I wasn't sure what the event was for that night and was curious to find out. Working as a waitress for events was fun. I got to meet a lot of interesting people I would never meet normally. I was so focused on the large building in front of me, I didn't hear the footsteps running up behind me until it was too late. I jumped and screamed when fingers pinched my ass. I spun around, ready to kick some ass, and saw Lola Rallis, my friend and coworker, laughing and pointing at me. "What the hell?" I said, putting a hand on my hip. "You scared me to death. You should pay attention to what's happening around you. You're going to get mugged one of these days." I frowned at her, staring at the smile on her face that showed off a set of perfect white teeth. She was a pretty woman, and I had immediately been drawn to her when we'd first met. She was a ball of energy that often got her into trouble, like now. "I was paying attention," I said. "Most people know better than to pinch someone's ass." She shrugged. "Not me. When I see a fine ass, I just have to give it a good squeeze to test the firmness." "You're awful." She pouted her lips. "Oui, I am." "You're not French." She winked. "Last night I was," she said with a giggle. I rolled my eyes. "You are a very bad influence. Someone needs to lock you up. Then the world would be deprived of me, and trust me, I know a few men that would be very sad about that," she said, still grinning. "Have you heard what the event is for tonight?" I asked, continuing on my walk to work. She fell in step beside me. "Nope, but we're booked through Wednesday, and there is some swanky benefit happening this weekend. Hopefully it's being put on by someone other than a traditional Greek man. I hate that they don't tip us." I shrugged a shoulder. "Tips are good, but you know they told us when we got hired that they frown upon us taking tips." "Too bad," she said. "I like tips, and men like to give me tips. Who am I to make someone unhappy?" "Don't you dare get me in trouble," I warned. "Take the tips and be humble. Don't go flaunting it to everyone." "Hey, if you've got it, flaunt it," she joked, quoting one of her favorite old movies. "You certainly flaunt it," I said dryly. "Maybe you should try tucking some things away, mostly those things popping out of your blouse." "Nope, they're my best asset," she said with a wink. "Speaking of your assets, how was your date Saturday?" I asked. She shrugged. "He was all right. He took me on his yacht and we sailed around, blah, blah, blah." I shook my head. "Only you would think that was boring. He was boring. No fire, no passion. And he was all about him, if you know what I mean." She giggled. I groaned. "You are seriously too much." We went around the large building. Windows covered the front, and the red velvet ropes were already set up, guiding the guests to the main entrance. I used to wonder what it would be like to be one of the ladies that climbed out of the limousines and walked the red carpet that was usually rolled out. The event center held everything from family parties to high-end galas. I had no idea what was on the books for tonight. We got our schedules, and we showed up. It was always the same uniform, black pants, white shirts, and our hair pulled back. We walked in, got our assignments, helped with the setup, and stood in line with the other servers, ready to keep the glasses full and the guests happy. Guests had been filtering in for the last several minutes. The real stars would come in fashionably late. "Go time," Lola whispered close to my ear. "Behave yourself," I warned. "Oh, girl, you know I won't," she teased, stepping out of line to grab one of the trays with full champagne glasses on it. I knew she wouldn't. I grabbed my own tray, pasted on my smile, and moved into the growing crowd. Lola, my skinny friend, danced through the crowd, spinning through people with practiced skill. I did not have the same skill. My hips, childbearing hips my mother often called them, did not allow me to move with quite as much grace. I would knock someone on their ass if I tried to do what she did. I was at the bar, getting a fresh set of full glasses, when Lola came to stand beside me. "Guess what?" she asked, bouncing up and down. I rolled my eyes. "Let me guess. You got a date?" "Yes, but not just me," she said, her grin wide and mischievous. I shook my head. "Don't say it. Come on, he asked if I had a friend or two, and I told him I did. He's rich and funny." "Who?" I asked, knowing I would regret it. She nodded to her left. I turned to look and scowled when I looked back at her. "The old guy," I whispered. "He's not that old." I glanced over again. "He's got to be at least 60. She shrugged. "It doesn't make his money any less valuable. It makes it icky. Just him? He wants both of us?" I found the very idea shocking. "Yes," I sighed, shaking my head. "He's twice my age, more than twice. I'm 26. I bet he's 66. She shrugged. "You can't get hung up on the age thing. You just have to kind of pretend he's younger. I don't have that kind of an imagination. Your loss. Think about it." She took her tray and headed back toward the crowd. "Not for all the money in the world," I said loudly. I kept a close eye on her most of the night. The old guy was practically following her around. It was a little gross, but like usual, Lola loved the attention. She was practically glowing from it. We got along because, in many ways, we were alike. Neither of us were relationship material. The difference between us was she was running through as many men as she could. It was like she was running from relationships by running into every open pair of arms she could. I was taking the opposite approach. I was keeping all men at arm's length. Toward the end of the night, we were cleaning up in the back. Most of the guests were on their way out. I moved into the lobby to pick up more empties when I spotted Lola in the corner. She was giggling and openly flirting with her silver fox. He wasn't exactly a fox, but he wasn't horrible, for an old guy. I wasn't going to bother telling her to quit flirting and help. I carried the glasses to the kitchen and gave them to the dishwasher. I was so glad I had gotten rid of the empty glasses. Lola ran up behind me and slapped my ass. "Damn it!" I exclaimed, spinning around to glare at her. "You're damn lucky I put those glasses down." "Sorry. Come on, last chance to come along for a fun night." "No, it isn't happening." "Okay, well, I'm leaving," she said. "No, don't leave with him. You don't know him. He could be a crazy man, a murderer. You can't keep putting yourself at risk." I knew damn well she wasn't going to listen. She never did. "Eliana, you never know who the right man is until you are alone with him," she said. "I've been talking to him all night. He seems safe enough. I'm sure all the girls who've been victims of some horrible act of violence or other awful crime said the exact same thing, the exact words. Will you cover for me?" she asked, completely ignoring what I had been saying. It was so typical of her. "Lola," I protested. "Please. I'm going now or I'm going in an hour when we're done cleaning up, but we both know I'm going." I nodded. "Yes, we do." "So, will you?" she asked. I groaned, looking up at the ceiling. "Yes. Will you please be careful? Seriously, this is very risky behavior, and it really scares me." "I'll be fine, thanks," she said, leaning forward and giving me a kiss on the cheek before rushing away. I watched her walk out with the man. I committed his height, general build, and every little detail I could about him to memory, just in case. I dreaded what could happen. She lived fast and loose. Sometimes I wished she would find a man to settle down with. She needed a man to ground her. It wasn't going to happen, just like I wasn't going to get myself saddled with a man. Relationships were messy and painful, and when there was a choice to be miserable or happy, I was always going to go with the latter. I wanted to be happy and carefree. I moved to grab more glasses, wanting to get done so I could get home and off my feet. With Lola escaping early, it meant I had to work double time to make that happen. By the time I finished for the night, it was after 11. I didn't mind walking home alone at night, not usually. It felt safe enough. I had lived in Heraklion for most of my life. I knew enough people around town that I felt like I had plenty of people looking out for me. I walked up the stairs to my apartment that was a tiny bit bigger than the closets I had seen on American television. It worked for me. I didn't need a lot. I could get by with very little. I dropped my purse on my small dining table and walked to the fridge, grabbing a cold beer, using the bottle opener to pop the top and taking a long swig. Sometimes I just needed a cold drink. I kicked off my shoes, carried the beer to my small couch, and flopped down, not bothering to turn on any lights. It was my usual routine. It was how I unwound after a long day at work. I stared at the blank wall. I often sat alone at night, thinking about my choices in life. Could I have made different choices? Could I be coming home to a loving husband or boyfriend instead of sitting alone in the dark? I used to think there was a chance I had overcome all the baggage from my youth and could have a real adult relationship. Then I did the relationship thing. At least, I thought I did. But as it turned out, I sucked at the whole being a girlfriend thing. It ended, and that was that. I hadn't dared trying again. I didn't like the breaking up. It sucked. It hurt. It made me feel miserable. I didn't particularly enjoy feeling down or icky. I stayed in a comfortable neutral zone. No major ups and no major downs. Nice and comfy.
Chapter 3. Cade. The restaurant was one of the best in the city, but the decor and location left a little something to be desired. I wasn't the kind of man who dined at places that tourists on holiday looking for authentic Greek cuisine ate at, especially places with prices that could make anyone go broke if they ate at the place more than once a year. This was one of those places. It was off the beaten path, but it was trendy as hell. Tourists flocked to it because it was cool. My dad wasn't a tourist, but I was sure he'd chosen the place because it was one of the most expensive. Only the best for him. It didn't take me more than a few seconds to spot my father. He wasn't a man that went unnoticed. He was sitting at a table near the center of the small dining area, holding his fucking glasses in front of his eyes instead of just putting the damn things on. I hated that. It was like he was too good to wear glasses. He couldn't read without them. I didn't understand why he wouldn't just put the stupid things on. I bit back my immediate irritation at seeing him. It was just my natural response to him. Seeing him brought up a lot of unpleasant memories, unpleasant and sad and disappointing. I hated that we couldn't have a relationship, but I had tried for many years. He didn't want me as a son, and there wasn't shit I could do about that. I debated backing out and pretending I didn't see him. The idea of running was appealing. I stared at him for several long seconds and let out a sigh. I couldn't. I was a fucking coward. I took a deep breath, steeled my nerves, and moved toward his table, pausing at the edge and waiting for him to look up. I knew he knew I was standing there. He was just making me wait. He was showing me he was the one in control. After 10 seconds, he finally deigned to acknowledge me. He put the glasses down on the newspaper he was reading and looked up at me. His dark eyes scrutinized me. He looked older than I remembered, like he hadn't slept well in years. He was still the short, trim man I remembered with his perfect Italian suit tailored to his body. I hadn't seen him in well over a year, not since I had changed my eating habits. I knew I looked different. I waited for him to say something about my weight loss. "Sit." He gestured to the empty chair. "Good to see you too," I quipped, not hiding my sarcasm. I sat down in the chair, making a big show about scooting it closer to the table. I knew it pissed him off. It was loud and ungraceful, everything my father hated about me. "You're late," he grunted. "I'm not." He harumphed, obviously not appreciating my arguing. It took very little to piss off my dad. I couldn't resist the occasional one-liners. It was like poking a bear from a short distance. A waiter approached the table. I ordered a whiskey. I needed a drink to get through the next 15 minutes. I didn't expect dinner to last much longer than that. It never did. Dinner was code for he needed to bitch at me for 10 minutes. "An old friend has invited us to a benefit dinner on Saturday night," he said. "You will go." "I have plans." "Cancel them," he said, his English still holding the Italian accent. "This is for an old friend. Your mother will be flying into town tomorrow. We will all go." I knew it was pointless to argue. "I don't understand why my attendance is needed. No one knows me. I have nothing to offer," he scoffed. "And no one knows you because you choose to hide yourself in that little shop. He specifically asked for you to go. You will go. You will not disrespect him and reject his invitation. I won't stand for it. He wants to see you." That surprised me. "Really? That's odd. I haven't seen any of your friends in a very long time. Even when you lived here, I didn't really spend time with them." He wasn't impressed. We are the family. They were some of the first people to welcome us to Greece. This is one thing you can do for him." "I hope he isn't expecting me to pay a lot of money for a plate of food I won't eat," I said with a chuckle. He glared at me. "I've covered the cost of the ticket." "Gee, thanks," I muttered, knowing I was only making the situation worse. The waiter came back. I ordered grilled fish, and my father ordered pasta. He was in Greece and ordered pasta from a restaurant that specialized in Greek cuisine. I wanted to bury my face in my hands. His arrogance when he ordered the pasta made it so much worse. "He'd like to see the man you've become," my father said, barely able to control the lip curl, indicating his disgust. "If you haven't noticed, I've become less of a man," I said. "Well, not less of a man, but less of a physical man." He was staring at me with that familiar bland expression. It was the same expression I had been looking at for more than 20 years. It said I bored him and disappointed him, and he wished he had a son that was more interested in the family business and making the family wealthier. I didn't look like any of those things because I wasn't. I hadn't relied on my dad's money for a very long time. If he would have offered me help, which he didn't, I would have rejected it. I didn't want him to own me. "Your mother and I want to make sure you know how to behave," he said, not looking at me. "We will not tolerate you making a fool out of us." "Don't fart or belch, got it," I said, with a nod before taking a long drink. He looked at me, shaking his head. "Is everything funny to you?" "Is nothing funny to you?" I shot back. "This is important to us," he said. "We haven't been back here for a long time. I won't tolerate you making an ass out of yourself and us. Behave! Act like we taught you." I let out a long sigh. Dad, I've been on my own a long time. I don't know what you think of me, but I am not a clown. I know how to behave myself. It's a little disappointing that you question my ability to perform like I was trained. Do not cry about your upbringing. You had everything you ever wanted. I bit my tongue. I wanted to tell him I was missing the one thing that was always right in front of me but out of my reach. He was never the dad that showed up to any of my football games or cricket matches. He was always too busy. Always too something. I wasn't necessarily going to blame him for my weight issues, but his lack of support had left me empty and needy. The cheeseburgers and meatball subs had a way of filling the emptiness. I'll be there, I said, knowing it was futile to argue. When and where? 7, he'd stated firmly. Don't be late. I will not tolerate tardiness. I nodded. I said I'll be there. I skipped the jokes. It wasn't fun to deliver great jokes to an audience that hadn't laughed in 20 years. It was always so serious. Maybe his ridiculous need to be serious all the time was what made me so damn goofy. Our meals were delivered. He picked up his fork and ate, hardly saying a word. He was eating because he needed the food. There was nothing casual or friendly about our meal. It would have been a more relaxed meal in a high-security prison. No talk about that ridiculous poor man's gelato shop, eh? He said, putting his napkin on his plate, indicating he was finished. Eating with my dad was like eating with the Queen of England. When he put his napkin on the plate, the meal was over. Fuck that, I wasn't done. It was damn good fish. It fit in my healthy eating plan, and I was going to eat it until I said I was done. I took another bite, purposely looking at him while I did so. I suppose I could talk about my dog, I said, shrugging a shoulder. No jokes, he said sternly. You joke too much. I'll keep that in mind. I mean it, he warned. This is a big deal. Important people will be there. I will not tolerate you embarrassing me or your mother. I heard you the first time. I know the drill. Smile, nod, and don't speak any more than a couple words. No jokes, and no mentioning I'm sorry, what did you call it? The gelato shop, he spat. I will not have my friends knowing my son scoops ice cream for a living. I nodded. That's right, the poor man's gelato shop. He put up his hand, signaling for the check. He quickly paid and got to his feet, looking down at me. It looked as if he was going to say something, but he only gave me a swift nod before walking out of the restaurant without another word. I shook my head, not surprised by his swift exit. I took another bite of the fish. I was going to eat every damn bite of it. When I was finished, I got up and moved toward the exit.
Excuse me, sir,
someone called out. I stopped and looked around, not sure if they were talking to me or someone else. The waiter was quickly walking toward me, waving the ticket in his hand. Did you need something? I asked, wondering if he was actually going to chase me down for a bigger tip.
Yes, the check hasn't been paid in full,
he said. I snatched it from his hand and realized my dad paid for his meal alone. I grinned. Sneaky son of a bitch. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I pulled my wallet from my pocket and extracted a credit card. I quickly took care of my portion of the bill and walked out of the restaurant. The man never ceased to amaze me. He always made me feel like an enemy of the state. For the life of me, I couldn't understand what I had done that disappointed him so badly. I had gotten good grades and had been a relatively good kid, but I never managed to make him proud. I had given up trying a long time ago. At some point, I realized it was too much energy wasted, and it just brought me down. Being sad sucked. I liked being the jolly fat guy, or just the jolly guy in general, since I wasn't fat anymore. I walked to my car and drove home to my modest house. My dad had never been to my house. Hell, I didn't even know if he knew I owned a home. In his mind, I was living hand to mouth with barely enough food to eat. As with everything else, I had to quit trying to impress him with my success. It would never be what his idea of success was. It would never be the kind of wealth he had. And I didn't care. I didn't want it.
Chapter 4. Eliana. I finished the last of my dishes, tossed the towel on the small single counter in the kitchen, and moved to the living room to tidy up. Having a small place meant it took very little effort to clean up, but on the other hand, it could look very messy with just a few things out of place. I was a minimalist and avoided collections of anything. I had no trinkets or family pictures lining the walls or surfaces. I had a few vases and my one piece of art I had picked up at a flea market, and not much else. There was a knock at the door. I put down my dust rag and opened the door to find my mother standing there. She had on a pair of huge dark sunglasses that practically swallowed her face. Her thick brown hair was pulled up and piled on top of her head with strands falling all around her face and her neck. Her petite figure was on display in the short, cheetah print dress she was wearing. I grimaced at the outfit that made her look wealthy and like she was the wife of an oil tycoon or king of some small country. "Mom," I greeted. She pushed past me and walked inside my apartment. "You haven't returned my calls," she said, sitting on my couch and pushing up her sunglasses. I felt a twinge of guilt, just a little pinch. "I'm sorry. I've been busy, working a lot of hours." I wasn't technically lying, but we both knew I could have taken 5 minutes to call her. "So busy you couldn't spare a single minute for your mother?" she asked through pursed lips. "Sorry," I said, hoping to ease the sting of my ignoring her. "Really, this is my first day off in a couple weeks. I'm catching up on my laundry and other duties that have been neglected. Well, I wanted to talk with you. I need you." "Why?" I asked, already having a good idea why she needed me. It was the only time she ever needed me, or remembered I was alive. "He left me," she said in a haughty tone. "Who left you?" "Andres," she exclaimed. "The man I've been seeing for the past month. He jumped on his little yacht and sailed away, leaving me behind." I tried to act concerned, but I wasn't. My mother and Lola both had similar track records when it came to men. The age of the men they pursued didn't matter. It was the size of their wallet they were both interested in. However, I felt Lola had the ability to eventually love a man someday. My mother didn't. She only loved herself. She wanted to be spoiled and taken care of without a lot of effort on her part. She kept herself in good shape, dressed like she was wealthy, acted like she had a spot in high society, but in reality she was broke and jobless and bouncing from one man to the other for support. It had been that way for most of my life. "Sorry to hear that," I said. "He was a good man, but oh, he was arrogant. It was always all about him. He wanted me to rub his feet and take care of him as if he was a child. It was so selfish. I know I can do better." "Yes, you can," I lied. Andres sounded exactly like her. They could have been two peas in a pod, but then who would spoil the both of them? "Let's go to lunch. We need to catch up." She waved a bejeweled hand at me. Her obvious despair over her breakup vanished. She was back in fighting form, ready to snare the next victim. "I'm busy, Mom," I said, earning a scowl. "You said you were off today." I nodded. "I am, but I have things to do. I need to do my shopping for the week and... I had nothing else. I wasn't a great liar and could think of nothing so pressing that had to be done right that minute. Damn it. "Get dressed and put on some makeup. You always look so plain. A woman must accentuate her beauty. And when's the last time you plucked your brows?" She had a disgusted look on her face. "They're very unkempt." I looked at her perfectly plucked brows that were arched high, giving her the appearance of being younger than her 45 years. "My brows are fine, Mom. Just a little sculpting could shave years off your face," she said, studying my appearance. "I don't want to look like a teenager," I retorted, getting to my feet. I walked into my bedroom, closing the door behind me. Despite telling myself I didn't care, I looked in the damn mirror anyway. I studied my eyebrows, turning left, then right. Were they really that bad? They were natural. It wasn't like I had a woolly caterpillar resting above my eyes. I stared at my reflection, my light green eyes staring back at me. My face was plain. I didn't think I was ugly, but I wasn't going to be a supermodel anytime in the near future. I supposed a little eye makeup would be okay. I didn't want her to think I was doing it for her. I opted for some minimal liner and mascara, using the tip of my finger to brush over my brows. I was a Greek woman. I had thick, dark hair, which meant I had dark brows. It was just the way it was, and I wasn't going to pluck them and turn around and pencil them back in. That sounded like torture to me. "All right, I'm ready," I said, walking back into the living room. My mother was sitting on the couch, her hand out as she used a small file on her perfectly manicured nails. I looked down at my own short nails with no polish and was reminded she and I were nothing alike. I had no interest in the makeup and hair and all the beautifying she put herself through. If a man wanted me, he wanted me, not a painted version of me. We walked to a small cafe, both ordered espresso and salads, and watched the passing people outside. I never felt truly comfortable with my mother. She never made me feel especially wanted or loved. Her visits and phone calls only happened when she was between men. "He was really a terrible man," she said. "I don't know why I wasted my time on him." "Who?" "Andres," she said with exasperation. "Mom, you seem to keep finding the worst men on the planet. I thought you said you were going to take a break from the dating world." She gave me a look. "Unfortunately, I'm not getting any younger. My best years were spent changing your dirty diapers." It was something she often reminded me of. "You still have plenty of years left." She gave a dramatic pout. "All the men want pretty young women with no children. They see me and they know I've had a child. I don't look like I've had a child, do I?" "No, Mom," I said, playing my part in the same little skit we had been having for years. Whenever she got dumped, she blamed it on the fact she'd had a child. Always. I was always the root cause of her single status. "I'm not doing it anymore," she said. "I'm done with shallow men who treat me badly. I'm going to take myself off the market for some time and work on me." It sounded like she was repeating a line from some article she'd probably read while sunbathing on her last lover's yacht. "Sounds like a good plan. I think that's for the best. You need to—" I stopped myself. I almost said, "Get your shit together." That would only piss her off and make her cry. Our salads were delivered. She carried on about the ex, outlining his many faults. It was the same story every time. I nodded my head, made sounds of sympathy, and ate my salad, all while thinking of what I needed to get done for the day. "I should probably get going," she said, checking her phone. "I have an appointment with my psychic." "Your psychic?" I asked skeptically. "I need some outside intervention," she said. "I need to know if I will ever be happy." I nodded. "I see." "Eliana, I hate to ask," she started, and I knew exactly what was coming. It was a miracle it had taken over an hour to get to the real reason for her surprise visit. "What is it?" I asked with defeat. "Do you have some money I can borrow, just until I get back on my feet?" I couldn't say no. "Fine," I grumbled, reaching for my purse. "You're a sweetheart." I handed her the money, knowing I would never see any of it back. "Sure." She got up, which meant she was leaving and I was paying the bill. Again, not a surprise. I got to my feet and snatched the ticket from the table. She pulled me into her arms, giving me a weak hug. "I will call you soon. We'll get lunch and talk all about my new outlook on life." "I can't wait," I said, wondering if it would disrupt my life too much if I changed my number and moved. She walked out the door, sashaying her hips. Her sunglasses were on, and she was back to being the Helen I had been raised by. I paid the bill, already thinking about the money I had just lost and mentally omitting things from my shopping list until I got paid again. I walked to the market, feeling a little bummed after my meeting with my mother. She had a way of doing that. She blew in and out of my life like the ocean breezes. She wasn't interested in me or my life. She never had been. I was an afterthought, an accessory at times when it suited her. Watching her dysfunctional life was what helped shape my own life. I couldn't count the number of times she'd come home crying because she'd been dumped by yet another man. When she wasn't getting dumped, she was doing the dumping because she found something better and richer. The revolving door of men through our lives had been normal for me as a kid. It wasn't until I got older that I realized it wasn't normal. It was unhealthy. I had decided at some point during my formative years that I would never be like her. I would never cry over a man. I would never change who I was to suit a man's desires. If I ever had a child, which would be pretty tough to do when I didn't have sex, I would never, ever be the kind of mother she was. My child would always come first. I wouldn't leave the child alone in a small apartment for hours while I went out on dates. I wouldn't ask the neighbors to keep an eye on my child while I disappeared with my flavor of the month for a few days. I would never be that woman. I returned home, put away the meager groceries, and finished cleaning up. My mood had soured the moment I had seen her on my doorstep, just like it always did. I envied healthy mother-daughter relationships. I couldn't remember how many times I had prayed to God, all the gods, mythological or whatever, asking to have a new mommy sent. It never happened. I grew to accept I would never have that kind of life, and decided to make the best of what I did have.
Chapter 5. Cade. I wiped down the few tables that had been used while Cassia washed the glass protecting the gelato from sneezing and breathing customers. It was after the afternoon rush when the locals, needing a sugar fix, came by for a sweet cold treat. Cassia had an easy routine and barely needed to say a word. We just knew what to do. I liked working with her. I had a few other employees that were okay, but none of them worked quite like Cassia. She was a young kid, looking to be independent. My shop wasn't her only job. Last I heard, she had 2 other jobs. She was determined to be on her own.
So, are you going to go?
Cassia asked. I knew what she was talking about. It was what we'd been discussing during our downtime all week. Yes, I don't really have a choice.
Sure you do,
she said, grinning.
The word is no. Sound it out with me.
You've not met my father, I said in a serious tone. It isn't a word he likes to hear, and when it is used in his presence, it is like waving a red flag in front of a bull. It's dangerous. When he says jump, the only thing you say is how high.
I thought Italian guys were supposed to be happy and family-oriented, lovable and sweet.
I scoffed. Have you not seen The Godfather or any other mobster movie? Italians are notoriously portrayed as bad guys. What are you basing your opinions on? Have you met a lot of Italians? She giggled.
Those are just movies. They aren't real. I've met you. You're lovable and sweet. You're like a big teddy bear, although a little on the slimmer side.
You haven't met my father, Don Lorenzo, I said, using my best Marlon Brando imitation, which was pretty bad. He's not a teddy bear. He's a grizzly. He'll rip you limb from limb if he gets it in his head he doesn't like you.
You're still alive, so he can't be that bad,
she reasoned. He isn't the kind to have your fingernails pulled out or your knees shot out, I said. He prefers a slow, lifelong torture. I'm alive because I'm too stubborn or too stupid to be afraid of him. I've developed some thick skin. He doesn't bother me anymore. She cackled with laughter.
Aha! Bullshit. He terrifies you. That's why you're going.
No, it isn't, I retorted. I'm going because no matter how much I dislike him, I do respect the family. I can't shake the years of conditioning to respect my elders. He is my elder. She smiled.
You're a good boy. Man,
she quickly corrected. Thanks. That really means a lot coming from you, I said dryly.
Hey, I have a good sense of these things, she said. I wouldn't work for you if I didn't think you were a good guy.
Thank you. Seriously, thank you. She was still smiling.
I think it's cool that you get to go to some fancy gala. Regular people like us don't get to rub elbows with the rich and really rich. I think you need to relax and just have some fun.
It's a benefit, I said. Rich people drink champagne and talk about how rich they are and how much money they've given to charity. They gossip, make business deals, and all of them are angling to make more money by making new connections. I used to get dragged to all these things when I was a kid, when it suited the family. They are boring and stuffy, and I promise you are not missing out on anything. Fun is not the word I would ever use to describe something like this.
Well, why don't you take a date? She asked. I'm sure you'd feel better if you had someone to talk to and act as a nice go-between with you and your dad. A buffer. You could make it fun. Have a few drinks, dance, and just have a little fun.
I stopped wiping the table I was at and turned to face her. No, I'm not taking you. Don't even try to convince me that is a good idea. It isn't. Trust me. She threw a towel at me.
I wouldn't go anywhere with you, you big ass. I wasn't talking about me.
Bullshit, you were too.
I wouldn't go with you if you dragged me,
she retorted. If I dragged you, you would go, I said, rolling my eyes. My father would lose his shit if I showed up with a date.
Why?
Because he didn't pick her, I replied.
Damn, you're really painting this guy to be a villain.
He is, I answered, but didn't say anything more. A customer had just walked through the door, and I greeted him. Good afternoon. I'm looking for Cade Couris, he said, reading a tag on a box he was carrying. I'm almost afraid to admit my identity. That's me. What can I do for you? Your father asked me to bring you this, the man said, his tone completely monotone. He requests you to wear it tomorrow night for the benefit. I looked at the box, then him. No thanks. Sir, your father insists. You said request. Now you say insist. Which is it? I grinned, trying to get the guy to lighten up a bit. He wasn't amused. Clearly the man was associated with my father. His funny bone had been removed, just like my dad's. He thrust the box at me. Insists, he said in a biting tone. I nodded, taking the box before the man beat me over the head with it. Got it, thanks. Please tell my father I so appreciate this. Either my sarcasm game was off or the guy had nerves of steel. He didn't blink or show any emotion at all. I'll pass that along, he said dryly. He walked out of the shop. Both Cassia and I were quiet as we watched him leave. The box felt like a lead weight in my hands. I sighed, dropped it on one of the tables, and stared at it. Cassia came to stand beside me, and both of us looked at the box. Is it ticking? She asked. I leaned forward, putting my ear against the lid before standing and shaking my head. Doesn't sound like it. Why don't I go take the trash out and you open it? She swatted my arm. You're such a jerk. You want me to blow up alone? No point in both of us blowing up, I said. I'll make sure to give you a nice eulogy. She stared at me. I hate you. I don't know why I work here. Because you like it. Open the stupid box, she grumbled. I took a deep breath and pulled off the cover. I heard Cassia's sharp intake of breath. It matched my own. I was almost afraid to touch it. What the hell? I asked. Is it real? Of course it's fucking real. You think it's an imaginary suit? She slapped my arm again. Don't yell at me. I didn't send you the Joker's backup suit. I nodded. That's exactly what it looks like. I pulled out the bright blue jacket and held it up, staring at it with utter disgust. It had to be the ugliest thing I had ever seen. The pants were the same color. It was paired with an aqua shirt and a hot pink tie. There was no fucking way I could wear the suit and have any dignity left. It looks like something from the 80s or an exploded box of crayons, Cassia commented. It's awful. She picked up the tie. Do guys still wear pink? I rolled my eyes. Yes, they do. I don't. She held the tie up to my chest and burst into laughter. Oh, you look good in pink. Shut up. I tossed the jacket in the box. I knew the suit probably cost a great deal of money, but it was hideous. Is he trying to embarrass you? She asked. I put the lid back on the box. I'm sure he is. Are you going to wear it? I ran a hand through my hair. I don't know. It's not that bad, she offered. Cassia, it's awful. She grimaced.
It kind of is.
I've got shit to do in the back, I said, snatching the box off the table and stomping away. I walked into my office, tossed it on the floor, and took a seat behind my desk. I stared at the box from across the room. I shouldn't have been surprised by the suit. It was typical of him. He wanted to control everything about me, right down to what I wore. I shook my head, still in some disbelief over the choice in suits. I couldn't figure out if it was intentionally garish or it was just really poor taste. My dad was a black and white kind of man. His suits were always perfectly tailored and subdued. He exuded wealth all the time. It practically oozed from his pores. He was demanding my presence at the event, and yet he was dressing me like a clown. He'd warned me about embarrassing him, and yet he wanted me to wear something that would certainly draw attention to me. And I didn't think the right kind of attention. The office door opened and Cassia popped her head in. I could tell by the expression on her face she had a smart-ass comment.
I was thinking, maybe you should wear that suit on Saturday. You can hand out balloons and do face painting. Isn't that what clowns do?
Leave me alone. I need to finish these termination papers, she frowned.
Termination? Whose?
Yours, I bellowed. Now get out of here and leave me alone. She burst into laughter and left the office, closing the door behind her. My eyes went back to the box. I closed my eyes, resigning myself to what had to happen. Picking a fight with my father was not at the top of my list of fun things to do. My father and I had a shitty relationship, but I did love my mother. We weren't overly close. She chose my father's side in things, but all the same, I loved her. I talked with her at least once a month. It would hurt my pride to put the damn suit on, but it was only for a couple of hours. No one I knew would see me. No one I knew ran in those circles. I wasn't trying to impress anyone. Hell, that would be futile anyway. I couldn't possibly impress that crowd. Putting me in a suit that cost thousands wasn't going to help. I would swallow my pride and suck it up. It would probably be the last time I saw him for several months or longer. It's just clothes, I told myself. What you wore didn't define you. What you looked like didn't define you. It was the same thing I had been telling myself for years when I was weighed down by the excess pounds. My sense of humor carried me through then, and it would carry me through the event. I would smile and nod and listen to the whispers about my suit and ignore the finger-pointing and snickers. I'd been laughed at before. It wouldn't be the first time, and it sure as hell wouldn't be the last. Hell, I liked making people laugh. I generally preferred they'd not be laughing at me, but a guy couldn't get too picky.
Chapter 6. Eliana. I walked into the meeting room in the back of the event center. The team was meeting before the gala for a pep talk. Our manager always held the talks before an important event. Important as in lots of money being bandied about. The who's who of Crete and other cities. I had been a server at plenty of galas in the past. They were all the same. Rich, arrogant people who expected a lot of bootlicking. We were to be seen, but not heard. Actually, they didn't want to see us either. They wanted their glasses of champagne to float around the room without the inconvenience of having to look at the lower class. I was not fond of the rich. They always looked at us with such disdain, like we were unworthy of being in their presence, breathing the same air. I was polite and kind and offered them friendly smiles, but in the back of my mind, I was counting down the minutes until I didn't have to be around them. Psst, I heard from my left. I turned to see Lola sneaking in, taking a seat at the back. I scowled at her, silently lecturing her for being late. She made a weird face at me, silently apologizing. I knew that look. It was the look that said she had been out with one of her men. I slowly shook my head, scolding her. She stuck out her tongue. I bit back my laughter. She could be such a child. I looked away, focusing on our manager before he noticed I wasn't paying attention. He went on to talk about the people expected at the party and how important it was to keep them happy. He droned on for another 10 minutes before finally releasing us into the kitchen to get ready for the night. Lots of rich people tonight, Lola teased, falling into step beside me. Maybe we'll find you a sugar daddy. I don't want a sugar daddy. I said. I don't want any daddy. I've made it this far without a daddy, and I'm certainly not going to start looking for one now. Come on, imagine the perks. Daddy can buy you a new car, get you a bigger apartment, anything you need. I curled my lip, actually shuddering with disgust. That is awful. I could never. Just gross. No. She laughed. You're too stiff. I'm not saying you have to sleep with the man. A few kisses, a few dinners, and just giving them the attention they want and need. They are willing to shower a beautiful young woman with gifts just for being a friend. I shook my head. It isn't going to happen. She growled. Fine. How about a wealthy younger man? Lola, it isn't the age. It's the simple fact I am not going to hook up with some guy simply because he's rich. I'm not interested in dating. I don't want to have a relationship. I paused. But, she squealed, full of giddiness. I knew it. But what? But if I were going to think about hooking up with a man, he would be kind and humble and funny, I told her. She wrinkled her nose. That is so boring. I shrugged. It's what I would look for. How about handsome? That wouldn't be terrible, but I would never take anyone at face value. Looks are not everything. In fact, I think they are more of an issue than a benefit. I've dated good-looking guys, and they knew they were good-looking. They walked around acting like I should be lucky to be on their arm. I shook my head. Arrogance is definitely an unattractive quality, she agreed. Exactly, which is why I don't need it, I said. I'm good. I really am perfectly happy just being me. It was mostly the truth. It's time to step out of your comfort zone, she encouraged. Live on the wild side. Date the handsome guys. Flirt with the rich guys. No thanks. I'm perfectly comfortable on the safe side. Safe isn't fun, she said. It's boring, and you'll never meet a man if you always play it safe. There's a saying about kissing a lot of frogs. You have to go through the process until you find one worthy of your affection. I don't like frogs, which is exactly why you kiss them and move on. She said it as if it were that obvious. You don't stay with the frogs. Even if I were to walk on the wild side, as you say, I wouldn't do it here tonight. I'm not interested in hooking up with any of the men that will be here tonight. You know I can't stand the rich guys. I'm not suggesting you marry the guy, she said, rolling her eyes. I'm only saying have a little fun. Take advantage of what they can offer you, if even for a little while. I've been on a yacht. I've been in a private jet. I've eaten at some of the best restaurants because I've chosen to live on the wild side. Congratulations, I said. Do you want a medal? Stop. You know I'm speaking the truth. I'm having fun, living life to the fullest. I don't want to get to the age of 40 and look back and think I missed out on a lot of good times because I was too afraid to take that walk on the wild side. I'm not interested, I said firmly. She pouted. Fine, but I'm keeping my eyes open for you. I feel guilty about having so much fun while you live a boring, single life. Thanks, but you don't need to feel guilty. We choose to live different lifestyles. I like mine. Liar, she snapped. I pulled my hair back into a ponytail and headed out to the front of the event center to get started taking drink orders. I smiled and was polite, moving around my side of the room and taking orders for specialty drinks with the promise to be around with appetizers. It wouldn't be long before people started table hopping and expected us to track them down and bring them their ordered drinks. It was as if they had no clue they almost all looked alike, especially the men. Black suits and black shoes. The key was to try and remember something unique about each person, like the color of their tie, earrings, or whatever. It was a packed party, every table full, and the mingling had begun. They were moving about the room, holding their drinks, laughing and talking away. It was the time of night where we were supposed to be invisible floating trays around the room. After nearly an hour of dashing around the room, it was time to go back and get ready to begin serving dinner. It was always the trickiest part of the night, especially at this kind of event. The snobs would have about 1 million requests and would send their meals back 12 times, bitching about something. "How's it going?" Lola asked. I let out a sigh. "Exhausting. You?" "Boring," she complained. "There is no one that I'm remotely interested in. They're all buttoned up a little too tightly for me. No one wants to have any fun." I laughed. "You mean no one wants to flirt with you?" "That, or their wives are close." "That sounds terrible," I said with heavy sarcasm. "Do you mean you might be going home alone? I need my phone. I'm going to mark this on my calendar. This is a big day." "Do you think it's possible I've run through all the rich men in Crete?" she asked with real concern. "Lola," I said, completely serious, "I think it's possible you've run through all the men in Greece." Her mouth dropped open, a look of horror on her face. "You shut your mouth." I had to laugh. She could be so dramatic. "Lola, you've been on a bit of a ravenous feast as of late. You need to take a break. Let the poor men be. They need to replenish the stock." She pouted. "Fine. Then I'm going to have to live vicariously through you. I'm going back out there and I'm going to find you a man." "No, you're not," I said. "This business is going to get a reputation if you keep hooking up with all the clients." "I don't hook up with all the clients," she protested. "I have to get this last tray of appetizers out, and then I'll be back to grab dinner plates," I said, rushing to grab the last tray. I carried it out and was immediately inundated with drink orders. I couldn't exactly tell them no. I had to fulfill their requests. As soon as I took care of one table, another table was waving me over. I looked around for other servers, but they were all in the kitchen helping to get the dinners ready to serve. By the time I extracted myself from the suddenly very thirsty crowd and got back into the kitchen, I was actually sweating. "Where have you been?" Lola asked, rushing past me with a tray of hot rolls. "Giving those damn alcoholics another round? On my own." "Oh no, really?" she asked, tossing rolls into baskets. "Did you tell them dinner and wine were on the way out?" I rolled my eyes. "Because that would have changed anything? You know how they get. They wanted their liquor and they wanted it now. How do rich people drink so much and not get drunk? Have you ever thought about that?" I snatched a few napkins from a pile and dabbed my forehead. She smiled. "Because they drink from the moment they wake up. I think they spend their lives slightly tipsy." "That explains a lot," I said. "I'll cover you. Go outside and take a few minutes. You're looking a little dewy." "Dewy?" I snapped. "I'm sweating my ass off." "Go." She pushed me towards the back exit. "Thank you," I told her, truly needing a break. The fresh air was going to be nice. I pushed open the door and immediately felt the warm, humid air wash over me. I grabbed the doorstep we used to keep from being locked out and put it in place. I knew there was a private deck area not too far away. There were a few benches for those who wanted to sit and smoke. I didn't smoke, but I wanted to sit. My feet were throbbing. I wouldn't stay out long, just long enough to catch my breath. Then I would have to get back in there and help out the servers. They'd be swamped without me. The customers were a special breed tonight, very demanding and very particular. They were the worst kind of crowd. I walked around the corner. Darkness had fallen. The pathway lights provided enough illumination to be safe. I was staring at some flowers along the path, looking especially pretty in the low light. I stepped up and finally looked to see where I was going when I saw a man leaning against one of the posts. His back was to me, giving me a chance to study the suit. At first, I thought it was a play of light giving the suit a weird glow, but then I realized it was actually that blue. My initial reaction was he was one of those flashy guys that liked everyone looking at him. It made me sick. I hated flashy people. I hated attention whores who wanted everyone looking at them. I took a step back, thankful for the quiet soles of my shoes. My plan was to walk away before he noticed me and demanded I fetch him a drink.
Chapter 7. Cade. It had taken me about 8 times of starting to walk out my front door and getting cold feet before I actually made it to the waiting cab. I had put on the suit, looked in the mirror, and had to laugh at my appearance. It was ridiculous. I had known it was hideous, but in the back of my mind I kept thinking once I got it on, it would be okay. I was hoping I would look less garish, but I had been wrong. When I finally gathered the courage to actually walk outside of my house, I sprinted for the cab, dashing into the back seat to keep my neighbors from seeing me. When I finally got to the event, I was about 5 minutes late. There was nothing to be done about it. I was hoping my dad wouldn't notice, hoping he'd be too busy shaking hands and kissing cheeks to notice my absence. It wasn't like he would really have a lot to say to me. I'd be ordered to stand tall and behave. As I approached the glass doors of the event center, I caught a glimpse of my reflection and cringed. I looked like I should be wearing clown shoes or was ready to perform magic. I was humiliated. I steeled myself against the looks I was sure to get when I walked into the crowd. The moment I saw my dad sitting at the table, I knew I was in trouble. I made my way to the table, smiling as I took my seat. "Hi, Mom." "Hi, Dad." "You're late," my father hissed under his breath. "Sorry, there was a minor delay," I offered as an excuse.
"You should have left earlier,"
my mother snapped, surprising me a bit. "I'm sorry, it doesn't appear anyone has noticed my absence. It doesn't look like everyone is here." I noticed the main empty seats around the tables. "That's not the point," my father growled. "It's an embarrassment." I chuckled. "You're embarrassed that I'm a few minutes late? You don't think this suit is embarrassing?" My mother's face paled.
"It's a lovely suit."
"It's ridiculous," I said. "I don't see Dad wearing a suit like this." He glowered at me. "Enough! No more jokes. That suit is from a respected Italian designer." I didn't get the chance, not that I would have taken it to say anything more about the choice in suits. His friend, David Blaine, appeared next to the table. "Lorenzo," he greeted. My dad got to his feet, giving the man a hug. My mother also stood, getting the cursory kiss on the cheek. I got up and shook his hand. "Good to see you again. You've grown into a fine young man," he said with a friendly smile. "Thank you, it's nice to see you, and thank you for your invite." Sure. He took a seat at the table and waved a hand to one of the passing waiters. He ordered a round of drinks for all of us. "Do you see the party I had to throw to get your dad to come for a visit?" My dad chuckled. Not a real chuckle, the kind of polite laughter that was synonymous with these kinds of things. "I was expecting something bigger," my dad said, actually joking. David turned to look at me. "You still live in Heraklion?" I nodded. "I do." "What are you doing for work?" he asked. "I can put you in touch with some people if you're looking for a job." "Thank you, but I'm set," I said with a friendly smile. "Cade doesn't need a job," my father said. "He has a small business here in town. Small, and not worth talking about." I held my smile, refusing to let the sting of his words show. He wasn't going to get me down. I knew I had to be a lot tougher than that. The drinks were delivered, and I sipped the stiff cocktail, praying for strength. "You own a business?" David asked, with a great deal of enthusiasm. "I do." "David, this is a lovely party," my dad said, cutting him off before we could talk about my gelato shop. "I'm going to step outside for a minute," I said, leaving the drink on the table and walking away before I ended up saying something that truly embarrassed my dad. He opened his mouth to say something, but my mother put her hand on his forearm, quieting whatever response he might have had. It was hard to hear my dad's constant ridicule about my business, about everything I did. One kind word, would that really be so hard? In his case, it was as if his mouth simply couldn't form the words, in Greek, English, or Italian. I headed for an exit sign. I wasn't sure where it would lead, but I had to get outside. I couldn't go home just yet, even if I really wanted to. I was not about to go stand out front where anyone passing might see me in this ridiculous getup. The side entrance seemed the best option. I hoped like hell I didn't set off some fire alarms as I pushed open the door. No alarms pierced the air, much to my relief. I headed toward a small gazebo area, anxious to put some distance between myself and my parents. I stepped up the couple of stairs and realized it was a garden. It was probably a place for weddings, I thought, as I stared out at the small pond with the water fountain shooting water into the air. I let myself get lost in thought, thinking about why I couldn't stand up to my father. I was convinced he had purposely humiliated me by asking, no demanding I wear the suit. No one else was wearing anything close to what I was. It was a deliberate ploy to make a fool out of me. A footstep startled me. I spun around and saw a woman standing on the second step. She looked like I had caught her doing something. The soft lights from around the area provided enough illumination for me to see her features. She was wearing a pair of black slacks that flared at the hips before sinking into a small waist and flaring out again over her bust line. She had an hourglass figure, but not the kind of today's world. She looked like a pin-up from the 50s, curvy and lush. Her hair was pulled back into a simple ponytail. Her eyes had a slightly exotic tilt at the corners. I couldn't see what color they were from where I stood, but I determined them to be light. She was gorgeous and staring at me like I were a spotted elephant.
"Sorry,"
she said in clear English.
"I didn't know anyone would be out here."
"It's okay," I said. "Please come up." She stepped up, her eyes roaming over my suit. I imagined I probably had a glow-in-the-dark thing going on.
"Are you performing at the event tonight?"
she asked curiously. I wasn't sure if she was teasing or being serious. I wasn't going to take offense to her comment. She was only stating the truth. I'm not, although I do come from a long line of Italian performers, I said with a laugh. I could probably juggle or something if I tried. She didn't smile. My joke had fallen flat.
"I see. Do you work here?"
"No, I'm a guest at the gala," I told her.
"Oh, tonight?"
she asked, as if she didn't believe me. I grinned. "Yes, tonight."
"Oh, well, I just stepped out for some fresh air. I need to get going. Have a good night."
She turned and walked away before I even got the chance to say boo. I was sure I had scared her off. She'd taken one look at the suit and realized I had to be a crazy person. She didn't want to be alone in the dark with a crazy man. I didn't blame her. I sighed, bummed I had scared away such a beautiful woman. Rand had promised me I would be beating women off with a stick once I got into shape. He lied. My dating game still sucked, and I was still single. My wallowing in pitying myself didn't last long. I had apparently found the most popular hideout place. I heard footsteps again and hoped it would be my lovely lady, but it wasn't.
Sorry, were you looking to be alone?"
A man asked in slightly accented English. "No, it's fine," I said. "I was just about to go back in."
"Don't let me chase you away. I saw the girl out here and thought it was a secret meeting, eh?"
He smiled to show he was joking around. I laughed. Not so much. A chance encounter with a beautiful woman I'll never see again.
She was very pretty. Did you get her name?"
He took a seat on one of the benches and made himself comfortable. I shook my head. I didn't think to ask you. I believe I scared her away with my very loud suit.
"It is loud, and does make a statement,"
he said with a grin. The statement being something like, "Look at me, I like to make an ass of myself?" I asked.
"Hey, those suits are all the rage in Paris right now,"
he assured me.
"I've seen a variety of bold colors, even orange and red."
I cringed. Good God, why? He shrugged.
"You never know. Designers want to get noticed, and dressing people in hideous suits is one way to do it. They say it's high fashion, and everyone eats it up until someone wakes up one day and realizes it was one of those fashion choices that needs to be put back in the box and never looked at again. At least not without sunglasses, huh?"
I had to laugh. I think you're right. Are you attending the party tonight?
I am Maceo Vitalis."
He got to his feet and extended a hand. "Kate Kuris," I said. He nodded.
"Good to meet you. I see you're enjoying it about as much as I am."
I laughed. These things are a little stuffy for me. I'm only here to please my father, although I don't think I've actually done that. Oh, I understand. I'm here because my business manager told me I had to be. I had to shake the right hands and smile at the right women. It bores me. I'd rather be in the south of France or on my yacht in the middle of the sea. Ah, he sighed. I gathered he was wealthy. He had that look about him. He didn't seem to be overly arrogant, which was a rarity. I think that certainly sounds like a better option than this. I should be going. I've already been absent long enough to earn a lecture. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a business card.
Give me a call sometime. We can hang out.
Thanks, I said, taking the card and sliding it into my own pocket. I don't have a business card to give you.
What's your number?
He asked, pulling out his phone, ready to input it. I gave him my number, not expecting to actually hear from him, and shook his hand. See you around. I walked out of the gazebo and followed the path inside. The guy seemed nice enough, but I wasn't sure why he was interested in hanging out with me. I wasn't exactly connected. I couldn't help him make more money or meet the right people. I figured he was just being nice, and I dismissed the offer altogether, heading for the table where my mother and father were talking to another couple.
You almost missed dinner,
my father said grumpily. Well, thank goodness I didn't, I quipped. I took my seat, promising myself I could get through another hour, possibly two. I'd eat, drink, and then make my escape. I reached for the drink I had left behind and took a long swallow, my eyes scanning the room. I nearly choked on the liquid when I spotted my mystery woman carrying a tray of filled plates to a nearby table. She worked here. I was going to talk to her. It would probably be the only chance to do that. I cursed under my breath. The stupid suit made me look like a damn fool. How could she take anything I said seriously? I'd have to be extra charming.
Chapter 8. Eliana. My feet were throbbing. It had been a long, busy night. The party had lasted later than planned. Unfortunately, our jobs required us to stay until the guests left. We did little things to encourage them to leave, like not coming around to offer more refreshments and clearing tables, but there were a few that lingered, ignoring the cues. I was tired and ready to go home. I walked back into the main area, pushing a cart to load up more dirty dishes left behind on the tables. I started tossing used cutlery into the bin. My head was down, and I was doing my best to avoid eye contact with the stragglers who might ask for something else that would keep them there longer. Out of nowhere, a pair of male hands appeared in my line of sight, grabbing a few forks. My eyes popped up, staring at the man I had seen outside. He'd taken off the garish blue jacket that matched his pants and rolled up his shirt sleeves. The ridiculous pink tie was still around his neck. I had to grin. It was so much brighter under the lights. "Did you want something?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, I thought I'd give you a hand." "Why? Do you work here?" I quipped. "No." "I can do it," I said, taking the silverware from his hand. "I don't mind. I'd like to help. There's quite a mess out here." "Always is," I answered irritably. He picked up some plates and neatly stacked them before putting them on the cart. "Is it always this busy?" he asked. I sighed, not sure what the guy's deal was, but I was not in the mood for idle conversation. "Yes, but I can do this, seriously. I can help. I'd like to help, if it means I get to talk to you." He flashed me a grin. "Nothing more. I expect nothing in return." I shook my head. "It isn't often a rich guy wants to talk to me, and it is even rarer that a rich guy would get his hands dirty by picking up dirty dishes. Seems like you might have an ulterior motive." He smirked. "I'm the richest of the rich, which means I set my own rules. I'm Cade, by the way." "Congratulations," I said, barely able to contain my irritation. "I can take care of this. It's what I get paid to do. I don't need your help." He laughed, a deep sound that echoed around me. "I promise I just want to talk. I don't need you to split your wages with me. I like to talk and work. What's your name?" I had to bite back another retort about his idea of work. Eliana, I told him reluctantly, I do appreciate the offer, but I'm fully capable of doing this. I've been thinking about you since you left the gazebo earlier, he blurted out. I raised an eyebrow. Really? He nodded. Yes, that's it. I saw you and decided it was a good chance to speak with you again. It was evident he wasn't going to go away. It was typical of a man like him. He was used to getting what he wanted. He'd probably tell my boss I had been rude to him if I didn't stand around making idle chit-chat, despite the lateness of the hour. You can talk, but I do need to get these tables cleared, by myself. Fine, I'll follow you around like a puppy dog and watch you work, he joked. Thanks, I muttered, tossing dirty napkins into a pile. Do you live in the city? He asked. Yes, I answered, giving him no other information. You speak really good English. Are you originally from Crete or somewhere else? He picked up plates from another table and helped me clean, despite saying he wouldn't. Yes, I'm from here. I studied English in school. I didn't tell him I had hoped to one day get a job either in London or somewhere in the United States. What about you? You have a strange accent I can't quite place. I found myself asking him questions when I had told myself I wasn't interested. He laughed. My accent is unique. I was born in Italy, moved to Greece when I was a child and learned the language. Not great, but I can get by. I was sent to an English boarding school where I was taught the language by American and English tutors over the years. So I have an English, American, Greek, and Italian accent. Wow, that is impressive. He shrugged. Not really. I'm most fluent in English, but I can get by in Greek and Italian. I didn't get the sense he was bragging, but it was a reminder of his wealth. He'd attended boarding school, so he probably had 4 houses and 12 cars. He was a spoiled man used to getting what he wanted. I wanted to throw a plate at him just on principle. Interesting. What do you do for fun? He asked. I sighed, realizing the guy wasn't going to go away anytime soon. He was following me around the room, despite me trying to get away. I'm a boring girl. My idea of a fun day is sitting on the beach with a book. Me too, he exclaimed. I looked up at him with disbelief. Really? He grinned. No, but it could be. It sounds nice, except for the book part. I shook my head. He was a funny guy, but not my type. You should try it. I just might do that, he said. Do you surf? No. Do you like to take long walks on the beach under the moonlight? He asked. I looked at him again, wondering if the guy was drunk. No. He burst into laughter. I had to ask. I thought that was the standard thing for women to like. Not this woman. Okay. Boating, swimming, shopping? He asked rapid fire. He was relentless. I don't own a boat or know anyone that does. I swim, but don't we all? And shopping? Shopping is a necessity. It isn't necessarily an enjoyable experience. I wanted to add that when you didn't have an endless amount of money to spend and had to buy only what you absolutely needed, shopping wasn't nearly as fun for the regular folk. I'm not giving up, he said in a low voice. I put down the towel I had been using to wipe down a chair and looked at him. I'm not sure what you want. I'd settle for your phone number, he replied. I looked into his dark eyes. He had a warm, friendly face, like he could be your best friend. He was very good-looking, I realized, after letting myself actually look at him. His dark hair was thick and cut short. He had a strong jawline, and his skin tone reflected his Italian heritage. He was tall and looked to be in good physical shape. I imagined he probably dated women that were very attractive, but here he was, hounding me. I'm not going to give you my number, I told him. Come on, he said. It's the least you can do. The least I could do for what? I asked. He grinned, showing off faint dimples in his cheeks that gave him a boyish appearance. I helped you clean tables. I rolled my eyes. You picked up a few forks. But it was something. I'll do more. Hell, I'll clean all the tables. Please? He spoke in a sweet voice that was very effective at breaking down my resolve. Fine, but I'm making no promises, I told him. He pulled out his cell phone. Hit me. I quickly rattled off my number. Now, I need to finish this. You have to leave. I'll leave, but I'm going to call you, he said, still smiling. I'm sure you will, I said, knowing nothing of the kind. He was probably drunk, and I was the first woman his age he saw. He couldn't help but flirt. I'm going to, he said, and walked to the table he'd been sitting at and grabbed his jacket. I watched him leave, wondering what the hell I had just gotten myself into. Out of nowhere, Lola appeared at my side and squealed. What was that all about? Nothing, just some bored rich guy with nothing better to do. Did you give him your number? She asked with surprise. I shrugged. It isn't a big deal. It isn't like he's actually going to call. I don't know, she said with a laugh. He seemed pretty into you. Stop, he did not. He probably thought he could get me into bed or for a quickie in the bathroom. Those guys think all they have to do is flash their smile, talk about how rich they are, and a girl will drop her panties. It usually works for me, she joked. You're so bad, I replied, pushing the cart toward the back. Not bad, but I do know how to be naughty, she said. I could talk you through it if you want me to. I groaned. No, I don't want to be naughty. What was his name? I shrugged. Cade. Ah, see? You got his name. That's a big first step for you. He told me his name. I didn't ask for it. But you saw how attractive he was, despite his choice in clothes. I wonder if he dresses like that all the time. I suppose it doesn't matter. You can just keep him naked. She giggled. I was used to her constant talk of sex. No thanks. My phone started to vibrate in my pocket. We weren't allowed to use our phones while we were on duty, but the guests were gone, and we were in the back. I pulled up my phone and didn't recognize the number. Who is it? She asked. I shook my head. I don't know. Answer it. If someone is calling this late, it has to be important. It's probably my mother, drunk, I said. I hit the green button anyway, just in case she was in trouble. Hello? Hi. I heard Cade's voice and spun around to see if he was behind me. What are you doing? I asked, realizing the voice had come from the phone. I wanted to make sure you didn't give me a fake number, he said. I laughed. And if I had, then I would get back in there and ask for your real number. And now you have my number. I laughed. Well, now you know. Goodbye, Cade. I ended the call. Lola was looking at me with wide eyes. He already called you? I nodded. He wanted to make sure I didn't give him a fake number. She was smiling. He's into you. Good job, girl. No, it isn't a good job. It's never going anywhere. He'll sober up and not even remember my name. I don't know about that, she said. He was looking at you with those big, brown, puppy dog eyes. He was into you. He's going to call again. I shrugged. Even if he does, it doesn't mean I'm going to go out with him. I only gave him my number to get him to leave me alone. He's not my type. I don't date rich guys. You don't date anyone, she retorted. Exactly, which is why it's over before it began.
Chapter 9. Cade. I stepped out of the shower feeling refreshed after my morning workout. It had taken a long time to get to the point where I actually liked the workouts, but now that I was there, when I skipped too many days in a row, I missed it. I could hear my phone ringing in my bedroom and rushed to grab it before voicemail picked up. Part of me was hoping it would be Eliana. I knew it wasn't likely, but there was always a chance. I read the name above the number, and at first it didn't ring a bell. Then I remembered my meeting in the gazebo. "Hello?" I answered, my hair dripping down my bare back with the towel slung around my waist. "Hey, kid, it's Maceo." "What's up?" I asked. "You doing anything today?" he asked. I looked down at my bare chest, running a hand over it to wipe off a water droplet. Not particularly. I'm going to be taking a fishing trip," he said. "I thought I'd see if you wanted to go along." Odd. I didn't even really know the guy. Then I remembered he said he was rich. Rich people did tend to be a lot lonelier than people thought. He probably needed a friend. It wasn't like I was surrounded by friends. Rand was gone, and I didn't really associate with many other guys. Sure, I heard myself say. "Perfect. Want to meet at the marina in about an hour?" "I'll be there," I agreed. I had planned on checking on the shop and then spending the day doing nothing. Maceo seemed nice enough, though. If he turned murdery, I could take him, I was sure. He was kind of a lean guy. My new muscles gave me an advantage, I hoped. I put on a pair of cargo shorts and a loose shirt. I grabbed my shades and headed out the door. I was actually looking forward to some time on the water. I often thought about buying a boat, and then I remembered they cost a lot, and I didn't make a lot, and the thought vanished. Maceo was waiting at the end of the dock when I showed up.
Thanks for coming,"
he said. "Thanks for inviting me." His boat was huge and luxurious, which didn't surprise me at all. He gave me a quick tour before we moved to where he had fishing poles set up and ready to use once we got out on the water.
There's my captain,"
he said when an older man wearing a white cap and a white shirt approached the boat. "Sorry I'm late," the captain said.
"Not a problem,"
Maceo said, clapping the man on the shoulder. "Thanks for taking me out on such short notice." 10 minutes later, we were headed out to the open water. The sun beat down on us, and the fresh smell of sea air blew around us. I really wanted a boat. "Do you actually fish or just go through the motions?" I asked him when he kicked a bucket of bait to where my pole was positioned. He laughed.
Both, honestly. I just like being out on the water and away from all of that."
He gestured at the landmass behind us. "I could understand that," I said. What is it you do?"
"I'm a financial investor."
"What is that?" I asked with a laugh. He chuckled, took a seat on one of the benches that rimmed the deck, stretched his arms out, and ignored the fishing pole altogether. I took a seat on another bench and figured it wasn't really a trip about fishing at all. I was cool with that. I wasn't really interested in cleaning any fish I might have caught.
Basically, I use my money, my company's money now, and invest in new businesses or buy buildings with another investor. I get my money back over time, plus interest or a share of any profits."
I nodded with understanding. "I take it you're good at it," I asked with a laugh. He chuckled.
"I'm very good at it. I have a knack for knowing which business investments are good and which to avoid. I'm not going to say I haven't been burned a few times, but I've always recovered."
"You own a company, then?"
"Vitalis Investments,"
he said with a grin. "Clever, huh?" I laughed. "Hey, keep it simple. I always say, what kind of businesses do you invest in?" He shrugged.
"Anything that looks like it could turn a profit. Tech companies are popular, but there are plenty of investment firms that will loan those guys money. I like to look for that one rare nugget and make it flourish."
"I like to make money." Who wouldn't?" I quipped. "And what about you? What do you do?" I wasn't embarrassed by my modest business, but it didn't come close to comparing to what he had done with his life. "I own a gelato shop in town."
"Gelato, like ice cream?"
"Yes, like ice cream, but gelato." He nodded. "You're Italian?"
Technically, yes, born in Italy.
Family's Italian, but raised in Greece."
Yes, your father is Lorenzo Curis,"
he said, nodding. "Yes."
"And you're the son that wants nothing to do with his father's money."
I laughed. "Are you guessing, or he told you that?"
"I'm assuming. You seem like the kind of guy that wants to make his own way."
I admire that.
I was the same way. Although I will confess I had a little help in the beginning, but the reward was all my hard work.
My father had no interest in helping me out, and I had no interest in asking him for help, I said bluntly. I do just fine, but I wouldn't have been at that party if my dad hadn't insisted on it. I'm not rich." I admire your tenacity to do it on your own. I smiled. Thanks. I'm not interested in being wealthy. I'm satisfied with what I have. No offense to you, but this isn't my lifestyle. I like simple. I get it, I do. I sometimes long for those days. Do you spend a lot of time at work? I asked. He shrugged. Not anymore. I used to toil away for 12 hours a day, working and trying to milk out a good profit. Now, the company kind of works for itself. I have managers and department heads, and I really do nothing. You're bored, I stated. He laughed. I am bored. I keep thinking I need to find a woman to spend my time with, but it's so hard to choose just one. I see one, and I think it could be a good thing, and then another catches my eye. I grinned. I have a friend that used to be like that. And what happened to him? He found the right one, and she hauled him off to America, and now they have a daughter together. I said with a fond smile. He cringed. Ouch! Another one bites the dust. He's happy. He tells me he's happier than he's ever been. Do you believe him? I nodded. I do. He's content, calmer. I can't explain it, but he just seems happy. He doesn't bust out into song, but he seems to be in a good place. Do you want that? I shrugged. I wouldn't mind having a good woman to come home to every night. I saw you at the party talking to the waitress with the dark hair, the pretty one, he said with a smile. The one you met outside. Did you get her number? I grinned. I did. Do you think you'll call her? I grimaced. I'm hoping to. I've got to work up the courage. She thinks I'm rich. Why does she think that? I might have told her I was, I said with a small laugh. I see. Well, my friend, be careful. I will tell you, these young women, they want a man who can spoil them. They want a man that will give them everything they want. Unfortunately, it's not the man they want, but the money. He sounded as if he spoke from experience. Been burned before? I asked. He scoffed. More times than I care to count. You would think a man would learn, but I think they are getting better at the game. They must have a special school they send the beautiful girls to, teaching them how to play act to convince a man they love him, so he will shower them with the expensive gifts until they get bored and move on to the next dolt dumb enough to fall for their scam. He'd definitely been burned before. That was a very detailed hypothetical. I laughed. Ha! Well, lucky for me, I'm broke. But your girl, she thinks you have money. He reminded me. Shit, you're right, I said. And no worries. I'll let you use one of my cars, my house, my boat, whatever you need to keep up the charade. To what end? I asked. He shrugged. I guess that's up to you. It might only be a date or two. Maybe you'll find out she's not who you thought she was. Possibly, but it's more likely she'll figure out I'm a sham and dump me, I said. Sorry, man, he said. I shouldn't have opened my big mouth and bragged about my non-existent wealth. I hadn't meant for it to come out like I was truly rich. I was being sarcastic, but a lot of people, especially those who didn't know me, couldn't tell when I was being serious or joking. It was one of my biggest character flaws. Sarcasm came easily. It was an excellent defense mechanism. I debated losing her number and forgetting about even trying to take her out. Marcel's offer to use his things to impress her was tempting, but I wasn't that guy. I wasn't a guy that could fake being rich. I might manage to make it through one date, possibly two, but eventually I'd screw up and she would see right through me. Come on, Marcel said, getting to his feet. Let's try this fishing thing and get your mind off the girl. How about a cold drink? Sure, I said, lacking any real enthusiasm. For the first time in a very long time, hell, maybe ever, I almost wished I did have wealth. Wealth could get me the girl. Then again, I knew any girl that only wanted me because I was wealthy wasn't worth it. But it still didn't hurt to have a chance at making her love me for me. We cast out our lines and waited. I stared at the water, mulling over what I should do about Eliana. There was something about her I really liked. There was a magnetic attraction that was undeniable. It couldn't hurt to at least explore the possibility of dating her. I could have misread everything about her and would find out she annoyed the hell out of me and we had nothing in common. Just do it, Marcel said from beside me. What? I asked. Call her, he advised. Take her out for coffee or a simple dinner. You're never going to be able to let it go until you know. I nodded my head. I think I will. What's the worst that can happen? I laughed. She can break your heart and make you wish you had never met her, he answered. I flinched. Ouch. Good point. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Any time. He said with a laugh as he began to reel in his line.
Chapter 10. Eliana. Today was going to be a lazy day. I was beat after a busy week of long hours and didn't care that I needed clean clothes. It could all wait. I was going to lay on the beach with a good book and think about nothing. The tourists were clearing out, leaving the beaches to us once again. I tossed a bottle of water into my beach bag and slid on my sandals. Lola was going to be meeting me at our favorite spot. It wasn't necessarily warm, but it was warm enough for me. I walked across the street, which would lead me down to the beach that was about a mile from my apartment. It wasn't an overly long walk, and I enjoyed passing the various shops and staring at all the things I planned on buying for myself one day. When I got to the beach, Lola was already there, stretched out on a blanket, wearing her skimpy two-piece. I debated kicking sand on her, but thought twice about it. She was feisty enough to get revenge by burying me in the sand when I fell asleep, which was absolutely on my agenda. "Finally," she said without moving a muscle. "I thought you weren't coming. I told you I was ready for a beach day. Did your boyfriend call you yet?" she asked. I stepped out of my shorts, folded them, and put them in my bag, leaving my long swimsuit cover-up on. "He's not my boyfriend," I answered, stretching out beside her on the blanket. "He could be. He was way into you." "He was drunk. He was hot," she replied. I closed my eyes, letting the sun infuse my body with warmth. "Did you count your tips?" I asked. "You know I did. I made enough to cover rent for the month. What about you?" I smiled. "I did all right. The good thing about running around like a chicken all night, answering every beck and call of rich people trying to impress one another, the tips are worth it. Yes, they are. So, about that man," she trailed off, leaving the word hanging. "What about him? You liked him. I know you did. You never give out your real number." I sighed. "He was nice and funny. He didn't help a lot, but when have any of the guests ever helped us clean up or even talked to us?" "Guests talk to me all the time," she said. "True, but they don't talk to me because I'm not flashing my tits in their face every chance I get," I said dryly. "Well, you must have flashed something. You certainly got his attention." "He seemed really down to earth, and nothing like the guys you talk to. The men you flirt with are so openly arrogant, it makes me ill. I don't know how you tolerate it." "Easy," she said with a laugh. "They buy me things, and my tolerance level goes sky high. I'm going to paste a sign to your forehead that says for sale." She burst into laughter, obviously not the least bit bothered by my insult. "Make sure it indicates references and bank information required." "You're so bad." "I know." We both fell quiet, enjoying the peacefulness of the nearly empty beach. I thought about Cade. He had seemed different than the other guys I had met at those things. I didn't get hit on nearly as much as Lola, but there had been a few occasions when one of the men would approach me and ask me to dinner. Those guys had all been easy to say no to. It was the way they asked, or the way I had watched them interact with other people while I served them. I was very good at observing and judging people based on what I saw. I didn't care if judging people wasn't right. It was right for me. "When he calls, will you go out with him?" she asked. "I don't know." "I think you should." "Of course you do. You've been pushing me to date forever." "One date isn't going to kill you," she said. "What if you find out you really like this guy? What if he turns out to be a genuinely good guy? You said he was funny and nice. I think you owe yourself a chance to see if he could be the man for you." I shrugged. I will think about it if he actually calls. I'm not holding my breath that he will. Besides, what could we possibly talk about? He lives in a different world than I do. We can't talk about our jobs. I doubt he's ever waited a table in his life. We can't talk about how we spend our free time because he probably jets around the world or attends parties like the one last night. We won't have any friends in common. But you could talk about things you like and things he likes, she said. You could talk about your love of art and how you used to dream of being a painter. Those are the important things, not the material, boring stuff. What do you talk about with the men you go out with? I asked, turning my head to look at her. She took a deep breath. Honestly, it's usually them talking about their businesses or the new thing they're going to buy. They talk about wine a lot. They talk about traveling and things like that. I groaned. See, I don't know shit about wine. We're told what to pour. I have no interest to hear about business or how they are getting richer. It's all so shallow to me. The men my mom always brought home, that's the kind of thing they talked about. I used to sit at the table and listen to my mom fawn all over the guys and pretend she knew what they were talking about. She is really good at pretending to be rich. You don't have to pretend to be interested in what he says, she said. If you don't like it, tell him. I know you're the kind of girl that will do just that. I choose to listen because I don't mind. Sometimes it's boring, but it makes them happy, and honestly, like I said, the dates I go on are more about companionship for them. I'm just doing my public service and helping to keep the world a happier place. She laughed. So did I. You have left a trail of very happy men in your wake. I aim to please. God knows you do, I muttered. We laid out for another hour before deciding to use our hard-earned tips to treat ourselves to lunch. We walked to one of the restaurants that overlooked the water, specializing in seafood. Splurge, she ordered as I scanned the menu. I'm going to. Laying out made me hungry. We both ordered grilled fish and talked a bit more about our upcoming week of work. Have you seen the schedule? She asked. No, I didn't bother looking last night. I was so tired and so ready to get home. You? Same thing, she said. I didn't see anything that looked overly exciting. You mean you didn't see anything that brought in the wealthy elite? I said with a laugh. Exactly, she replied easily. That's what I said. It will be nice to have a normal week, she shrugged. I suppose. Normal is boring. We ate our meals, stuffing ourselves on the great food before we parted ways. I was going home to do some minor housework before I sat myself in front of the TV for a little more downtime. After cleaning up and settling in on the couch, I realized I might be a little bit lonely. I like solitude, but it could be a little much at times. I didn't have a lot of friends. Hell, who was I kidding? I had one friend, Lola. The friends I did have over the years all grew up and started having families of their own. I had felt odd, out of place hanging out with them when all they talked about were their husbands and children and what school the kids were going to. I had nothing in common with them, and I got tired of the looks of pity when my perpetual single status came up in conversation. None of them could understand how it was my choice to stay that way. I quit trying to explain, and eventually I just kind of drifted away. Lola got it, for the most part. She didn't hound me about getting married and having babies, but she did hound me to date. My phone chimed. I assumed it would be Lola telling me about some show she was watching. We often did that. We watched TV together, but apart. We'd watch the same show and then text back and forth about what had happened. It wasn't Lola. It was Cade. I couldn't stop the little burst of excitement from swelling inside. Are you free tonight? I'd like to take you to dinner. I looked down at my ratty shorts and threadbare t-shirt and decided I wasn't free. Plus, I still hadn't made up my mind I wanted to go out with him. Part of me was afraid he would reject me because I wasn't rich or educated or polished like the women I had seen at the party. "Can't tonight," I replied. "Come on, I'm hungry. You need to eat dinner. Let's do it together." I laughed at his reasoning. "It's not a good night." "It could be if you let me take you to dinner." He was smooth. I had to give him that. I was tempted. One dinner in a public restaurant. How bad could it be? It could be bad because he might expect that dinner to be prepayment for something else. I was not interested in doing that. "I can't. I will see what my schedule looks like for the week and let you know if I'm available," I wrote back. I waited to see what he would reply. There was playing hard to get, and then there was difficult. I didn't want to be difficult, but by telling him no, I was letting him know I wouldn't jump when he called. I didn't want to be too easy. "I'll be keeping my phone close, waiting for your answer, with my fingers crossed." I smiled as I read his message. It was sweet. I almost texted him back and said I was suddenly free for the night, but I resisted the urge. I had to stick to my guns and not let myself get sweet-talked by the very handsome, wealthy man. I wanted him to know I was tough and independent. I couldn't stop smiling as I put my phone back on the table. It felt good to be wanted. It was a huge boost to my self-esteem and made me feel like I was worthy. I didn't like to dwell on it, but my mom had made me feel very unwanted for most of my life. It hadn't been until the last few years that she tried to have a relationship with me. Of course, she only wanted to hang out with me when she'd been dumped or she needed money. But I did feel like she was trying to be a decent mother. Not a good mother, but better than the uncaring woman she'd been most of my life. I quickly dismissed the unpleasant thoughts from my mind and turned up the TV to help drown out those negative memories. It did no good to dwell on the past. I wasn't going to give those memories another minute of my life. I had lived through them once and didn't like it. There was no sense in reliving it over and over. What was done, and I was all about looking ahead, not back.
Chapter 11. Cade. I moved to unlock the back door and found it already unlocked. Either I had been burglarized or Cassia was early. I was going with the first. The odds were better. I heard humming and assumed a burglar would probably not be humming as he robbed me unless he was eating my gelato. My gelato was that good and could make even the toughest thief hum. "Who are you and what have you done with Cassia?" I asked when I stepped out front. She groaned.
"Oh, shut up! Why are you always such an asshole?"
I made a big show of rubbing my eyes. Cassia, is that you?" She shook her head.
"I don't know why I work here. You're a horrible boss."
"You work here because you love me," I winked. "But seriously, why are you here so early?"
"Have you ever thought maybe you're late?"
I looked at the clock on the wall and realized she was right. Not late, on time.
"That's what I always say. And you say on time is early,"
she pointed out. Fine. Thank you for being early. I appreciate it." She dropped the cups on the counter and spun around, one hand on her hip.
"How was your party?"
"Fine."
"Did you wear the suit?"
You know I did. To defy him would only have brought holy terror upon my head." I knew it sounded dramatic, but I wasn't joking at all.
"Did anyone talk to you, or did they keep their distance in case you were radioactive?"
"Stop."
"I bet everyone shielded their eyes with sunglasses,"
she said.
"That outfit was neon."
I rolled my eyes. "How many more of these do you have?" I asked dryly. She giggled.
"I have a couple more."
"Save them. The suit wasn't that bad."
"It was horrible,"
she said. I sighed. Fine, it was horrible. But no one was rude enough to actually say anything, unlike you. You could really use some manners." She blew out a breath.
"All right. How was it really?"
I couldn't stop the grin. Actually, it ended on a high note. The dinner was horrible, and my dad was a complete jerk, but I met someone.
"Someone? Like a female?"
"No, a dog." She scowled at me.
"You're being coy."
Yes, I met a woman," I told her.
And?
She's beautiful. She let out an exaggerated sigh.
That's it. That's all you have to say.
Honestly, I don't have much more than that. Her name is Eliana. She has beautiful chestnut-colored hair, light green eyes, and is just a tiny bit edgy. I smiled at the memory of our conversation.
Ha! She made fun of your suit?
I chuckled, nodding my head. She did.
I knew it,
she exclaimed.
I like her already. Tell me more.
I honestly don't know much more about her. I met her briefly before dinner. I didn't realize she worked as a waitress for the venue. I stuck around and tried to talk to her after most everyone else had left, but she wasn't exactly a friendly sort. She was very standoffish. She told me she'd never met a rich guy like me. I waited for her to pick up on the key word. I saw when she did. Her forehead scrunched up.
Rich guy. You're a rich guy.
I slowly nodded. I may have told one little tiny white lie. Her eyebrows shot up.
Tiny? I don't think that's so tiny.
She assumed I was rich because I was at the party. I didn't deny it. Actually, she said something about rich guys, and I said I was the richest of the rich. I said it sarcastically, but I don't think she picked up on my sarcasm.
I have warned you about that, haven't I?
She scolded. I nodded, feeling like a little boy being lectured. You have...
So now what? Is this a thing? Are you going to see her again?
I want to. I did get her number. She nodded.
And? Are you going to call her? I know you, Cade. You'll sit on it for too long and she'll end up forgetting who you are.
I did text and ask her to dinner last night. She shut me down. She cringed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it's for the best. I'm not sure how you're going to carry on this little charade. It would be too embarrassing to confess your very humble roots.
I'm not embarrassed by how I live, I retorted. She shrugged.
Obviously you are.
No, I'm not. Why do you say that? I was growing flustered, and I heard the hint of my Greek accent coming through, as it always did when I was upset.
I say that because you lied to her,
she whispered in Greek. Not intentionally, I said, keeping the conversation in English.
Cade, I know your dad has not been supportive and has ridiculed you for your choices, but you're a good man,
she said, her voice soft.
You're successful in your own right. You know you're doing okay for yourself.
I nodded. It just came out so easily. I was wearing the suit and playing a part, and it just spilled over. I should have told her I was joking. I shook my head and sighed. It just came out.
Idiot,
she grumbled. Enough, get back to work. I don't need any help feeling like a dipshit. I've got stuff to do in the office. I turned to walk away.
No, you don't, Cade. I'm on your side. But you have to tell her. If she's the girl you say she is, she'll be okay with it. If she isn't okay with who you really are, you don't need her. Lose her now or lose her later.
She shrugged. You're a kid, I told her. You have no idea what any of this is about.
I'm not so young. You act like you're an old man. I know you well enough to know this isn't going to be easy for you. You're going to make yourself crazy if you try and fool this woman. You're the most honest person I know, and I'm not saying that's always a good thing.
She laughed. Thanks. I have stuff to do. Let me know if you need any help. I headed for the back room. Everything she said was true. I hated that she knew me that well. I never had siblings, and when I had met Kasia for the first time, I immediately knew I was going to adopt her as my little sister. She was young, feisty, and in need of some big brother guidance. At least I thought she needed it. She didn't. I gave her advice, whether she liked it or not, and she did the same to me. I sat down behind my desk and looked around my office that was just a little bigger than a closet and lacking any windows. It wasn't the office of a wealthy man. I wasn't a wealthy man. I knew that didn't make me any less of a man. But what if Eliana wasn't attracted to an average guy? I had dealt with my fair share of rejection from women over the years. I had learned early on that a lot of them could be shallow. They saw my body and where I worked and automatically assumed I was an unmotivated man still living with his mommy in some tiny hovel. It had been hurtful, but I brushed it off, using humor to get through. Eliana sparked something inside me that I wanted to explore. I couldn't explain what it was about her, but I really wanted to get to know her better. I just wasn't sure I would get the chance. If I confessed my lies, she could dump me. If I didn't confess my lie and she found out, she would likely dump me. I felt like I was damned if I did and damned if I didn't. I smiled, holding my phone in my hand. But if I did get her to go out with me once or twice and gave her a chance to get to know me, I could reel her in and hope she had fallen for the real me and didn't care about my lack of wealth. That was the best-case scenario, and I knew I would have to be extra charming to make that happen, but I could do it, I hoped. I texted Eliana. "Hi, what are you up to today?" It was a little cheesy, but I wasn't sure where else to start. I needed to get the lines of communication open and flowing. She replied,
"Getting ready for work, you?"
I grimaced. Did I tell her I was at work? What if she asked what I did for a living? Work? And ding, it came back just as I expected.
What kind of work do you do?
I thought about my answer before sending it. I own a business. It wasn't a lie, I did own a business. I didn't want to keep lying to her. That would only make digging out of the shit more difficult later. So far, my one little tiny white lie could still be chalked up to joking. I could still tell her that I didn't think she'd taken me seriously. I had to leave myself an exit plan. There was a long pause, lasting several minutes, actually. I wondered if I had said the wrong thing. Maybe she already knew who I was. I quickly dismissed the idea. She couldn't. My phone buzzed when she replied.
"Look, you seem like a nice guy, but this isn't going to happen. I don't want to lead you on."
I reread the message at least 6 times. What the hell? We'd gone from what I did for a living to her giving me the boot? One dinner I sent to her.
"I'm sorry, but no thanks."
I got it. I wasn't going to fucking beg. I sent her the thumbs up emoji and tossed my phone on the desk. I wanted to throw it against the wall. That had not gone like I'd expected. I was beginning to take the constant rejection personally. I couldn't even land a woman who thought I was filthy rich. There had to be something seriously wrong with me. I wasn't going to be any good to Cassia. I wasn't going to be able to focus on much of anything. The anger and hurt boiling in my veins could only be exorcised one way, through exercise. I snatched the phone, shoved it in my pocket, and stomped back up front. Cassia had just unlocked the front door and turned the open sign. She saw me staring at her and got a look of concern on her face.
"What's wrong?"
she asked. "Nothing. I'm taking the morning off. Call if you need me."
"Kate, are you okay?"
she asked, stepping toward me. I held up a hand. "I'm fine. I just need to go. I can come back later if you need me, but right now I just need to go." She nodded.
"I've got this. You know I do. I'll see you later."
"Thanks," I mumbled, turned, and left out the back door. I went straight home, changed into my running clothes, and headed for the beach. The exercise would drown out the feelings that were threatening to pull me under. I knew I had to run. If I didn't, I was going to find me about 20 meatball subs and gorge myself. She wasn't worth it. Obviously, she wasn't interested, and I had enough self-esteem to know I wasn't exactly the bottom of the man barrel.
Chapter 12. Eliana. I was sitting at a table folding napkins in preparation for the party being held at the event center in a couple hours. It was an easy yet tedious job. I didn't have to think. I could just fold. I had volunteered to come in early to help with the setup when one of the regular guys called in sick. I could definitely use the extra hours. If my mom hadn't hooked up with a new man yet, she would be coming around soon asking for money. If I didn't immediately hand some over, she'd guilt me into it. She would remind me how she raised me on her own and sacrificed so much for me and deprived herself of an education. We both knew I was going to give it to her. It made sense to just fork it over and be done with it, which meant I would work extra to support her and me. I was fully aware it was an unhealthy relationship. I didn't need an expert to tell me that. "Hey, I called you," Lola said, taking a seat at the table next to me. "My phone is in my purse," I said. "I came in to cover for Ben." "What's wrong with you?" I shrugged. "Nothing. I'm folding napkins." "You seem melancholy." I smirked. "This is me. What you see is what you get." She studied me closely. "Talk to Cade?" "Who?" I asked, feigning innocence. She nodded. "Yep, you talked to him. Are you going out with him?" I shook my head. "We've exchanged a few texts, and I thought about going to dinner with him, but then I realized it was a waste of time." "How is going to dinner a waste of time?" she asked. "You eat, he eats. You eat together. To me, you're saving time. You're getting to know a man and taking care of your need to eat." I shook my head. "There is no point going through the motions. Cade is not my knight in shining armor. I don't want to do the whole awkward thing. I don't want to ask him about his life and he asks me about mine like we actually care. I don't want to do something that will lead nowhere." "How do you know it won't lead anywhere?" she asked. "You might actually like him if you give yourself a chance." "And then what?" I asked. "He's the rich guy swooping in to rescue poor little old me? No thanks. I don't need rescuing. I don't want his pity or his money." "Why are you assuming the worst?" Lola asked, frowning. "I saw him that night, and I didn't get that vibe from him. In fact, it kind of looked like he was an outcast. He didn't talk to many people all night. He was practically glued to his seat the whole time." "Probably because he was too embarrassed to move around in that suit he was wearing," I said. She laughed. "It was kind of a wild outfit. Maybe it was a dare. I hope it was a dare. No man should ever wear that color combination." "Don't judge a book by its cover," she said, before getting up from the table and walking away. I finished my napkins and moved into the kitchen to begin the rest of the preparations. There was a feeling I couldn't shake clinging to me. I didn't feel sad, but I felt down. I was feeling the burden of being alone. I kept trying to tell myself it was just a mood and it would get better. It always did. I was stuck on the idea of Cade. I had been listening to Lola too much. She put the idea in my head. The idea of finding a good guy that could take care of me. That was the easy way. I seemed to have this fascination for making everything about 10 times more difficult than it had to be. I couldn't explain why. The evening passed with nothing eventful happening. Then again, I probably wouldn't have noticed if there had been anything exciting. I'd been in kind of a fog. A funk, really. I was going to go home, drink a couple of beers, and dull my senses enough to crawl into bed and just sleep. I said my goodbyes to Lola, who was going to stick around and talk to one of the guys she'd met. I walked out the back entrance, making my way around the building without paying much attention to my surroundings. I dug in my pocket and pulled out my earbuds, pulling up a perfectly melancholy song list on my phone and putting in one earbud. "Hi," I heard a male voice say. I shrieked, jumped back, and looked up to see Cade leaning against a black Audi four-door. His hands were in the pockets of his cargo shorts. He looked so normal, so casual. Nothing like the wealthy men I had seen pick up Lola in their fancy suits that seemed to be a permanent look for them. "What are you doing here?" I asked, yanking the earbud from my ear. "I wanted to talk to you in person. I don't like texting." "Talk to me about what?" I asked. He smiled. "I didn't help you the other night because I expected something in return. I clean for free, or to help out." I nodded. "Okay, thank you." "That doesn't mean I don't want to take you to dinner. I do. I would like the chance to get to know you, and just talk if that makes you feel more comfortable. I expect nothing in return. It's just a dinner. Hell, we can make it lunch or breakfast if that makes it easier for you." I sighed. "It isn't easier. It's just—" I stopped and shook my head. "Why are you so interested?" He grinned. "Have you ever heard of love at first sight?" I scoffed. "I've heard of it, and I think it's bullshit. Do not tell me you are in love with me." "I'm not. Not yet, anyway." He winked. "But I just found you to be intriguing. I want to get to know you, see if there is anything there. I felt a spark. I would like to think you did too." I raised an eyebrow. "I'm sorry, I didn't. I'm not that kind of person. I don't believe in love at first sight or magnetic attraction." He nodded. "Okay, that's fine. But are you opposed to just having another friend? I had to smile at that one. If he only knew I could count my friends on one hand. You're persistent. I am, he said. I locked my gaze with his. I have to ask why. You must meet women every day of your life. I need to know why you think I'm so worthy of your time. He bit his bottom lip, appearing to be mulling it over. Every answer I have you're not going to like. I'm going to go with the stone-cold truth. I like you. It is really as simple as that. I think you're gorgeous, and you have a certain quality about you that I'm drawn to. I believed him. He seemed sincere. I didn't get the idea he was lying. Fine, I said. Fine? He blurted out. Really? You'll go to dinner with me? I nodded. Yes, but... I held up one finger. If you're a dick, or start throwing around your money, or acting like an arrogant asshole, or are pretentious in any way, I will walk out on you. I will not tolerate that kind of an attitude. I hate it. It pisses me off, and I will not sit across from you at a meal if you're acting like that. He was bobbing his head up and down. Okay, got it. Don't be a dick. Believe it or not, I'm really not a dick. I'm a nice guy. People tell me that all the time. I scoffed. I'm sure they do. People always pander to the rich. He opened up his mouth and snapped it shut again. Not me. Whatever. One dinner. That's it. He patted his chest and looked around as if he were searching for something. Wait, let me write this down, he said with a small laugh. I sighed, putting a hand on my hip. Ha, ha. I'm serious, he said. I don't want to mess this up. I want to make sure I do this right. It's not hard. Don't be a dick. I promise. I may be a lot of things, but I am not an idiot. And I am definitely not a dick. I say the wrong things and act like a fool sometimes, but I am not a rude man. I eyed him carefully. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Don't make me regret it. I won't, he said. So, can I pick you up? No. No? He asked with obvious disappointment. No, I'll meet you at the restaurant. Where would you like to go? He looked thoughtful for a second. What kind of food do you like? Greek, Italian, French? I shrugged. I don't care. I'm not picky. Cucinere, he offered. I raised my eyebrows, a little surprised by his choice. It was a good place to eat, but it wasn't exactly one of the finest restaurants in the city. Okay, time? Do you work tomorrow? He asked. No. Then how about 7? I nodded. 7 it is. I don't want to push, but are you walking home? He asked. I looked down at my feet, then him. Well, I am not riding a bike. He smirked. Can I give you a ride? No. Thank you, but I can walk. I like to walk. Are you sure? He asked. I mean, is it safe? I scowled at him. Unlike the wealthy class, us regular people walk to work and to get food and wherever we need to go, unless we splurge for a cab. I'll be fine. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply anything, he said, holding up his hands. I looked at his newish car. It wasn't exactly an expensive car, but it was a nice car. 1 point for him. He was subtle, not flashy. That was a good sign. It's fine. If you don't mind, I've had a long night and would like to get home. Alone. Walking alone. All right, I'll see you tomorrow, he said with that silly grin of his. Goodbye, Kate, I said, put my one earbud back in and walked away. I could feel him watching me as I walked. Something about knowing that made me want to swing my hips a little more than usual. I had to admit, there was something very flattering about a handsome man showing his obvious interest. It was exactly what I needed to lift my spirits for the day. Seeing him left me smiling, a real smile, not the practiced smile I had to use while serving guests. Maybe he wasn't a douchebag after all. I grabbed my phone and switched to the playlist I often listened to when I was cleaning. I thought about what I would wear tomorrow. I felt like such a girl. I wanted to dress to impress. I thought about calling Lola and asking her advice, then remembered she was back at the center, working on a boyfriend. I made it to my apartment, putting away my purse and heading directly for my closet. I had thought I was going to go home and have a few drinks, but after seeing Cade, all I wanted to do was find the right outfit. It couldn't be an outfit that looked like I was desperate. I didn't want to look like a prude. I wanted to find something that was casual and sexy and didn't look cheap. I cringed when I pulled out the skirt I loved. It was a faded black, having been well worn. My elation faded. I was dining with a man that wore clothes that cost more than I made in a year. It was exactly why I didn't date wealthy men. I felt inadequate. I didn't want to look like an imposter with cheap knockoffs, like my mom. I had worked very hard to separate myself from her, and didn't want to fall into her cheap habits now.
Chapter 13. Cade. Maceo had called earlier and asked if I wanted to grab a coffee. It wasn't like I had a busy social calendar, so I figured why the hell not? Getting a guy's perspective on the Eliana situation could help. I walked into the coffee shop and found Maceo sipping coffee and reading a newspaper, looking like the wealthy magnate he was. "Good afternoon," I greeted him, taking a seat across from him. He looked up from the paper and smiled. "Hey, glad you could make it." He folded the paper and put it on the corner of the table. I got the sense the guy was bored. He had too much money and had nothing to do with it and no one to spend it on. Another good reason not to be wealthy as far as I was concerned. What was the point? Thanks for inviting me." "Did you solve your girl problem?" he asked. I chuckled. Is there ever really a solution to any girl problem? True. I asked her to dinner, I said. 3 times, technically, but the 3rd time was the charm, and she agreed to go. "Congratulations!" I laughed. We'll see. She made it very clear I'm not to be a dick, as she put it. "Where are you taking her?" he asked. "A Cusineri," I answered. He grimaced. "Did you tell her the truth about your financial situation?" "No, not yet. My plan is to make her see how delightfully charming I am, and then spring that little tidbit of information on her after she learns she can't live without me." I grinned. He winced. "That's a nice choice. But," I asked, seeing it all over his face that he didn't think it was a great choice of restaurants. He cleared his throat. "But it isn't really a nice place or a place for a man who is the richest of the rich," he said with a smile as he quoted me. "That isn't the place a wealthy man would take a woman on a first date, especially if the date is meant to woo her." "Woo her?" I asked. "I want to charm her." "Same thing." So what do you think? I should choose a different restaurant?" I was already thinking of the places my father would normally go to. He shrugged. "She thinks you're wealthy. Well, your choice is okay. You want to impress her. If you take her there, she might wonder why you're taking her somewhere that's affordable. You're supposed to be this wealthy man trying to charm a woman." I realized he was right. Shit. There's no way I'm going to get into one of the better places in the city on such short notice. He looked thoughtful for a second. "I'll make a call. I know one of the chefs at Salavro. I'll make sure you have a table." I grimaced, hearing the name. I don't know." "It's fine. I will take care of it. What time?" I told her 7. He nodded, reached for his phone, and tapped away on the screen. A few seconds later, he looked up and smiled. Done." I shook my head. "Why are you doing this for me?" "You don't know me." He chuckled, not offended by my blunt question. Because I meet very few genuine people in my life. I can tell you are one of the few real people in the world, and I want to help you out. It isn't often I can hang out and just be chill. I usually talk about business or money, 2 topics I'm completely bored with. I want to be normal, rich but normal," he added with a smile. I laughed. "I see. Hey, and they almost always throw in dessert for free," he offered. "Good. I'm going to need it," I said. "This is going to be worth it. If you want to impress her and get on her good side, you need to treat her right. A good dinner is a great way to do that." "I hope so." She's a finicky one, which makes her all the more attractive. I laughed. I better let her know there is a change of plans. I pulled my phone out and quickly texted her the restaurant location. I hope it works out for you. I put the phone down after sending the text. Thanks again. I don't know how I can repay you other than to offer you bowls full of gelato. He laughed. I might take you up on that. You don't need to repay me. We talked a bit more, getting to know one another, and I confirmed my earlier suspicions. The guy was lonely as hell. I could certainly relate. He seemed like a decent person, and I could use someone to hang out with, especially if the thing with Eliana didn't pan out. After getting home, I rummaged through my closet to find something nice to wear to the restaurant. I had hoped to keep it casual, but realized that would have likely revealed my secret before I was ready to do so. I needed to dress the part. I found the suit I wore to weddings and the occasional funeral. I pulled it out, tried it on, and realized it was too big. Shit, I muttered, suddenly feeling like a woman digging through my closet to find the perfect outfit. I finally pulled something together, hoping it was enough to impress, but not too much. She didn't want me to be pretentious. That was one of her many requirements for the evening. I could definitely do that. I grabbed my keys and headed to the restaurant, hoping like hell she didn't stand me up. This was my one shot. If she didn't show, I wouldn't ask her to dinner again. A guy could only take so much rejection. I parked on the street, a little surprised by the restaurant's location. I had driven past it several times, but never paid much attention to it. It was very subdued, nothing flashy that would announce it was one of the best restaurants in the city. One of the best and one of the most expensive. I paced out front, counting the minutes. I had arrived early, just in case she had.
Hi.
I heard her voice, and I breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't stand me up. I turned around to see her walking down the sidewalk toward me. She was a vision in blue. She was wearing a blue dress with a hemline that fell just above her knees. A thick white belt was around her waist, accentuating the soft flare of her hips. It was an old-fashioned dress style, which I had seen becoming more popular with the lovely Duchess Kate's rise to popularity. I liked the look, and I especially liked it on her. You look lovely, I told her.
Thank you,
she said, looking very uncomfortable. We can go in if you're ready, she nodded.
I am. May as well get this over with.
I burst into laughter. Ha! That truly boosts my confidence.
Sorry. I didn't mean it in a bad way.
Is there any other way to take it? I asked.
No, yes, I'm sorry. I'm nervous. I've never been here before, and I worry I'm going to stick out like a sore thumb.
You're stunning, I assured her. The only reason people are going to be looking at you is because you're absolutely beautiful. She smiled, and a little blush of red stained her cheeks.
Thank you.
We walked in, and I gave my name to the young man at the door. We were escorted to the outdoor eating area, where the shades overhead were pulled back to allow for fresh air. The stone patio was elegant and perfect for a first date. I was definitely going to have to tell Maceo thanks again. I had to remind myself to be casual. I was pretending to be the guy that dined at this restaurant and others like it on a regular basis. Wine? I asked her. She shrugged.
I'll let you choose.
I inwardly grimaced, hoping I could choose the right one. I was a little out of my league. When the waiter came back, I went with what I knew and asked for 2 glasses of their best white. I settled in, trying to calm my nerves. She was so pretty. I felt completely unworthy to be in her presence. Thanks for coming, I said with a grin. I was having some doubts.
Honestly, I was having doubts myself, but I agreed to show up, and I am not going to go back on my word,
she said. Good, I like that. How long have you been working at the event center? I figured asking about work might get the conversation flowing.
A couple years. My friend Lola got me the job.
Do you like it? She shrugged.
I don't hate it. It can be interesting at times. It's steady work, and when we get tips, it is a nice bonus. You? What is it you do?
I own my own business, I replied, sticking to the very gray truth.
Is it something you inherited?
Nope, it was all me, I said. My dad isn't exactly thrilled with the idea. She nodded.
Was that the man at the party the other night?
Yes, how did you know?
There is a resemblance, and I sensed just a hint of bitterness,
she said with a giggle.
It's that bitter discomfort that I share with my own mother.
Ah, so you understand, I said with a small laugh before sipping the wine that had been delivered.
I do all too well. Does he live in the city?
I shook my head. No, Italy. He was in town for a few days and insisted I go to that benefit. I don't usually attend stuff like that. It really isn't my crowd. What about your mom? Is she in town? She let out an exasperated sigh.
Today, maybe. I don't know. She kind of floats in and out of my life. She likes to travel a lot. I don't see her all that often. And when I do, it's just long enough to remind me why I like that she travels.
I chuckled, nodding my head. That's exactly how I feel about my family. I don't visit them in Italy as much as they would like, but I think it is about self-preservation and keeping things on a somewhat friendly basis between us. Too much time together and things will be said that can't be taken back.
I understand,
she said.
Were you raised in Heraklion?
Mostly. You?
Yep. I've never even been to Athens. Can you believe it?
My eyes widened. Really?
Really. One of these days I will, but it always seems to be bad timing.
It gave me an idea for our next date. If only I really was wealthy and could charter a private jet. Maybe we can go together one of these days. She smirked.
One date. That's all we're talking about right now.
I held up a hand. I forgot I'm on probation. I won't push my luck. She smiled, a bright, full smile that hit me square in the chest. The waiter came by and we ordered our meals. I wasn't going to worry about the cost. I didn't splurge a lot, and this was an occasion worth dipping into my savings to cover. I was completely enamored with her. I knew I would be. I had felt it the moment we'd met. She didn't believe in that kind of thing, and I wasn't sure I did, but there was no denying what I felt. After we ate, the waiter came by with the check. Inside the leather binder, the receipt said that the bill was already paid. Maceo. I owed him big. Thank you, I said, nodding at the waiter. The man smiled.
Thank you for the generous tip.
You're welcome. The food was excellent, as was your service. I hoped I sounded like a rich dude. Eliana was watching me. I smiled and winked, hoping she caught the part about the generous tip.
Chapter 14. Eliana. Dinner had been delicious. I guess there was a reason a person paid a week's wages for a single meal when it was that good. I was enjoying myself. That was a little surprising to me. I had come prepared to get through one dinner and then leave, never to see him again. I had treated the whole thing like something I was stuck doing, not something I wanted to do. "Would you like to go down to the beach?" Kate asked. "Yes," I answered before I could think twice about it. He smiled, his eyes squinting at the corners. "Great." We walked across the street, strolling toward the beach where more shops and little cafes lined the roadway. We hit the sand, and both of us stopped to look at each other before bursting into laughter. "Sand!" I exclaimed, stopping to slip off my sandals. He took off his shoes, stuck his socks inside, and rolled up his pant legs before we headed closer to the water. "Do you spend a lot of time at the beach?" he asked. I shrugged. "Probably no more and no less than everyone else that lives here. You?" "I didn't used to, but I have lately." "Why? What's changed?" He grinned. "I took up running, and running on the beach provides a little more resistance. I don't want to sound like a jock, but it's a natural resistance, and I like the feel of the sand under my feet." "Really? Running?" I asked with some surprise. "I know," he said. "I never thought I would be one of those guys, but I've been working with a personal trainer, and he suggested it. It's better than hanging out in the gym, and it helps burn calories without really feeling it. I hate the treadmill. I don't really like being in the gym in general, but I need to." "I see." "I was kind of a tubby dude before I decided to change things," he revealed. I looked at him. "Really? You?" He laughed. "I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing that you're surprised." "I think good. You look like you're in great shape. I would have never guessed." "Yep. I had a certain fondness for cheeseburgers and meatball subs, and a very big lack of interest in exercising. One of my best friends was one of those guys that was just kind of naturally built and had good genes. I would hang out with him and just always be his pudgy friend. He used to give me shit about it a lot. Then one day, I was bent over at work, and I realized I couldn't reach for something because my belly was in the way. It was then I decided enough was enough. Good, I said. You did it for you. I did, he said. Do you like to run? I chuckled. No, I admire you for doing it, but it is not my thing. You don't need to. Plus, if you walk to and from work, you get plenty of exercise. We changed direction, heading toward the darker, more sparsely populated part of the beach. I wasn't worried. I didn't mind being alone with him. I felt a certain peace with him that I didn't often feel with other guys. Something caught my eye in the water. I stopped walking and turned to strain my eyes, trying to see what it was. Have you ever been out on one of those whale-watching cruises? I asked him. He shook his head. No. You? Nope. It's one of those things I always say I'm going to do and just don't, I said, feeling a little philosophical. Do you ever think you spend a lot of time dreaming about things you want to do instead of actually planning to do them? I know exactly what you mean, he said quietly, which is why I was so insistent on taking you to dinner. I didn't want to miss an opportunity to get to know a beautiful woman. Sweet talker, I teased. I'm serious. My best friend moved away. For so long, he and I hung out and wasted time thinking about what we wanted to do with our lives. Where did he move to? West Virginia, he answered with a laugh. Where is that? I asked, trying to pull up the geography memory banks and coming up with nothing. The United States. He's a country boy now. He laughed, revealing his disbelief. No kidding? Yep. He was a playboy. Man, that guy had women. He stopped talking. He's settled now and very happy. I see, I said as we walked along. The sand felt good between my toes, and talking with him was actually very pleasant. Do you like to travel? He sighed. I don't know. I don't really travel. I used to when I was young. We went back to Italy often, and then once I got older, I was sent to boarding school. I stopped going home on holidays and just kind of dug in at school. Why didn't you go home? Remember what you said about parents? He asked. That's why. It was always criticism and lectures about doing better in school and staying out of trouble. I never got the feeling my dad cared one way or another if I went home. I just kind of stopped. I felt bad for him. I'm sorry. That couldn't have been easy. My mom was the one who was always leaving me. The first time, I was maybe 12 or 13. She left for a week with some guy she was dating. Alone? He gasped. Yes, she was sure I was old enough to take care of myself. I guess since I'm still here, she was right. Wow, I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, I said. I think we had similar yet different childhoods. Our parents don't sound like they are in the running for Parents of the Year awards. He laughed. No kidding. I once read that your experiences all shape who you are, no matter if those experiences were good or bad. You have the power to make them work for you or against you. He stopped and turned to face me. I smiled. That's very true. We seem to be normal-ish, despite our parents. Exactly. We chose to use those rough times to drive us on. He reached out and put a hand on my cheek. I knew what was coming. Part of me wanted to step away and tell him not to try it. The other part of me was very interested in knowing what it would be like to kiss him. His hand stayed on my cheek, silently asking me if he could. I looked straight into his dark, soulful eyes and didn't pull away. His mouth lowered to mine, and his full lips gently pressed against mine. It felt good. I didn't want to pull away. I expected him to take it to the next level, but he didn't. He pulled back, ran the pad of his thumb over my cheek, and smiled at me. "Don't get used to that," I told him. He chuckled. "What does that mean?" "It means I don't want this to get too involved," I said. "I agreed to one dinner." He nodded. "You did? We had dinner. Now we're on a nice walk." "Yes, but it means nothing." He grinned. "It definitely means something." "No, it doesn't," I retorted, realizing my comeback was rather childish. "All right, I won't push. We'll do this one day at a time. One meal at a time. I'm okay with slow and easy. I like slow and easy. I like to take my time and savor every moment in everything." He said it in a way that made me think he was talking about something else entirely. "We should probably start walking back." I turned and went back in the direction we came. "Can I drive you home?" he offered. I thought about it, then thought better of it. "Not this time," I answered, not giving him a total rejection. "I'll take it," he said with a laugh. "I did have a nice time tonight," I said as we stopped at the edge of the sidewalk to put our shoes back on. "I did too," he said. "I'm not going to ask you right now, but I want to take you out again." I laughed. "Cade." He shook his head. "Don't say no. Give it a day or two. I'll text you." "I'm warning you, this isn't going to be a thing," I said firmly. He winked. "We'll see about that." I couldn't help but laugh. He was persistent, but not pushy. "Goodbye, Cade." I waved and got into the cab he had insisted I take home, giving the driver more than enough to cover the fare. I got home and was still buzzing after what I was going to call a very nice date. I didn't have a lot of those. Usually I ended up bored out of my mind and begging for the night to be over. Not with Cade. He was different. He seemed to be interested in what I had to say and didn't spend the night talking about himself. He was nothing like the men I had met at the many parties at the event center. Lola's men were always so arrogant and stuffy. I had always felt they were looking down at me. Cade was tall, and while he did look down on me, he didn't look down on me. He talked to me like an equal. He was polite to the waiter, something else I found to be a very important trait when dating. An asshole to the server was going to be an asshole in general. Time and experience had proven that over and over again. He smiled a lot. It was a natural smile, not something forced, and his smiles didn't have those hints of nasty that I sometimes got from other guys. They smiled, but you just knew they were either thinking about you naked or thinking you were a complete moron. Cade was fun and flirty and had honest eyes. I didn't think he knew how to be mean or rude. I changed out of the dress I had picked up at a shop for half price and hung it up to take to the cleaners later. When he'd texted me the change in restaurant, I had almost canceled. I knew the place and knew I had nothing in my closet that was nice enough to wear to it. Instead of backing out, I had used the tips I had made over the week and bought myself a new dress. I felt pretty in it. I felt stylish, which was a rarity because I didn't have the body type that most of the trendiest fashions looked appropriate on. Overall, I was going to call the date a success. I wasn't ready to say I would date him again, but I was less inclined to shoot him down right away if he asked. Baby steps. I knew Lola was going to ask me a million questions about the date. I smiled, kind of excited to actually have something to tell her for the first time in a long time. I'd had a date, a real date, and the guy was a good one.
Chapter 15. Cade. I carried up a fresh container of the ever-popular chocolate gelato and put it on the small counter. Cassia was serving a customer while I restocked after a rush. It had been a nice wave of business that I absolutely appreciated. I needed to fatten up the bank account. I wanted to take Eliana out on one of those whale-watching expeditions, assuming she agreed to go out with me again. The customers left, and Cassia immediately spun around.
Okay, you walked on the beach, and then what?
She asked excitedly. I shook my head. It amazes me you can pick up a conversation an hour after it started without missing a beat. That has to be some kind of inherited skill. I can't remember what I was thinking 5 minutes ago.
I'm sure whatever it was you were thinking had something to do with your lovely lady.
I grinned. Probably.
So what happened? Did you kiss her?
I nodded. I did. Her eyes widened.
Oh my God, did you...
She made a very obscene gesture with her hips. No, I said quickly. What kind of man do you think I am?
I think you're the kind of man that hasn't been on a date in a very long time,
she said pointedly. Still, I'm not like that, I argued.
Okay, fine. You kissed her. Then what?
I shrugged. Nothing. That was it. She told me she didn't want to get too deep into things. We walked back to the restaurant, I got her a cab, and she left. She wrinkled her nose.
That was very anticlimactic.
I shrugged. No shit, I was there.
Are you going to ask her out again?
I sighed. I'd like to, but I'm going to give it a couple days. She's very standoffish and very certain she doesn't want to date me. I have to take this slow or she's going to block my number.
Cade, before you ask her out again, I think you need to tell her the truth about your finances.
I didn't like that suggestion. Not yet.
You're going to keep saying that. You can't afford to keep taking her out to places like that. What's she going to say when your credit card gets declined?
I'm not that poor, I said. I can afford to take her out a few more times before things get to that point.
Can you? You're about one of the brokest guys I know.
I am not. I make a decent living.
Maybe she won't care,
Cassia said.
You took her out once. You sound like you had a good time, and you managed to get a kiss. That has to be a good sign, right?
Maybe she won't, but what if she does? I only got one kiss, and a warning not to push. I think I need to wait until after at least one more date. I really didn't want to tell Eliana the truth. It was going to be mortifying. Cassia gave me a look that said that was unlikely.
I think you're just digging a bigger hole. You need to get it out there now, before it goes too far. If you sleep with her under false pretenses, I will kick your ass. That is not okay.
Back up. What's with you and all this talk about sex? You're a kid. You shouldn't even know about these things. I had a hard time seeing her as an actual grown woman.
Not a kid, and definitely not a virgin,
she said. Oh, God, stop, I groaned, holding up my hand. She might not have a problem talking about my sex life, but I did not want to know the details about hers. It was right up there with thinking about my mom and sex. It was just one of those images I never wanted to have in my head, ever. I noticed movement through the large window that faced the street. My eyes widened with horror. I looked left, then right, trying to find an escape.
What are you doing?
Cassia asked. It's her.
Her who?
Her, Eliana, I shrieked, sounding very much like a teenage girl. Cassia looked out the window and grinned.
Well, you better come up with a story quick because she's coming in.
I dropped to the floor like a boulder dropping off a mountain. Shh! Do not tell her I'm here.
You're an idiot,
she hissed under her breath.
How would she know to ask, dipshit?
Stop talking to me, I whisper-shouted.
Hello,
she greeted the customers and the woman I was lying to.
Hi,
I heard Eliana say. Hearing her voice made me think of the kiss. Oh, God, how I wanted to see her again. If I hadn't lied, I could be flirting with her just then. I could be offering her gelato and sitting down to share it with her. If only I hadn't let my stupid mouth get in the way of being honest. I suppose that was how everyone got themselves into trouble.
What can I get for you, ladies?
Cassia asked, stepping to the side and purposely nudging me, sending me flying backward while I squatted. I couldn't reach up for the counter to support myself, so I fell right on my ass. I pinched her calf muscle. She kicked out, nearly hitting me where no man should ever be hit. I was going to get her as soon as Eliana left the shop.
I don't know,
Eliana said.
I haven't had gelato before. Is it just like ice cream?
Her friend answered.
Yes and no. Fewer calories and it's much thicker. I don't believe you,
Eliana said.
You'll say anything to make yourself feel better about cheating on the diet you're always on. What about you? What do you say?
I knew she was talking to Cassia. Cassia laughed.
My boss is an authentic Italian dude. Gelato has more milk and does use less sugar. It's churned slow and easy and tends to be thicker and creamier than ice cream. It's not as cold as ice cream either, so you can gorge without getting brain freeze. I can give you a sample to test. What kind do you recommend?
Eliana asked. Cassia paused.
Chocolate. Definitely chocolate. We have some more daring flavors, but I think you should try something simple. It's like you know me,
Eliana said with a laugh.
I'm a simple girl who likes simple things.
Cassia looked down at me, one eyebrow raised. I scowled, pointing up toward the counter, silently threatening to do her bodily harm. She rolled her eyes and moved around me to get the sample for Eliana.
Here you go,
she said, handing over 2 wooden spoons with the gelato clinging to them. I heard Eliana moan. I closed my eyes, imagining the look on her face as she licked the spoon and tasted the sweet gelato. It was probably the sexiest thing I would ever see, and I was hunkered below the counter, unable to witness it with my own eyes.
Do you like it?
Cassia asked.
I do. This is amazing. I never knew this place was here. I think I have found my new favorite splurge.
She laughed. I inwardly groaned. That would not do. I wouldn't always be able to run away and hide like a little boy. She could come in during a rush, and I wouldn't know until she was standing directly in front of me.
My boss has had this place for a few years,
Cassia said.
Really?
The friend asked.
I don't think I've ever seen this place. I've passed by here many times. My boss really needs to do better advertising,
Cassia answered.
He sucks at it.
I rolled my eyes. She had no idea how much advertising cost. I did what I could.
Is he a good boss?
Eliana asked. Cassia made a loud groaning sound.
Ooh, sometimes. He can be a real dick. Like right now, he's having some serious girl problems, and he is just impossible to work with.
I pinched her calf again. I was going to make her pay dearly for that little comment. She thought she was so funny. I listened to the 2 women order. Eliana stuck with the tried-and-true chocolate, while her friend ventured out of the norm and went with one of my specialty flavors, Marostica. It was a pistachio and sour cherry combination that only appealed to a select group of individuals. I tried to get some of the more unique flavors in my shop and often changed flavors with the season. It saved money, which was my ultimate goal. Thankfully, the women got their gelato to go, and after chatting with Cassia a bit more about the weather and tourist season and other totally stupid and irrelevant shit, they finally left, allowing me to get off the floor. I scowled at Cassia as I dusted off my ass. "Could you have talked to them any longer?" She grinned.
I could have. Next time I will.
"Don't you dare!"
She was really nice and very pretty. I can see why you like her.
I smiled, having to agree with her assessment. I know. And now you see why I don't want to risk losing her. She's too good to let go.
I don't think you're giving her enough credit,
Cassia said.
I bet she won't mind a bit that you don't have money. You heard her. She is a simple girl. I didn't get the gold digger vibe. Her friend, on the other hand, would dump you in a heartbeat if she found out you had no money.
She laughed. "And what makes you think she's different?" I asked, genuinely wanting to know. She shrugged.
I don't know. She didn't wear a bunch of jewelry and very little makeup. Her clothes were plain and simplistic, not flashy and showing off her tits like her friend. To me, Eliana appeared to be someone who likes to be low-key. I can't see her appreciating the trappings of wealth, like the private jets and red carpets and all the schmoozing.
She sighed.
I, however, wouldn't mind a few of those things.
I know you wouldn't.
Tell her before it's too late,
she said in a quiet voice. I slowly shook my head. I can't. I don't know how.
Easy. You say, I was joking about the wealth thing. I'm comfortable and I can take you to dinner, but I can't whisk you away to a tropical island or whatever it is you think she might like. Be simple and be honest. I truly think that will appeal to her.
And if she laughs in my face and runs in the opposite direction? I asked. She shrugged.
Then she isn't worthy of you.
I scoffed. Ha! That's easy for you to say. You're not the one that is at risk of losing the girl you really care about.
You can't possibly care about her. Not yet. You're interested in her. You like her. You're attracted to her. All of those things can be felt for another woman.
I shook my head. Not like this. This is different. This is something special. I like how easy she is to talk to.
You're going to lose her if you don't tell her. If you do tell her and you lose her, then there's nothing you can do about it. You can't get rich overnight. You can't change who you are to suit her. You're Cade Couris, humble owner of a gelato shop. You're a great guy, and if she can't see past the dollar signs, you don't need her. Seriously, don't even waste another minute thinking about it.
I nodded, knowing she was right, but damn, it sucked. I hated the idea I could lose a woman because I didn't have a big enough bank account. Then again, I didn't want a woman because of my bank account, as much as it hurt to admit it. It was true.
Chapter 16. Eliana. I turned my head from one side to the other, feeling the pillow beneath my head and the cool satin sheets under my naked body. The sheets were a welcome contrast to the heat radiating from my overheated skin. I felt like I was on fire. I was tingling with need from my head to the very tips of my toes. Everything felt heightened. The feel of this man over me was making my body arch and writhe as his mouth deposited kisses over my collarbone. His hands intertwined with mine and held me against the mattress. I groaned loud enough to vibrate the pillow beneath me. His mouth was so hot and wet, and oh, so skilled at kissing. I turned my head to the side, making room for him to smother my neck with more of the hot, wet kisses. He suckled my flesh, pulling it between his teeth. "Oh, God," I moaned. "You taste like honey," he whispered. I smiled, thinking about the honey scrub I had used before he'd come over. "Just for you, baby." "Moromu," he whispered in Greek, calling me his baby. I closed my eyes, allowing myself to be transported to a place far above the stars as his mouth moved over my breasts. More suckling and teasing of my nipples had me feeling like a bow strung too tightly. I needed release. My body felt as if I would shatter if I didn't get the release I was craving so desperately. "Please, Cade, please," I begged. "What is it you want, dolcezza?" he asked. I didn't understand the word. "Who?" His head rose up as he looked into my eyes with those deep brown eyes. "Sweetness. You are my sweetness. You taste so sweet." I smiled, the heat rising up from my belly. "Italian?" He winked. "Yes. I love when you speak Italian to me," I whispered. He released one of my hands and ran his fingers over my cheek before sliding up my body and kissing me on the mouth. He tasted just as sweet. Was it the power of suggestion? Was it my own taste on his tongue? I didn't know, but it made the kiss all the sweeter. "You make me crazy. I forget what language I'm speaking. It just comes out." He laughed softly before putting his mouth to my neck once again. I jerked as his hand slid down my body, sliding between my legs and touching the part of me that felt on fire. I could burst into flames at any moment. I couldn't remember ever feeling so desperate for a man's touch. I needed him as much as I needed the air I was breathing. My hand raked over his back, scouring him with my nails as I reached down and squeezed his tight ass and jerked him against me. "Shh, slow," he said, rubbing his erection against me, but refusing to enter my body and give me what I was demanding. "I don't want slow," I ordered. "I want now." "Dolcezza, I'm going to take care of you," he whispered. "Patience." I leaned my head back, looking up at a ceiling that wasn't really there. I saw nothing but fog and mist. I wasn't sure where we were, and I began to wonder if we were truly in the heavens. His fingers slid over my slit, gently parting me. I squeezed my eyes closed once again, focusing all my attention and energy on the part of me that begged for his touch. He was gently moving his fingers over me, a slow glide of his fingers over sensitive flesh that was swollen and begging for pressure. I spread my legs wider, completely exposing my core to his slow perusal, giving him control over my body. I laid perfectly still while he stroked me, trying to command my body not to move, afraid the sensations spiraling through me would somehow disappear. "Are you ready, Dolcezza?" he whispered. I whimpered. "I am. Please." His long, thick finger probed my opening. I gasped, holding my breath, waiting for more. Nothing happened. My eyes popped open and I saw him staring at my face. "What are you doing?" I panted. "I'm watching you," he replied, pushing the finger in just a little more. I cried out. The feeling of being penetrated by him while staring directly into his eyes made me nearly sob with ecstasy. "More," I demanded. He slowly nodded. "More," he answered, pushing the finger in deeper until I could feel his knuckles pushed against me. I wanted to close my eyes, but his gaze refused to let go of my own. He was staring into my very soul, his finger buried deep inside me. My body squeezed and contracted around him. I could feel the orgasm hanging just out of reach. He pushed in a little deeper. It wasn't enough. I could feel my body vibrating. It was a desperation I had never felt before. I couldn't seem to get him deep enough. "Please," I begged, staring into his eyes. "Do you want me?" he asked. "Yes, I want you. I need you. Fill me." His finger was gone, leaving me feeling empty. His large body loomed over mine, his knees nudging my legs open farther as he rose up to his knees over me. He was huge. His muscles were well-defined, and for a brief moment, I let myself imagine I was with one of the mythological gods. A lock of his dark hair hung over one eye as he looked at my body from his elevated position. I felt naughty, spread-eagle and nude, my chest heaving up and down as I waited for him to enter my body. I was panting, whimpering while he watched. I could see the desire in his eyes and felt even hotter. "Now?" he asked. "Now!" I screamed the word with sheer desperation. He smiled, grabbed his heavy cock with one hand, and guided himself to my opening. I felt the tip probing, rubbing over the sensitive, swollen flesh, and I reached out with both hands and clung to the satin sheets I was lying on. I clenched them in my fists, needing to be anchored to something. I was arching and moaning, and the man wasn't even inside me. "Look at me," he ordered. I hadn't realized my eyes had closed. I opened them, finding that same deep stare from him. "Kate?" He pushed himself inside me, filling me until I was absolutely sure I couldn't take another bit of his rather large size. Then he pushed in a little deeper. His eyes held mine the entire time. My body was contracting and squeezing around him, leaving me absolutely breathless and unable to speak. I opened my mouth, a silent cry as my body erupted. His eyes never left mine. He was stalwart over me, his body impaling mine without so much as a flinch, as my body arched and writhed beneath him. The intensity of his gaze was making me come harder than I had ever before. I feared I would snap in two with the powerful spasms racking my body. I awoke with a violent jerk, and the sensation of an orgasm in the final throes. "Holy shit," I whispered in my dark room. I ran a hand over my face, feeling the perspiration that matched my racing heart. I was embarrassed, mortified, and absolutely shocked I'd had such an erotic dream about a man I had kissed once and shared a single meal with. I had never in my life felt so sexually attracted to another human being. I hadn't even really enjoyed sex all that much with my ex-boyfriend. It had been more of a chore and something I knew I should want, but the guy just didn't do it for me. Cade had made me orgasm without touching me. That was insane. I tried to push all thoughts of the man from my head, focusing on going back to sleep. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, that silly grin of his, and those eyes staring back at me. Eyes that looked like they were looking into my very soul. "Go away," I muttered, hoping I could banish him from my thoughts. He was just as stubborn in my head as he was in real life. The man refused to go. He insisted on waiting for me every time I closed my eyes. He was just hanging out, his arms folded across his chest as he leaned against something invisible. Just waiting, just like he had outside the venue. Damn it, I groaned, realizing I wasn't going to get back to sleep, not without doing something drastic to get him out of my head. I looked at the clock. It was just after 7. I hadn't made it to bed until 2. It was going to have to be enough sleep. I refused to dream about Cade. I didn't even know if I liked the man. I couldn't understand how he had managed to get under my skin, but I didn't think I liked it. I didn't like the idea of wanting someone that badly. That made me vulnerable and would leave me open to heartache. I did not want heartache. My mom had enough of that for the 2 of us. Hell, she had enough of it for a whole crowd of people. I pulled on a pair of shorts over my panties, which was all I usually slept in. If I was going to continue to have erotic dreams about Cade, I was going to be wearing jeans to bed to keep myself from taking care of business, with the thoughts of him drifting through my mind. I would not give him that much credit. I walked into the kitchen, my eyes bleary from lack of sleep, and opened the refrigerator door. I pushed things around until I found a can of soda. I popped the top, took a long swallow, and then went for the coffee. It was going to be that kind of day. I sat down at my tiny table, waiting for the coffee to brew while I sipped the cold cola. All the while, my mind kept going back to Cade. What was different about him? What was making me think about him so often? He was handsome, and he was nice, but I had dated people with both those traits before. I didn't give a shit about his wealth, but I had to wonder if that was what I was truly attracted to. What if I was more like my mother than I thought I was? The very thought made me shudder with revulsion. I refused to be her. I refused to date men and allow them to use my body to gain something in return. It was never going to happen. I got up, poured myself a cup of coffee, and returned to the table. I knew what I had to do. I had to end it with Cade. I had to end it before anything could get started. I was following in my mother's footsteps, and that was completely unacceptable. I had decided long ago I would never date a man with money just for the principle of it. He could be the nicest man in the world, but it would always make me feel like her. I was not her. I would not ever be her. I was not going to get into a relationship with a man that felt like he was renting me until I grew old, or he tired of me and could toss me out and go in search of a new woman.
Chapter 17. Cade. I left Cassia in charge of the shop and drove across town to meet Maceo for a late lunch. I kind of felt like I owed him after what he had done for me at the restaurant the other night. I didn't feel like I owed him. I did owe him. The guy didn't know me, but he had hooked me up in a big way. It was a big deal, and I wanted to make sure I thanked him in person. When I walked in, he was on the phone, drinking what looked like a glass of scotch. I wasn't going to say anything about the time of day. I figured if one were as wealthy as he was, he could drink whenever he damn well chose. It wasn't like he needed to drive or actually make any big, life-changing decisions. He had people that did that. He quickly ended his call when he spotted me and gestured for me to sit down. "Want a drink?" he asked, holding up his glass. I smiled, shaking my head. "No thanks." He nodded.
I understand. How did it go the other night? Don't keep me in suspense.
"I want to thank you," I said. "I wasn't expecting you to pay for my dinner. I'd like to pay you back." He shook his head.
"I didn't pay. It was a favor the chef owed me."
"Are you sure?" I asked. "I don't want you to think I'm taking advantage. I can pay for my own dates." He smiled.
"I know you can. As I said, it was a favor. I have many people who owe me favors. Too many. I will never be able to catch them all in. So how was it?"
I couldn't stop the grin. It was good. Really good.
"Are you going to see her again?"
I grimaced. That's up for debate still." He raised an eyebrow. Did you tell her about your financial situation? I shook my head. Nope, she still has no idea I'm just a poor man trying to make it in this world. But you did ask her out again. I didn't. I told her I was going to, and she told me not to do it. She made it very clear that the relationship wasn't going to go anywhere. He scowled.
Oh, that doesn't sound like a really good date. Maybe we should start with your expectations.
I laughed. I think she is predisposed to saying no. I have a feeling she's been burned by a bad relationship in the past and is taking things very slowly with me. I did steal a kiss, and she didn't kick my ass for doing it. He threw his head back, laughing at my big milestone.
Ha! That does sound like progress. How long are you going to wait to ask her out again?
I shrugged. I don't know. I was almost hoping she would text me and give me the green light.
It hasn't happened?
I shook my head. Nope. She did come into my shop and nearly expose my secret. And she's now proclaimed it her favorite sweet spot, which could spell trouble for me.
Oh, shit, were you there?
I nodded, filling him in on the rather embarrassing tale. I still couldn't believe I had actually hidden behind the counter. I was glad Rand wasn't around. He would never let me live it down. It was rather embarrassing, and one of those things I decided I was going to keep to myself and Cassia, and now Maceo. He was unable to hold back his laughter.
Oh, my God! I wish I could have seen that.
I shook my head. No, you don't. It was undignified, and you would have revoked my man card. He laughed again.
Now what?
I shook my head. I don't know.
I think you're in dangerous territory,
he warned. How so? He grimaced.
Our city is not so big.
No, I suppose it isn't. She might run into you one of these days, he said. And I knew where he was going with the conversation. It was the same place Cassia had gone. Maybe, but the chances of that are unlikely, I replied. He grinned.
Do you really think so? She walked into your shop. She must live nearby. I'm sure you must live nearby as well. Fate has a funny way of making things happen that look like a coincidence, but are really the work of one of the gods.
Maceo was a traditional Greek man, believing in the many gods from the mythology teachings we had all been raised on. It wasn't as if any of us worshipped the gods, but it was very common to hear them mentioned. The gods need to take a seat and let me handle my own business, I grumbled.
I think you have to tell her before she catches you, he said. That would be bad, and it is surely to be very embarrassing for you. If she's the type to go into hysterics, you might be looking for a new country to live in. She'll make sure you can never show your face here in Heraklion again.
I shook my head. I don't think she's that kind of woman. She wouldn't want to embarrass herself. She's very subdued.
Good. That's very good. However, I think it is wise to tell her now before she can find out on her own. Ask her to dinner, then over for a glass of wine. Tell her the truth.
I grimaced. And what if she tosses the wine at me? Or what if she gets up and walks out? He shrugged.
That's the risk you take. In no scenario does this end well for you if she's truly that hung up on the idea you have money.
I sighed, knowing he was right. Oh, what a tangled web we weave, I whispered. He chuckled.
Don't you hate it when old people are right?
I do, I really do. I also hate money. He slowly nodded and finished his drink.
I do, too, sometimes, he said in a low voice.
I studied the man and got the feeling he was struggling with something. How is it going for you? I asked. He shrugged.
What could be wrong? I have all the money in the world, a home, nice clothes, and everything money can buy.
It was a sarcastic answer. I was an expert in the language of sarcasm. But no woman, I said, filling in the one thing he left out.
No woman,
he said, a hint of sadness in his voice.
Not a woman that would see me and want to be with me. The women I have met want to be with Maceo Vitalis, the wealthy man that can give them all they want or serve as their foothold in my social circle. Wait for them to meet other wealthy men who might be able to offer them more. I've dated more aspiring models and actresses than I care to admit, only to find out they wanted to be with me for my connections. It's a bit of a blow to the ego.
I'm sorry. We're from opposite ends of the financial spectrum, but I guess we both still have our own problems when it comes to women.
We do indeed. I can't tell you what to do, but I will tell you it's better to find out what she's really after now. Don't let your heart get filleted by a woman who sees you as a meal ticket and an occasional tussle.
Don't waste your time or energy on a woman like that. You had one dinner with her. She had the chance to see you for who you really are. If that isn't good enough for her, fuck her. You don't need her. I get it, I do. I was able to peg you for one of the good guys within 5 minutes of talking to you, he said. She should be able to as well. I raised my hand, signaling the waiter. It was time to order some lunch. I wasn't sure what was eating at Maceo, but the liquor in his belly wasn't helping. He needed something to eat. It was clear he wasn't interested in spilling his guts to me, but he was also in a shitty mood and wanted a friend. I had been there and knew the feeling well. I could be that friend for him. Thanks for hanging out with me, I told him after we had finished our lunch. I insisted on paying. I didn't want him to think I was that poor or that I was using him for his money. He smirked. I think it's I who should be thanking you. Sorry about earlier. It's been a rough week. I promise I don't usually day drink. It's fine, I said, shrugging. If you ever want to talk, just holler. We can go to the beach and hang out, or maybe you'd like to go for a run with me. I find that really helps improve my mood. He looked horrified. I'll watch you run, but I'm not sure I could actually run. I'm rich and pampered and not used to physical labor. I looked at the man's body. Bullshit, you do something to stay in shape. He chuckled. Good genes, and I do some strength training, but not often. I can do that. Give me a call. I have a feeling my dating life is about to dry up. I'm free all the time. He laughed, and we walked out of the restaurant together. There was a black car waiting for him. He got into the back and was gone in a flash. He was a prime example of why I wasn't all that interested in wealth. My father was the same way. When I was younger, they had warned me to be careful in choosing my friends. My father was convinced the only reason anyone would want to be friends with the fat kid or to date the fat kid was because they were after his money. That had been a blow to the self-confidence. I pushed that thought right back where it belonged and reached for my phone. It was time to come clean and end the charade before the curtain was pulled back, revealing my true identity, before I was ready. I leaned up against my car, holding the phone in my hand, and gathered up the courage to text Eliana. Dinner tomorrow night? Did I wait long enough? I added several winking emojis to keep the message lighthearted. I held the phone in my hand, waiting for her to reply, hoping she would reply. As I waited, I thought about everything Cassia and Maceo had told me. I knew they were right, but it didn't make it any easier. I also knew there was a pretty good chance that once I told her the truth, she wouldn't agree to any more dates.
Yes, we do need to talk.
Can I pick you up at 7? I was hoping if I picked her up, it would give me an excuse to take her home after I told her. Obviously, she could always get a cab, but I had a feeling I was going to be pleading my case up until the minute she left me.
Fine.
It wasn't exactly a resounding acceptance, but I would take it. She sent me her address, and I realized Maceo had been right. She lived just a few blocks from the gelato shop. I lived in the opposite direction about a mile. We were definitely in very close proximity. If I didn't tell her, she would absolutely find out.
Chapter 18. Eliana. I was getting ready for work when I heard a knock on my door. I quickly finished putting my hair up and rushed to get the door. It was my mother. My first thought was I was going to have to be extra friendly at work that night so I could earn tips to replenish what I was going to be giving my mother. Rent was due next week, and I was already stretching things after splurging on the damn dress. "Mom, I have to work soon," I told her before she could even get started on her latest drama. "I won't stay long," she said, pushing into the apartment. I checked my watch. I had hoped to stop at the store on the way into work to grab a few things. I would have to do it tomorrow. My mother walked right to my refrigerator, rummaged around, and pulled out the very last can of soda I had. I inwardly groaned. I had hoped to have that tomorrow morning. "What's up, Mom?" I asked, hoping to speed things along. She flopped onto the couch and crossed her legs in the tight miniskirt she was wearing. It was probably bought in the juniors section of the department store. My mother had a nice figure, and she was not shy about showing it off in clothes that were very snug and revealing. "There are no good men left in this world," she complained. I rolled my eyes. It was the same old conversation, just a different day. "Why do you say that?" I asked, pretending I cared. "I thought I had met a nice man," she said. "We went out to dinner and had a good time. Then he took me to a hotel and expected sex with nothing in return." "Nothing in return?" I asked. "What were you expecting?" "He was married. He forgot to mention that little bit of information when he asked me to join him for dinner." I nodded. My mother was always the innocent party, sorely aggrieved by a man only looking for sex. "I think you should start asking these men if they are married. This isn't the first time this has happened to you. They should be honest and wear a ring or mention it. Instead, they think I'm the kind of woman who will play the part of mistress. Not even a kept mistress, just a piece of ass." I didn't point out that she dressed like a prostitute and flirted to the point there could be no other assumption about her intentions. "I'm sorry," I said instead. "It's worse than that," she said, looking at me with real distress. "Worse?" I asked, a feeling of dread rising in my stomach. She shrugged a shoulder. "The last man I was dating, he gave me some money to take care of a few things. Now he wants it back." I groaned, closed my eyes, and sat on the edge of the couch. "How much?" She made a choking sound. "Trust me, it's more than you have. No shit, it's more than I have. Why did you take the money?" "He gifted it to me," she said defensively. "He never said it was a loan." I shook my head. "Mom, you have got to stop this. It isn't the first time. It's happened with jewelry, clothes, and money before. Why do you keep doing this?" I asked, completely frustrated with her. "I'm not doing anything," she said, pouting. "These men want my company, and they like to shower me with gifts. They can't take back a gift once the relationship is over." "Mom, they want them back because you usually screw them over in one way or another. You either hook up with their friends or disappear when you get bored." "That isn't true." "It is," I said firmly. "Regardless, I don't have the money, and now I must listen to the man's insistent whining and complaining," she said. I sighed, glad I wasn't in her shoes. It was why I hated the idea of relationships. They always ended, and they never ended with everyone being friends. I had seen my mother fight with the men she dumped or cry and beg for the men who dumped her to take her back. There had been more than one occasion when we had burned a man's things as part of some revenge. The first time we burned a man's clothing, I had been 13. It hadn't exactly instilled the qualities of a healthy relationship in me. "What about Dad?" I asked, almost more to myself than her, knowing she hated to talk about the man I hadn't seen since I was a very young girl. She smiled fondly. "He was a good man, a handsome man." "Then why did you leave him?" "He left us, dear," she reminded me for the umpteenth time. I didn't believe her. "Are you sure about that? My memory is different. I remember you telling him to leave." "Same difference. We were never going to be truly happy together." "Why? You got together with him and had me. You must have been happy at one point." She waved a hand dismissively. "Your father was an attractive man who was very persuasive. I was very young and naive when we met. He was working at a factory. He promised me he was going to be moving up and would be an executive in no time. I waited and waited, and it never happened. We were poor. He drank too much and had no drive to better his position in life. He was okay with our tiny house and barely enough money to buy food. I deserved more than that. I didn't point out that I was part of the package and I deserved a father. Why couldn't you have waited a little longer? I wasn't getting any younger. It was bad enough I had a child. Men don't want a woman who has a child. They have these silly fantasies that the women they take to bed are virgins. Virgins who know the ins and outs of a man's body and know how to give them the most pleasure," she added with a smile. I cringed at the thought of my mother's expertise in that department. "Did he ever try to see me after you made him leave?" She shrugged. "I don't know. I wanted nothing to do with him. He was a boring man that would forever be poor. He was my father. That means nothing. What kind of father was he when he couldn't give his daughter pretty dresses and send her to the best schools?" She asked it as if that was really a valid question. "Not every father is rich," I stated, growing more irritated with her. "Kids need their fathers for other reasons that have nothing to do with money. It doesn't matter now. I heard he died some years back." She spoke with zero feeling. "No relationship can survive without money. Without money, there will always be fights over the inability to pay bills or buy things. Money makes the world go around." She laughed. I had known about my father already. I had sought him out, but never had the courage to actually talk to him. He had drunk himself into an early death. I always wondered if his drinking had been sparked by my mother and me leaving. I didn't know the details surrounding the situation, but I had no doubt in my mind my mother had pushed him out of our lives. I didn't know if he wanted me or was happy to be free of the burdens of fatherhood. It was a chapter in my life I spent very little time examining. There was only enough room in my head to deal with my mother's drama and my own life problems. "I need to get to work," I told her, anxious to have the conversation over. "So soon?" she pouted. "It's not early. I work evenings." Working was a foreign concept to her. "Before you go, do you have some money I can borrow to get by? I had to give that awful man the money I had stashed away to get him off my back. He threatened to call the police on me. Can you believe that?" She looked aghast. I rolled my eyes. "Yes, I can believe it. You took his money." "He gave me the money, and I gave him me," she said with a smile. "I don't have any money to give you. In fact, I won't be giving you any more money at all. Get a job, learn to support yourself, and quit taking money from men." She jumped to her feet, putting her hands on her hips and glaring down at me. "Eliana, don't talk to me like that." I stood as well, our heights evenly matched. "I'm talking to you like that because that's what you need to hear. I don't have the money. I work all the time and I don't have money because you keep taking it. No more. Get a job." She pursed her lips. "Obviously you're cranky. You work too hard." I wanted to bang my head against the wall. "Yes, Mom, I do. Now I need to finish getting ready so I can go to work." "I'll come by later when you're in a better mood and we'll talk then," she said, completely ignoring everything I was saying. "I'll probably be working," I snapped. She patted my shoulder. "Okay, dear, I'll see you later," she said, and walked out the door. I closed it behind her and threw the lock for good measure before turning and leaning against the door. I put my hands over my face, trying to figure out how in the hell I had gotten so screwed in the parent department. My mother was a child, an immature, selfish, spoiled brat with zero concern for anyone else in the world. She was her entire world, her and her many trinkets and treasures that she cherished more than anything else. I didn't even know where she was living. She was essentially homeless. She always had been. She shacked up with one man after another until they kicked her out. Then she ended up in hotels, paying for the room with a borrowed credit card, or she sold pieces of jewelry she'd been gifted during a relationship. I could not understand her motivation. Why would anyone want to live that way? I was very different than her. For that, I was thankful. Through her eyes and her many experiences, I learned relationships were disasters. It was basically jumping from one disaster to the next. You never knew if it was going to be a tornado, earthquake, tsunami, or a cold freeze. but there was always disaster looming. I was not interested in living like that, waiting for the next disaster to strike. I liked my life to remain on an even keel, few ups and even fewer downs. I didn't care if I died alone. I was not going to be my mother. I was not going to use men while they used my body. Fuck that. I had way too much pride for that. I was just fine being poor. I was independent, and that was worth 1,000,000 times more than any fancy necklace or other expensive gift a wealthy man might offer. I had my dignity. My mother had given hers away a long time ago. I had lost all respect for her the moment I realized she was shallow and incapable of real love.
Chapter 19. Cade. I was going to keep the date low-key. No fancy dinners. I was going to take her out for something basic and tell her my truth. Not only could I not afford the fancy dinner, but I didn't want to make a scene in one of those uppity places. I would be the talk of the town, and it would surely get back to my father. I did not want to hear it from him. I was falling back on something my trainer told me. Keep it simple, stupid. I didn't want to overcomplicate things. The lie was too big, too complicated, and impossible to keep up. I needed to simplify it all, strip everything down and bare my soul. Okay, maybe not my soul, but telling her the truth would release me from that burden, and I could relax a bit more around her, assuming she allowed me to be around her. I was going to try and believe what Maceo and Cassia had said. They were convinced she would want to be with me for me and wouldn't care that I didn't have money. If they were wrong, I was never speaking to either one of them again. I pulled out the jeans I was planning to wear. They were newish and fit nicely. I dug around in my closet for a nice shirt and heard the phone ring. I hoped it wasn't Eliana calling to cancel. I thought better of it. She wouldn't call. She'd send me a text. "Hey, Maceo," I answered when I saw his number on the screen. "Hey, I have to be out of town tonight. I have a couple of tickets to the ballet. I wanted to know if you wanted them. You could take Eliana." I grimaced. A ballet wasn't the best place to confess your sins. It also didn't scream poor man. I felt like I was only further perpetuating my lie by taking the tickets. I don't know if that's a good idea." "Come on," he said. "She'll appreciate seeing a ballet. You can tell her afterward, or maybe tell her beforehand and bribe her to continue the date with the tickets." "Ha ha!" he laughed. I shook my head. "I don't know if that's a smart thing to do." "I'll have a courier bring the tickets," he said. "Use them if you'd like or don't. I would hate to see them go to waste. They're great seats." "All right, thank you. I really do appreciate it, but you don't have to give me things." "I know, which is why I like doing it," he said, and ended the call. I stared at the jeans I had tossed on the bed. That wasn't going to work for a trip to the ballet. I quickly sent a text to Eliana, letting her know it would be a semi-formal date. I wanted her to be able to plan her outfit accordingly. She'd kill me if she was in a pair of jeans and I tried to take her to a ballet. I wasn't a Casanova, but I damn sure knew better than to spring something like that on a woman. They hated being underdressed or overdressed. The polite thing to do was give them fair warning. I rummaged through my closet, putting together an outfit suitable for the ballet. I was nervous as hell. I felt like everything hinged on this night. My future happiness depended on what her response was to my telling her the truth. In the back of my mind, I kept telling myself one person should not hold that kind of power over me. But it didn't change how I felt. She did hold that kind of power. I felt like without her in my life, I was never really going to be truly happy. I wanted what Rand had. I wanted to feel that love. Maybe that was my problem. I was so desperate to find that kind of love, I was forcing it. Eliana was really the first woman who'd caught my eye in a long time. Maybe I needed to date more. "Nah," I said, quickly dismissing the idea. I wasn't ready to give up on Eliana. I dressed, brushed my teeth 2 more times, knowing it was pointless since I was taking her to dinner. But just in case there was a slim chance I'd get a hello kiss, I was doing it anyway. The tickets had been delivered, and as expected, they were front-row floor seats. I left a little early to make sure I wasn't late. I found her apartment building and quickly found the right door on the ground floor. I knocked and checked my breath one last time before she pulled open the door. I wanted to shout, "Sweet mercy!" but I kept my cool. She looked stunning in a little black dress with spaghetti straps holding it up. She wore a sheer shawl around her shoulders. All I could focus on was the expanse of skin and the neck I found so damn sexy. "Hi," I greeted.
"Hi."
"Are you ready?" She nodded.
"I am."
I didn't see an opening for a kiss and decided not to press my luck. I escorted her to my car that I had cleaned earlier that morning. I wanted to impress her. I wanted to prove to her that while I may not be rich, I could still keep nice things.
"Where are we going? Your message was cryptic."
"Dinner first, simple and casual, and then to the ballet," I said, waiting to judge her reaction.
"The ballet?"
she asked. I nodded. "Is that okay? Do you hate the ballet? If you do, we don't have to go." She smiled.
"I've never been to the ballet, so I don't know if I like it. I suppose you go to these things all the time?"
"I've been to a couple." I told her honestly. When I was younger, my parents dragged me along, whether I liked it or not. We arrived at the restaurant and were quickly seated. It wasn't one of the hot spots, which was why I had chosen it. Just in case I got up the nerve to tell her over dinner, I didn't want a big crowd to witness my shame. "How have you been?" I asked, trying to spark a conversation.
"Good. You?"
I smiled. "Good. Thank you for agreeing to come to dinner. I know you told me to wait. I waited as long as I could." She wasn't moved by my sweet talk.
"It's been a busy week,"
she murmured, not looking directly at me. "I see. Lots of parties and events at the venue?" She shrugged.
"Just the normal."
She seemed reserved. I wondered if she had found out my secret. Maybe she'd seen me at the shop unbeknownst to me, and she was waiting for me to tell her. The guilt was killing me, slowly eating away at me and occupying my thoughts. Last time we had dinner, the conversation had been much easier. She seemed very opposed to talking at all. "I've thought a lot about you," I said. She offered a small smile.
"You don't even know me."
"Which is probably why I've been thinking about you. I want to know you. I want to know what you like and don't like. I know you want to go on a whale-watching cruise, and I know you're not overly fond of wine."
"How do you know that?"
"Because I saw the look on your face when we were trying to drink that stuff at dinner." She offered a real smile then.
"You're right. I prefer cocktails or even beer. Wine just leaves a funky taste in my mouth and a headache in the morning."
"I will remember that," I said. We finished our dinner without much conversation at all. The tension was thick. I was beginning to wonder if what I had felt on that first date was real at all. She might not be who I thought. She may not be interested in me, rich or poor. I decided to see it through to the bitter end. If I ended up not liking her by the end of the night, I wouldn't have to say shit to her about my financial status and could save myself a lot of humiliation. With my hand on the small of her back, I escorted her down the aisle to the front row of the venue where the ballet was taking place. We took our seats dead center in the front of the stage and waited in silence. I vowed to tell her once the ballet was over. I couldn't deal with the strain any longer. The lights dimmed and the stage lights came on. I found myself mesmerized, not by the dancers, but by Eliana's reaction to the dancing. At one point, she reached for my hand. I held it, feeling the emotion through her. I couldn't say I really understood what was happening, but she did. She was absolutely fully engaged with what was happening on the stage. When the lights came up, she let out a long sigh.
"Wow,"
she said, shaking her head. "Is that a good wow?" I asked with a laugh.
"Very good wow. I don't know if it was because we were so close and I could practically feel their emotions from where we sat, or if it was that good, but it was amazing. I'm sold. I want to watch more ballet."
She nodded firmly. I smiled. "I hope more come to town so I can take you." In the back of my mind, I wondered how much the seats cost, and if any regular old Joe like myself could buy them. I was going to find out. We walked to my car. I knew I only had one chance to tell her. I decided I would walk her to her door, and then drop my little bombshell on her then. Truthfully, I was being a bit of a coward. I wanted to tell her and then be able to run away. I drove back to her place, still feeling the tension between us. I felt like a dead man walking as we slowly strolled to her door. I stopped in front of the door, watching her unlock it before she turned to face me. "Eliana," I started, my throat feeling a little raw. She looked at me as if she were seeing me for the first time. Before I knew what the woman was about, she grabbed my shirt front in one small fist and yanked me forward. Her mouth slammed against mine. My eyes widened with shock before snapping shut and giving in to the woman's demands. Her tongue pushed inside my mouth, shocking me all over again, but the primal instinct was awakened. I didn't have to think about what to do or how to handle the woman. I reached around her, grabbing her ass with both hands and pulling her toward my lower body. I took over the kiss, pushing my tongue into her mouth, sparking a duel right there on her doorstep. I felt her reach backward, and soon the door was pushed open. I backed her inside, not stopping until the wall was behind her. With one leg, I kicked out, slamming the door closed without ever pulling my mouth away from hers. I devoured her like a man that had been starving for weeks. I couldn't get enough of her. She tasted sweet and spicy and oh so damn good. I couldn't get enough. I want you, I growled, feeling feral, knowing I was risking her slapping me and kicking me out. Do it, she ordered. My worries were quickly nixed. I reached for the sheer shawl, ripped it off her shoulders, and dropped it on the floor before tackling the zipper on her dress. I wasn't exactly the most experienced lover, but I damn well knew my way around a woman's body and how to get to said body in a hurry. Some things were never forgotten. It was just like riding a bike.
Chapter 20. Eliana. I didn't stop to let myself think about what I was doing. I wanted him something fierce, and I was damn well going to have him. I'd deal with the consequences later. After the dream I'd had about him, it was all I could think about. So far, the real thing was better than the dream. Shirt! I gasped when my dress hit the floor, leaving me standing in the sexy, matching black thong and bra I had put on, just in case I followed through with my desires to know him at least once before I kicked him to the curb. Going, he mumbled, his mouth against mine while he struggled to get his shirt off. It wasn't happening fast enough. I could feel his raging need that matched my own. Hurry, I whispered. Fuck it. He stepped back and ripped the shirt open, sending the remaining stubborn buttons flying around the small space. I reached for his pants, trying to get the button undone, only to have him swap my hands away. His dark eyes looked dangerous, not that soulful stare I had come to know. I leaned against the wall, my hands at my sides as I panted, watching him push his pants down his extremely muscular legs. I could feel dampness between my legs as I checked out the man's body. He was built. He was naturally big, but holy shit, I didn't realize he'd be so damn solid. You're so big, I breathed out, staring at him standing tall in nothing but a pair of very tight boxer briefs that hid nothing from the imagination. He reached down and rubbed a hand over his erection straining through the underwear. It'll be okay, he promised. I put my hand over his, pushing his out of the way and sliding my hand up and down the length a few times. He was so hard and big. Those two words kept echoing through my brain. I thought of my dream and practically threw myself at him. My arms went around his neck, pulling his face close to mine so I could devour him with all the pent-up need I had been holding since the damn dream. Bed, I groaned against his mouth, needing him inside me and done with the foreplay. I'd been dealing with foreplay for 2 damn days. Show me the way, he growled. I pulled away from him, stepping in front to show him into my bedroom. His hand snaked out, grabbing my ass and squeezing hard. God damn, I love your ass, he hissed. His words excited me to the point that every step I took sent shivers of desire racing up and down my spine. He was hot on my heels as I pushed open my bedroom door to reveal my modest, full-sized bed. I had no idea how he was going to fit on it, but I figured we could work something out. I'd have him take me against the wall if that was what it took. He had other plans. He reached for me, pulled me back, and yanked me against him. My butt nestled against his crotch, and his erection pressed against me. I gasped, moving my hips and grinding against him. I loved that I could turn him on that much. Take me, I whispered, turning my head to look back at him over my shoulder. I plan on it, he said in a low voice. The nice, sweet guy I had originally met was gone. In his place was a much different man, a man who was sexy and hard and wanted me. He pushed me away from him, unhooking my bra as he spun me around to face him. His mouth was on mine in a flash. My head tilted back, giving way to his tongue to plunge inside. He ground his hips against me. I was so aroused I was afraid I would orgasm before I even got my panties off. I reached for his underwear, pushing them down his hips. "Slow down," he rasped. "I can't. Now. I need it now," I whimpered, not caring that I was practically begging the man to fuck me. "I've got you. Let's take the edge off." He slid his hand over my hip before moving it between my legs. "You're so wet." I heard a hint of surprise in his voice. "I said now. I want it. I'm ready now." I rubbed myself against his hand. "Lay down on the bed," he whispered, his mouth hovering above mine. I took the few steps backward, his hand palming my core, sending heat and fire racing through my body. He gently pushed on my shoulder until I was sitting on the edge of the bed. One hand reached out and caressed my breast while he eagerly stared at the scene. I gulped, feeling a tiny bit self-conscious about being naked in front of him, but the look of pure desire in his eyes put me at ease. He wasn't scrutinizing my body and looking at the many flaws I saw when I looked in the mirror. He was hot and hard for me. He pushed. "Back," he ordered. I lay back on the bed, my legs dangling over the side. He reached up and pulled the panties down my legs, tossing them over his shoulder. His hand was between my legs like a heat-seeking missile. I gasped, feeling the heat of his palm covering my opening. "Oh, God, you have to," I begged. He smiled that sexy grin I loved and hated at the same time. "I know. I'm going to take the edge off, I promise." One finger slid over my folds, gently parting me and opening me before he pushed it inside. It was all I needed. I closed my eyes, and a low keening sound escaped my lips as my body gave in to the pleasure he was giving me, with his finger sliding in and out of my slick passage. I arched and moaned as he took the edge off. Hell, he sheared the edge. "Better?" he asked, his finger still pushed inside me as he looked down at me from above. I nodded. "Yes." "Good, because now I want to fuck you slow and easy. I want to savor you." His gaze locked on mine. I felt my juices flowing again. He smiled, pushing the finger in deeper. "There you go. More?" I shook my head. "No, no more." I was gasping, still arching and spasming, and very obviously wanting more. My body betrayed me, revealing my desire despite my best efforts to calm the hell down. "Baby, I can feel you squeezing my finger. How about this?" He pulled the finger out and replaced it with a second one. I whimpered, my head rolling back and forth on the bed. "Yes, I want you," I said, quickly changing my tune and giving in to what I truly wanted. He worked the fingers inside me, stretching me and taking me to the edge before he pulled out and stripped off his underwear. Holy mother of all the gods! I couldn't have begun to imagine men came in that size. My eyes went wide. "Shh, I'll go slow," he promised. I nodded, excited and nervous at the same time. I was throbbing and felt swollen between my legs. I wasn't all that sure he would fit, but I was very much looking forward to trying. I spread my legs wider, pushing myself higher on the bed to make room for him. He chased me with that giant cock jutting forward. I licked my lips and watched with anticipation as he guided himself to my entrance. He pushed in, or rather, he attempted to push inside. My eyes widened as I looked up at him with real worry it wasn't going to fit. My lack of experience didn't give me much to fall back on. I had to trust him. He pushed against me again, the tip finally sliding in. My eyes dropped closed as he slid in a little more. "Oh, God," I moaned, feeling the man stretching and pushing deeper and deeper inside my body. The nerves still raw from the earlier orgasm greedily hugged his cock, sending shivers of desire through my body. I couldn't move. I lay perfectly still, taking him inside my body a little at a time, wondering if I was at my max capacity and if I would be able to take him all. "There," he rasped. "Are you okay?" I opened my eyes, feeling dazed and confused and drunk with passion. So okay," I told him, reaching up to run my hand over one of his biceps. He let go of the breath he'd been holding. "I'm sorry." "For?" "I can't wait much longer," he rasped, sounding absolutely pained. "You're squeezing me, and I'm barely hanging on here." I smiled, feeling completely lost in the moment. "Okay." He began to slide in and out, the movement smooth and steady. I could see the restraint he was trying to hold on to. "Fuck," he muttered, his lips still pursed together. I didn't know how he could do it, but I could not wield that steel of self-control. I exploded around him, jackknifing my body and shifting his cock inside me to take him impossibly deeper. He shouted over and over, pumping into me as he found his release. When he collapsed beside me, struggling to catch his breath, guilt and regret slammed into me. I had given in to my basest needs, and it had been amazing. Hell, who was I kidding? It had been off the charts spectacular. But I couldn't do it. Not again. I had allowed myself one short recess from my troubles, and now it was time to step back into reality. His hand reached up and caressed my breast before he leaned over to give me a kiss on the cheek. I turned to look at him, a cheesy smile on his face. "You have to go," I said. His eyes opened. "What?" "You can't stay. You have to go." "Is everything okay?" he asked. I didn't want to make him feel bad. He had done nothing wrong. It was all me. I had thrown myself at him. "Everything is fine. I had a really good time tonight, but I don't do sleepovers." He nodded. "I see." "Cade, really, I had a great time tonight. The ballet was perfect. Thank you for taking me." I tried to soften the blow of being kicked out of my bed 3 minutes after he had given me the best orgasm of my life. "Okay," he said, getting up off the bed and finding his underwear. I watched as he walked out of the room, feeling terribly guilty for kicking him out, but knowing it was for the best. I could not sleep with him in the real sense. That would blur the lines and make things complicated. I didn't want to lead him on. We weren't dating. We weren't a couple. He came back in just after I had pulled on my panties and dug out a shirt to put on. "Can I call you later?" he asked hesitantly. I smiled. "Sure, shoot me a text. I have a busy week at work, but I'll text when I can." I kept it non-committal. He nodded. "All right. I'm sorry if you feel like I pushed you into something." He sounded very down. I stepped toward him and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. "You didn't push me at all." He winked. "I did once or twice," he said before waggling his eyebrows. I giggled and pushed him out of my room. "Good night, Cade." I followed behind him and locked the door after he left. I buried my face in my hands, shaking my head. What the hell had I done? That was so unlike me. The moment he had picked me up that evening, I knew I wanted him. I had almost pulled him in the door and jumped him before we ever got to our date. I was glad I hadn't. The ballet had been fun, but not as fun as everything after.
Chapter 21. Cade. I jogged down the steps leading to the public beach where I was supposed to be meeting Maceo. He made it clear he wasn't interested in running, but he wanted to know what the surfing thing was all about. I wasn't a great surfer. I had only recently been able to actually stand on the damn board and ride a tiny wave. I wasn't going to be doing any tricks or trying to catch the big one. I would die. But I liked the exercise, and the beaches were a lot less crowded with the tourist season waning. I scanned the beach and found Maceo talking to a couple of women with 2 boards on either side of him. I didn't actually own a surfboard. It was a silly expense for a sport I doubted I would ever actually get into. I was not that coordinated and didn't have the body of a surfer. I waved, walking across the sand toward them. "Hey," he said, giving me a look that said save him from the clutches of these women. "I'm set up down there," I said, pointing vaguely down the beach. "We need to get going before someone takes my stuff." "It was nice to meet you, ladies," Maceo said with a friendly smile before grabbing one of the boards and walking away. I awkwardly grabbed the other and quickly caught up with him. What was that about? "2 women who happened to be in the surf shop when I pulled out my wallet," he said, shaking his head. "That black plastic is a magnet for single women looking for a good time. On me." "Oh, sorry." "Don't be," he said. "You showed up just in the nick of time. I didn't want to be a dick." "Glad I could save the day," I said with a laugh. We walked down the beach until we found a suitable place that was away from the small crowds. We were skipping the wetsuits and just doing a little paddling mostly. We walked into the water, carrying our boards under our arms like we knew what the hell we were doing, and flopped them in the water before carefully climbing on and straddling them. "There is no way in hell I'm standing on this thing," Maceo said with a laugh. "I'm not so great at it either. We look cool, though, like we're waiting for the waves." I used my hands to paddle out a little farther. Finally, he asked the question I knew he'd been dying to ask. "How did it go with Eliana?" "I didn't tell her about my financial standing, if that's what you're asking," I said, feeling a little guilty. He looked at me and shook his head. "Man, you're digging yourself in deep." "I planned on telling her, I really did. I walked her to her door, and let's just say talking about my bank account was the last thing on my mind when she kissed me. And she definitely kissed me. I didn't tell him the rest, but I assumed he could fill in the blanks." Maceo chuckled. "Sleeping with a woman is easy, but finding a girl you can be honest with and a girl that will be honest with you is tough business. There are very few of those women out there." He sounded like he was talking from experience. I know, and I did mean to tell her, but shit just happened so fast. Afterwards, she practically pushed me out the door." He laughed. "I know a lot of guys who would have been thrilled with that." "Not me. I'm not that kind of guy." "I believe you," he said. "You have to tell her now. You crossed the line, and I have a feeling it's going to weigh heavy on you if you don't tell her soon." He was right. It had been on my mind all night. "I will. She's special." "She sounds like it," he said, his voice holding a hint of melancholy. It was that same melancholy I often sensed from him. "Did you have a woman that you love and lost because of a lie?" I asked him directly. We were both sitting on our boards, bobbing up and down with the soft waves rocking them. He stared out at the horizon, the same look in his eyes. "I lost a woman, but it wasn't because of a lie." "I see." He turned to look at me, his eyes clouded with sadness, but there was a small smile on his lips. "Carmen, she was a beautiful woman. Her family was in Athens while her family worked. They were from Spain, but living in the country for a couple of years when we met. I was just getting started in my business and hadn't made it big, but I was doing all right. Carmen had just turned 18. I was 22. At first, her parents didn't approve of us being together. I knew she was young, but there was something so genuine about her. She didn't care that I was a rising star in the financial world. She was head over heels in love with me, and I with her." I nodded, almost afraid to hear how she screwed him over. "I see." "Things were great. After a year of dating, I knew she was the one. I proposed and she accepted. Her parents were thrilled. Carmen and her mother dove into the wedding planning. By then, I was making a great deal of money and wanted to give Carmen the wedding of her dreams. She had seen a dress she wanted in a magazine. I tracked down the designer in London. I hired a private jet for Carmen and her mother. It was a surprise for Carmen. Her mother knew. They were going on a girls' trip to take a break from the wedding planning." He stopped talking and turned to look back out at the sea. I waited, knowing the crucial part of the story was still to come. After a minute or so, he turned back to look at me. And they didn't come back. The plane went down off the west coast of Italy. It was never recovered. My mouth fell open. I felt like I had been the one to experience the loss. I leaned back as if I could distance myself from him and his horrible heartache. I muttered the only words I could think of. "I'm sorry." "It was a long time ago," he said. "I've never found another woman like Carmen. I think you get one in a lifetime. If this girl is your one, don't fuck it up." I nodded. "I understand." "I'm serious. You're into her. I get that. You're really into her. Do something to keep her. Don't let this fester for too long. If she dumps you because you don't have money, you don't need her." "You've been dumped because of the money thing?" I asked. He smirked. "Money hasn't been an issue for me for a long time, but I've been burned by women who only wanted me for my money. I was too stupid to see it until it was too late. After Carmen, I kept looking for someone to fill that empty place in my life. I tried to find someone that would fill her shoes. I didn't. I stopped looking. She was my one." Ouch. I can't believe that. There has to be someone else out there. You just haven't found her yet. The right woman will come along, and maybe you need some more time to get over Carmen. He scoffed. "Ha! I'll never get over Carmen. I'm trying to move on, but honestly, it's easier said than done." I nodded. "I understand. I don't have personal experience, but I could understand not being ready. I really am sorry you're struggling in the love department." He laughed. "Do not feel sorry for me. I'm a wealthy man who has everything else he could possibly want in the world. I live in a beautiful country, and I'm surrounded by natural beauty. I live a good life." I didn't say it, but I realized he did live a good life. But it was a lonely life. He was ridiculously lonely, which was why he'd reached out to me. He'd been in need of a true friend. I hoped I could fill that role for him. "Want to try to get up on these things?" I asked him with a grin. He looked at me and groaned. I think I'm too pretty to face-plant into the ocean." I shrugged a shoulder. "You won't be pretty if you do it often enough." "I suppose we'll give the people on the beach a good show," he said with a laugh. "I do like to make people laugh. Come on." I lay on my stomach on the board and paddled out into the deeper water like I had watched Rand do so many times. Rand had made it look easy. I always felt like a jellyfish whenever I tried to get to my feet. My legs turned into wet noodles and my arms flailed widely beside me before I ended up in the water. I had to try, though. I was going to keep trying until I figured it out. "Ready?" I asked, watching a wave come in. "No," he replied nervously. It was the blind leading the blind. "Here goes nothing!" I shouted, getting up on shaking legs, my arms out at my sides as I wobbled on the board. I glanced over and saw Maceo doing the same thing. We both managed to stay upright for about 5 seconds before the wave toppled us off our boards and down into the water. I tasted sand in my mouth as I pushed myself up to the surface. My head popped up and I spit out the water that had gotten in my mouth. I turned left and right, looking for Maceo. He surfaced a second later, spitting and sputtering and shaking his head, spraying water around him. "That was awful!" he shouted. I burst into laughter. It had been awful, but in the best way. "Ready to try again?" he groaned. "Are you trying to kill me?" I laughed, climbing on my board. "This is fun! You have a very strange idea of fun!" We tried the surfing thing for a good hour before we both finally gave in to gravity and our horrible coordination skills and dragged our bedraggled asses back to the shore. There were a few women sunbathing on the beach. I could feel them staring at us and trying not to laugh. Maceo and I walked proudly, our heads held high as we strutted down the beach like world-class surfers. "Thanks for a good time," I told Maceo as we both walked back up to the parking lot. "Again, your idea of a good time is very strange," he said. "I think you might secretly be a sadist." "Shh, don't tell," I joked. We parted ways, both of us heading for our cars. I grabbed my towel and shoes from the back seat and quickly dried off before heading home. I mulled over everything Maceo had said. I knew he was right. If Eliana was truly the woman I was supposed to be with, she would understand and accept my lack of wealth. If she was only interested in me for the money I didn't have, I didn't want to be with her. Well, that wasn't entirely true, but I did not want to be with a shallow woman. I knew there was a good chance she might end up being okay with my financial status and end up dumping me because I had lied about it. It was a tricky situation, but I had walked myself right into it and had no one to blame but myself. Now it was time to begin the extrication from the situation and pray that I came out alive with my heart intact.
Chapter 22. Eliana. Lola was waiting at a small table outside one of our favorite coffee places. She had on big, dark sunglasses and looked the part of a beautiful Hollywood celebrity trying to be incognito. Her dark hair was hanging loose around her shoulders, and she was wearing a casual yet completely stylish pair of jeans, heels, and a shoulderless shirt. She made sexy look easy. I took a seat at the table and ordered an espresso, needing a nice quick dose of caffeine. "You look very relaxed," she smiled. "I'm soaking in the sun." "I can see that. Late night?" She pushed up her sunglasses and looked at me. Her eyes were clear, and there weren't any dark circles. "I slept for almost 12 hours. I feel recharged." I laughed. "Damn, you must have needed the sleep." "I did. Now, enough stalling. Tell me about the date. You dodged my calls and texts yesterday. What happened? Did you dump him?" "No, I didn't dump him," I said. "I can't dump what I don't have." "What did you do? Where did you go?" It was the beginning of the inquisition that I knew would lead to me telling her what had happened. I was still in a bit of disbelief I had let things get that far. It had definitely not been my intention. "We had dinner, went to the ballet, and then back to my place and had sex." She paused, the cup halfway to her mouth. "You had sex? With Cade?" I rolled my eyes. "No, another dude I picked up at the ballet. Yes, with Cade. I thought you weren't sure about him." "I wasn't. I'm not. It was just... things were kind of a mess in my head, and I needed a minute to escape." "Why were things a mess in your head?" Before I could answer, she held up her hand. "Don't tell me. Your mom stopped by for a visit, which means your mom wanted more money." I nodded. "Yep. I'm sorry. Don't be." "How did your mom stopping by lead you to have sex with Cade?" she asked. I laughed. "I'm not sure. I had a very vivid, very erotic dream about him a few nights ago. When he walked me to the front door of my apartment, I don't know what came over me. I kind of jumped him. I wanted to forget about everything else and just have a little fun." Her mouth dropped open. "Eliana Floros," she exclaimed. I scowled at her. "Don't go clutching your pearls at me. You've done the same thing 100 times. But I'm me, and you're you," she practically shouted. "I can let loose and have a little fun," I protested. She nodded. "Sure you can, but you never do. I don't know if I'm ashamed or proud of you." "Don't be either. Just accept it." "So, is it a thing? Are you going to keep seeing him?" I shook my head. "No, I don't think so." "What? Why?" she asked, her face twisted in confusion. "Nothing has changed. I'm not interested in getting into a messy relationship." "Was it good?" she asked. "Was what good?" "The sex." I frowned at her, silently scolding her for saying the word so loudly. "Stop. I'm only asking if it was good. Was it worth it?" I sipped the espresso that had been delivered. I couldn't stop the smile. "It was absolutely worth it. He's an amazing man. In every way." Her eyebrows shot up. "Really?" she asked giddily. "Tell me everything. I want to know the dirty details." "I am not going to give you the details," I said with a smile. "Let's just say he is a generous, very capable lover." She clapped her hands. "I'm so happy for you. I think you need to go on that ride again." Maybe. I don't know. I don't want him to get the wrong idea about us. She shook her head. You are so hung up on this relationship thing. You need to relax. Maybe he isn't the bad guy you think he is. I dismissed the idea. Nope, I'm not going to get hooked up with a rich guy. I refuse to let it happen. I don't want him to drop me the second he's bored with me. You aren't your mother, she reminded me. I'm not my mother, but the guys are all the same, just a little younger. Let's go shopping. I can lecture you and shop at the same time. She got to her feet. I stood as well. As much as I wanted to believe Cade was different, I had no way to know that for sure. The only way to know for sure was when he dumped me on my ass after he was finished with me. I had seen what that looked like too many times when my mother bawled her eyes out after getting thrown away for a younger woman. What exactly are we shopping for? I asked her as we walked down the street lined with shops. I need new lingerie. I groaned. No, I don't want to have that image of you in my head. It's not a big deal. Besides, you might want to pick out something special for your man. I rolled my eyes. He is not my man, but he could be. She pushed open the door to a women's department store. I browsed the racks of clothes that were a little out of my price range. It was going to take a couple weeks for me to build up my extra stash of cash after giving money to my mother and buying the dress. I like this one, I said, pulling a dress from the rack that I thought would look nice on her. She grabbed it and looked at it before holding it up to me. I think you should get it. No way. That is too low cut for me, and I'm not buying today. I'm just browsing. She smiled. This is exactly why it's nice to have a wealthy boyfriend in your life. I cringed. No way. I would never let him buy me a dress. I have more pride than that. But when these men buy gifts, it's their way of flattering you, she said. It isn't like they are going to miss the money. It makes them feel good, like they are taking care of you. I get that, but I'm not interested in being taken care of, I said. I can take care of myself. Sometimes it's nice to be taken care of, to be pampered, she said, putting the dress back on the rack. I nodded, wanting to believe that was true. It might be for some women, but not me. Being pampered scared me. It terrified me that I was losing my independence, losing who I was. I didn't want to be my mother. I didn't want a man to have control over how much I valued myself. I didn't want to feel like I wasn't good enough or that another woman was better than I was and more deserving of the man's affections. Fuck that. I was not that woman. Pick something and let's go, I mumbled. Quit pouting, she said. I want you to be happy. You know that. I am happy, I argued. Oh yes, I can see by the scowl on your face just how happy you are, she retorted. I'm tired of everyone telling me I need a man to be happy. Why do people always assume that? Why do women need men? Lola looked at me and raised an eyebrow. Well, I suppose you could have a woman if that's what you wanted. That's not what I mean. I mean, I'm okay being single. But a man can make you feel good, like really good, she clarified with a wink. For one very brief moment, I allowed myself to live in the fantasy she was creating. What if he's different? I whispered, more to myself than Lola. She put her hand on my shoulder. What if he is? I took a deep breath. How about I let myself get involved with him? Then what? She shrugged a shoulder. You don't look toward the end. You live in the moment. You can't always assume the worst in everyone. Give him a chance to prove he's different. I wanted to do what she said. God, did I want to. But after years of conditioning, it was like trying to reprogram my brain. It wasn't going to happen overnight. Let's go check that lingerie store out, I said, feeling dangerous. Yes, she exclaimed, grabbing my hand and dragging me out of the store. We headed down a block and into a shop I had never been in before. My eyes nearly popped out of my head as I looked left, then right. I looked behind me, wanting to make sure no one saw me. I felt completely naughty. "Lola, I don't know about this," I whispered under my breath. "Oh, now who's clutching their pearls?" She laughed, moving around the store like she was very familiar with the layout. I took a deep breath and let go of my apprehensions. I browsed the various bits and pieces of lingerie. That was all they were, tiny scraps with lace and satin and sometimes leather. I picked up one piece, a teddy with a garter belt. It was about the sexiest thing I had ever seen. It wasn't over-the-top naughty. It was a little flirty and a lot pretty. I felt like I would feel sexy in it. I checked the tag and flinched. "Do it," Lola said, appearing by my side with a couple outfits of her own. "It's expensive." "You only live once," she said. "If this thing with Cade is short-lived, enjoy every minute of it. If he dumps you, at least you will have had fun. You can't be afraid to live." I looked at the tag again. "I don't know." "You're a chicken shit," she said, shaking her head. "You're right. Put it back. Live a lonely, sexless life." "Stop it. I didn't say that." "No pain, no gain," she said. "Or in your case, no pain, no sex or fun, or just enjoying living in general." I squeezed my eyes shut. "Damn it, you're way too good at peer pressure." She winked. "I try. Now, are you buying that or not?" "I'm going to be eating bread for a week," I said. "No bread," she said with a laugh. "Too many carbs and that outfit won't fit. Tea. Lots of tea." "You're so helpful," I said, taking the damn thing up to the counter to pay for it. It seemed a little ridiculous that less than a yard of lace could cost that much. "Thanks for shopping with me," she said once we had exhausted all the stores on the block. "I'll see you at work tomorrow." "I'll be the woman starving," I shot back. "It's going to be worth it. Trust me in this. It's the one area I have some serious experience in." She laughed. I walked home, trying not to feel guilty about splurging again. Cade might be rich, but I certainly wasn't. I couldn't keep up with him. I had to figure out how to accept him for who he was and make sure he understood that I could not afford his lifestyle. I couldn't afford new dresses for the ballet or a fancy restaurant. He had to take me for who I was and be okay with it, or find a woman who could dress well enough to compliment him and not embarrass him. I was beginning to believe my mother's statement that a person couldn't be happy without money.
Chapter 23. Cade. It was time. I couldn't put it off anymore. I had to tell her. I had sent her a couple texts, hoping to take her out for dinner and confess who I was. She'd been busy with work tonight. Part of me wanted to use it as an excuse to back out again, but I couldn't keep putting it off. It was eating at me. The guilt was making me crazy. I had to tell her. I knew what I was risking, but it had to be done. After talking with Maceo and then getting the never-ending lecture from Cassia all day, I knew what had to be done. I had been trying to find a way out, a way for me to keep seeing her without ever telling her the truth. The only way that was going to happen was me getting really rich overnight. The odds of that happening were never to absolutely not in a million years. The idea of running away and changing my name and starting over did float through my mind. It wasn't just the fear of losing her that was keeping me from telling her the truth. The humiliation of having to confess I was just a dude that owned a gelato shop with no money who lied was the kicker. Even thinking about the situation made me look like a giant loser. What kind of guy lied about being wealthy to land a woman? Oh, the loser kind. The kind that couldn't get a woman on his own steam and had to make up a bunch of bullshit. I wasn't a loser, not entirely. The truth will set you free, Cassia had repeated. In my mind, the truth was going to set me free, all right, but free meant alone. I had called the event center earlier, pretending to want the venue for the night for a last-minute party. I was told there was a gathering. I pressed further and learned it was going to be over fairly early. I decided to sit in the parking lot and wait for her, just like I had before. It seemed to be the only sure way to actually see her. She wasn't exactly easy to get a date with. It made me feel a little stalker-like, but the woman had an aversion to committing to something as simple as grabbing coffee. I waited for over an hour, earning quite a few looks from people passing by. I expected the police to show up any minute and run me off for loitering. I had already practiced my story that I was waiting for my girlfriend to get off work so I could give her a ride home. I paced around the car, talking to myself and testing the words on my lips that I would say to her. They were bitter and left a sour feeling in my stomach. I figured if I recited them enough times, it would be easier to say when it came time. It would be as simple as saying hello or thank you. I heard male voices and spun around. A couple waiters were walking out from the side entrance. I hoped she wouldn't be far behind them. I quickly hopped into the driver's seat, wanting to look casual and cool, like I just happened to be driving by in the parking lot. Idiot, she'll never believe that. Go with what works. I got out of the car and leaned against the hood. I took on a pose with my ankles crossed and my hands in my pockets, hoping to appear casual and maybe a little sexy. I probably looked like a goofy dipshit. I saw her silhouette and stood up straight. I saw when she saw me. A smile spread across her face, which I took as a good sign. I waved. Hi.
Is this going to be a habit?
She asked, coming to a stop in front of me. I smirked. I don't know, maybe. I wanted to see you again. You're a hard woman to track down. I reached for her, hoping she didn't slap my hands away, and pulled her close to me. She let me hug her, which I took as a green light to give her a quick kiss as well. She looked up at me, my arms wrapped around her waist. God damn, she was pretty. How in the hell was I ever going to just walk away from her if she told me she never wanted to see me again?
I told you I had to work,
she said. You did, but I still wanted to see you. She laughed softly.
Well, here you are, seeing me.
I loved the sarcasm. She seemed different, more relaxed and less stiff. I couldn't believe I was going to risk screwing it all up with the pesky little truth. I'm seeing you, and damn do I like what I see. She giggled.
Do you now?
I do. I wouldn't mind seeing a little more of you in the back seat of my car. I ridiculously bounced my eyebrows and grinned like a fool.
Oh, really?
She teased.
You want me to get naked in the back seat of your car in a lighted parking lot with my coworkers walking by?
I shrugged a shoulder. You don't have to be all the way naked. I could manage with just parts of you naked.
You're so bad.
I didn't think it was so bad the other night. I whispered close to her ear.
Stop.
She breathed out the word with zero conviction. I felt her shiver, and I knew I had gotten to her. I wasn't actually intending to have sex with her, but now that the flirting had turned in that direction, it was certainly a nice idea. I quickly stopped the train of thought. No sex. Not until I told her the truth. Do you have plans? I asked.
Right now?
She asked with surprise. Not that, I teased, kissing the tip of her nose.
Oh, you want to do something right now, though?
She asked with confusion, and what I was going to tell myself was a little tiny bit of disappointment at my rejection of the sex idea. If she only knew just how badly I would have liked to skip the other stuff and head right to the sex stuff. I nodded. Yes, right now, I need to tell you something, and I want to do it in person. She looked skeptical.
You're here. What is it?
Can I take you somewhere to talk?
Kate, what's going on?
She asked. I want to talk to you, please. Nothing creepy, just talk. She sighed.
Okay.
Thank you. I grinned, walked around to the passenger side and opened the door. Please. She got in the car. I could tell she was nervous. I should have come up with a better reason to get her in the car. I had freaked her out, which was definitely not my intention. I was dealing with my own very nervous stomach. I couldn't believe I was about to implode what might be my one chance at love.
You going to tell me where we are going?
She asked again. Not yet. We're almost there. A few minutes later, I pulled to a stop in front of my shop. She looked over at me.
Here?
I nodded before getting out of the car and going around to open her door. She looked up and down the street as if she wasn't sure which store we were going to. I pulled my keys out of my pocket and unlocked the door. Come in, please, I said, not bothering to turn on the main lights. The security light provided enough illumination for us to see.
Here?
She asked. Yes.
Why do you have a key to this place? I've been here. They sell gelato.
I nodded and smiled. Yes, they do. It's my shop. She scoffed.
Oh, of course it is. You don't have to flaunt all of your investments. Is this going to be a tour around the city so you can show me everything you own?
She sounded irritable. I smiled at her. It's gelato.
I know.
Have you ever had gelato? I asked, knowing damn well she had.
Yes, actually, I have,
she said haughtily. Would you like a scoop? I asked her, flipping on the light behind the counter, illuminating the frozen display case. I could see she wasn't comfortable.
I guess. Chocolate, please.
I smiled and reached for a clean scoop in a bowl. I dished up 2 servings of chocolate and hit the lights, not wanting anyone to think we were open. I carried the gelato to a table in a back corner, the same table I often sat at when I needed to do paperwork but didn't feel like being stuck in my cramped office. How was work tonight? I asked her, very obviously stalling for time. She shrugged.
Slow. It was just a small business gathering. They didn't have dinner, just cocktails and appetizers.
I nodded, reading between the lines, which means few if any tips. She giggled softly, licking her spoon.
Exactly. It's okay. I don't mind a slow night.
Does the event center stay pretty booked?
It gets slow around early fall and then picks up just before December with all of the holiday parties. Then slow again.
I see, I said, running out of things to talk about. There was a massive elephant in the room and it wasn't going away until I said the words. Then, said elephant might turn into a charging bull in the form of a very angry Eliana. I had no idea how it was going to go. I was nervous as hell and terrified she was going to kick me to the curb with her footprints square in the middle of my back. The thought of not seeing her again or hanging out and eating gelato with her made me sick to my stomach. I had been mulling over the words all day, trying to find the best way to tell her my reality. I was putting a lot of faith in Cassia's evaluation of who she thought Eliana truly was. That was what I was basing my future on, which terrified me. Cassia was young and had no real experience. I was on the verge of backing out when Eliana looked at me.
What's going on? You brought me here for something.
I did, I said. She raised her eyebrows.
And
I need to tell you the truth about something. She nodded. I could see the dread on her face and even a flash of anger in her eyes.
Out with it. I'm not interested in dramatic suspense.
I grimaced. I don't know how you're going to take it.
I'm not going to take it, period, if you don't just say it, Cade.
She snapped, irritation obvious. I took a deep breath, practically seeing my life flash before my eyes. Can I just say something first? She sighed.
You're going to anyway.
I like you. A lot. You're beautiful and funny, in a very dry humor kind of way. You're down to earth and I really like spending time with you. She nodded.
Great, fabulous. And now you tell me you're married, engaged, moving, dying?
I grinned, shaking my head and realizing maybe I did have a chance. Oh, none of those things. There was a slight look of relief on her face.
Okay. Spill.
Chapter 24. Eliana. I had no way of knowing if he was being serious or joking. The man was always joking, but just then he looked very serious and very uncomfortable. I believed him when he denied he was married or otherwise involved, but there was clearly something that was freaking him out. I stared at him, waiting for him to tell me what the hell was going on. I would drag it out of him if I had to. Part of me was mentally kicking myself for letting myself get mixed up with him in the first place. I should have known he would have some horrible secret. Eliana, I want to start by telling you how much I really like you. I'm not just saying that either. I truly enjoy being around you and talking with you. You intrigue me, and you make me smile. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever had the pleasure of seeing up close. I nodded. His flowery words were meant to disarm me. I wasn't going to be disarmed. Cade, seriously, just say what it is you want to say. I don't do drama. He looked down at his hands, and when he looked back up at me, I worried he might be sick. He looked a little green. I'm not who I said I was. I mean, I am Cade Couris, but I'm not the man you think I am. I raised an eyebrow. I don't know. Can you be a little more vague? I asked sarcastically. This is my shop, he said, gesturing around the room. My only shop. This is my investment. I nodded. Congratulations. I thought we already established that. I'm not rich. I don't have more than one investment. This is it. I'm a regular guy, making a living just like you and everyone else in the city. I don't have jets and yachts, and I don't go to the ballet or out to dinner at restaurants with 5 stars, or even 3 stars. I'm just Cade. He said it in a way that made it seem like it was a bad thing. Just Cade, huh? I said, feeling bad for the guy. He nodded. I was only pretending to be rich. I see. I never meant it to get to where it did, he quickly defended. How did you get into the benefit? I asked. The tickets were crazy expensive. He smiled. My dad is a wealthy man. He knows the guy that was hosting the party. He insisted I go. Why did you tell me you were rich? I asked him directly. Because I wanted to impress you. You'd been surrounded by wealthy men all night, and I wanted to be the one that got your number. It was stupid and immature, and I'm sorry I led you to believe I was someone I'm not. I sighed. I am a little disappointed. His face fell. I'm sorry. I'm disappointed you think you had to lie to me about your wealth, or lack of, to impress me. Do I seem that shallow to you? He shook his head. No, not at all. Honestly, when I said it, I was joking. I joke a lot. Too much, in fact. Once I said it, I got it in my head that was the only reason you were talking to me. You saw me at the party and assumed I was one of them. I didn't want to contradict that assumption and just went along with it. It was wrong, and I feel like an asshole for even trying to pretend I was some rich dude. I'm not impressed by wealth, I said. In fact, I avoid rich guys. They are usually arrogant and self-serving, and I have never been able to find any common ground with them. It's like trying to have a conversation with someone who speaks a different language. I thought you were different. I am different. I'm poor. I smiled. I guess that explains why you didn't act and talk like the others. He nodded. My family is wealthy, but I've never taken a dime from them. I've never asked, and my dad has certainly never offered. Really? I asked curiously. I thought that was something that was just kind of passed down to the kids. I suppose in many families it is, but my dad has always been a little embarrassed by me. When I opened this shop, you would have thought I pierced my nose, dyed my hair blue, and sold porn. He is very embarrassed to have an unsuccessful son. I looked around the shop and remembered my visit the other day. It doesn't seem like you're doing too bad for yourself. I'm not. I'm not rich, and I cannot afford to take you to that restaurant again. He grimaced. How did you pull it off the first time? My friend Maceo. He's rich. He was there at the party that night. He knew I was into you and wanted to help me out. It was actually him that encouraged me to tell you the truth about my financial situation. I was trying to figure out how long I could keep up the charade. He laughed. Money has never been an issue for me, I told him, looking him directly in the eyes so he could see I was sincere. It doesn't make me like you any more or any less. I like you for you, not for what you can buy. That is very good to know. And now I feel like an even bigger idiot for carrying that around as long as I did. It was weighing heavy on my conscience. He sighed with relief. Honestly, I'm glad to hear we are on more even ground, I said with a laugh. I was going to go broke trying to keep up with your expensive dates. How so? I had to buy a new dress. I couldn't very well look like a pauper with one of the richest of the rich men in town. I winked. He groaned. I'm sorry. I know I should have been straight with you from the very beginning. I was blinded by your beauty. I rolled my eyes. You're such a liar." He shook his head. "No, I'm serious. When I first saw you in the gazebo, I felt an immediate attraction. I was so pissed at myself for not talking to you more. Then when I saw you inside, I knew I had to talk to you. I was a little intimidated by you." "By me? How could you be intimidated by me? You were there rubbing elbows with the elite, and I was the girl serving cocktails and grabbing extra butter for the rolls." "You weren't just the girl serving cocktails," he said. "There is something about you. You are different than other women. You hold yourself apart from the rest, but not in a way that says you think you are better than anyone, but in a regal sort of way, if that makes any sense." I raised an eyebrow. "Like the Queen of England?" "Yes, like that, but not in a cold, aloof way. I know I must sound crazy, but this is real for me. I want to continue to see you, and I hope you will not let this little thing get in the way of that." "The little thing where you lied to me and then pretended to be someone else for weeks?" He winced. "Yes, that." I looked around the shop. "I was here last week." "I know." "How do you know?" I asked. "I was behind the counter," he confessed, his face actually turning red. "You were behind the counter?" I asked, trying to remember if I had seen him. He nodded. "I saw you and your friend through the window. When I realized you were coming inside, I panicked. I didn't want you to find out I was a poor guy schlepping gelato for a living. I hid. I dropped to the floor, and I hid." Shame was all over his face. I slapped a hand over my mouth. "You didn't?" I asked with shock. He nodded. "I did. Oh my God, I would have loved to have seen your big body cowering on the floor." "No, you wouldn't. I can't believe you're even talking to me after the suit situation." He ran a hand over his face. "I seem to be one giant fool." "The suit situation?" I asked, wondering what else I had missed. "The suit I was forced to wear to that benefit." "Oh, that one," I said with a laugh. "I thought that was your style." "And you still accepted my invitation to dinner?" I shrugged. "I don't judge a man by the clothes he wears, but that suit definitely made a statement. At first, I thought you liked flashy things. Then I thought you wore it on a dare. Then I thought maybe you wanted to start a new fashion trend. I'm so glad you skipped the flash at our first date. I was a little worried you would show up wearing a bright yellow number or something equally garish." He laughed. "That suit was my dad's way of messing with me. As you've probably learned, I don't dress like that. I like jeans, and I like comfort. I don't like drawing attention to myself." I nodded. "I feel the same way. Thank you for telling me who you really are. I'm a little sad that you thought it would matter to me, but I hope you understand that it doesn't. I'm not that kind of a person. I don't care about money. I never have." "Thank you," he said with that sexy smile on his face. "Does this mean you'll go out with me again?" I grinned. "I think I might be persuaded. I do have to work the next few nights, but we'll see." He took our empty bowls and tossed everything in the trash. I let him drive me home and happily accepted his kiss goodnight, but I made it clear it stopped with the kiss. I had a lot to think about, and I didn't want sex clouding my thoughts. "Good night," I whispered, his mouth hovering over mine. "Good night. I'll call you." He smiled and walked back to his car. I let myself inside my apartment and left the lights off, going straight to my room. It was my turn to feel guilty. He had told me his truth about who he was, and it was obvious that it had been incredibly difficult for him. It was cute, in a boyish way, like a little boy confessing to making muddy footprints on a clean kitchen floor. I was happy he had told me. It made me realize he truly was an honest, genuine guy. Add that to his good looks, humor, and natural charm, and he was damn near perfect. But I couldn't have him. I couldn't do a real relationship, and it was clear that was what he wanted. He deserved a woman that could be devoted to him and call him back regularly. He deserved a woman who knew how to love him and how to handle a normal, healthy adult relationship. I wasn't that woman. I didn't know the first thing about loving a man or loving in general. I would only hurt him. We'd have a nice time, and then he would want more from me, and I wouldn't know how to give it. Even if I did figure out how, I wasn't sure I was up for that. Relationships always ended badly. Just because he wasn't rich didn't mean he wouldn't dump me for the next woman that caught his eye. Cade was a catch. I wasn't sure he realized it, but I knew there would be a lot of women eager to be with him. I didn't think I could fight for him. That would be putting myself in a position of vulnerability, and I didn't like that idea at all. I was in trouble.
Chapter 25. Cade. It was late afternoon and business had been slow. I knew Cassia needed the hours, so I let her stick around to do some extra cleaning in the shop. Plus, I liked her company. There was a mother and 2 young children in the shop, which meant Cassia and I couldn't really talk about what we had been up to. She'd dropped the bombshell she'd met a man over the weekend, and then the customers had come in. I wanted to know more about the guy. I wanted to know if he was worthy of her. The moment the lobby was clear, I turned toward her. "Tell me everything, including his birthday and address." She rolled her eyes.
Absolutely not.
"I want to know who this guy is. How old is he?"
He's not that much older than I am,
she protested. "Which is not an answer," I argued.
He's 26.
"You're 20, so that's too old," I stated firmly, adding a nod of my head for added effect. She shook her head.
"That's not too old. I've dated guys my age. They are so immature. All they think about is partying, women, drinking, and sex."
I scoffed. "I should probably tell you that it isn't just the 20-year-olds. Men always think about that stuff."
"Well, I want a mature man with a job, and that is settled."
"Who is he?" I asked again.
"His name is Rob."
I wrinkled my nose. "Rob? What kind of name is that?"
"It's an English name, short for Robert."
"Are you sure he's 26? He sounds like he's 60.
"Stop, he's not 60. He's nice."
"What do you know about him?" I pressed. She shrugged.
"All I know is what he told me, and you and I both know it could all be bullshit because there doesn't seem to be a man on this planet that knows how to tell the truth,"
she said pointedly, her gaze narrowed at me. "Not fair, I did tell her."
"What?"
she asked with shock.
"You did? When?"
"Don't change the subject. We're talking about you and Rob." I said his name with another lip curl.
"Rob is Rob. He's handsome, and we had a good time on Saturday. We went out for dinner yesterday, and I like him, period, end of story. Now tell me about Eliana. What'd you do? How did she take it? Are you single? Is that why you didn't tell me?"
I stared at her, the rapid-fire questions bouncing around in my head. I didn't even know where to start. Tuesday," I said, trying to filter through the questions.
"What about Tuesday?"
I groaned, looking up at the ceiling. "I told her on Tuesday. Pay attention."
"How did she take it? Did she—"
"Stop," I said, holding up my hand. "One question at a time, or we're going to be doing this dance for a long time." She nodded.
"Fine. What did she say?"
"She said she was glad I told her and that money doesn't mean anything to her," I said with a smile. Cassia grinned.
"I told you."
I nodded. "You did, and I'm glad I took your advice. Good job."
"Are you still seeing her?"
"Yes," I answered immediately and then realized I couldn't say for sure. I hadn't actually seen her since that night. I had gotten exactly 2 texts from her since then. Cassia raised an eyebrow and folded her arms over her chest.
"Are you sure about that? You don't look too sure."
"I haven't exactly seen her, but she did say she was okay with this situation and didn't care whether I had money or not." I grinned proudly. "She said she liked me for me."
"But you haven't seen her."
"I'm not worried. She had a busy work week. She works nights, I work days. It's not a big deal. I'll catch up with her." I suddenly wasn't sure I would.
"Okay,"
Cassia said in a high-pitched voice and shrugged a shoulder. I shook my head, waggling my finger at her. Don't say okay like that." I mimicked her tone and body language. "Okay."
"What do you want me to say, not okay?"
No, just don't say it like that. She's working. I'm working. It's not a big deal. I was trying to convince myself. She shrugged again.
Okay.
She stopped when I glared at her.
Do you still need me? If not, I'm going to cut out early. I need to take care of some things. And I know you can't afford to pay me when there's no business.
I'll see you tomorrow. And stay away from Rob until I meet him and can scare him a little, I warned.
Yeah,
she said, grabbing her purse and leaving me alone. It was almost closing time. I was going to stay late and take care of the gelato making for the week. I usually spent one day making what I would need for the upcoming week. Most of the time I enjoyed making the gelato. I loved trying to come up with unique flavors, but I had realized unique did not necessarily mean a hot seller, and it ended up costing me more money. Going into the slow season meant I would be sticking to the basics. I started wiping down tables, ready to put the chairs on top as soon as it was officially closing time. When it was just me all alone in the shop, the soft music coming through the speakers always seemed so much louder. I hardly heard the piano music during the day when there were customers or other employees. Now I listened to the music, letting it soothe my soul. A few people, namely Rand, gave me shit about my choice in music for the shop, but I served people from every walk of life, young and old and everything in between. The current music trends did not appeal to the old-school crowd. I chose something that was relaxing, similar to that of a comfy coffee shop. I went in back and started to make some fresh mop water when I heard the bell on the front door. I inwardly groaned. I liked customers, but once I got into the cleaning and closing mode, I hated to have to stop everything. I walked out front with a smile on my face. "Good evening," I said, and immediately stopped when I recognized the top of the woman's head peering into the glass display case. Eliana's head popped up.
Hi, are you closed?
I shook my head. Not yet. What brings you by? She shrugged.
I have the night off. Last-minute cancellation.
I grinned. I was beginning to think I'd scared you away with my revelation.
No, I told you I wasn't interested in money.
She assured me, her eyes going back to the gelato. I stepped behind the case. Ah, I see your real motivation.
You do?
She asked, not bothering to look up at me. You want to use me for my gelato? Ha! I said with a laugh. She giggled.
You might be right. It all looks so good.
You say you have nothing to do tonight? I asked. She shrugged.
Not really.
I need to finish closing up, and then I have to make up a fresh batch of chocolate. Do you want to see how it's done?
You make it here?
She asked with surprise. I nodded. I do.
Yes, I'll help you. What do you need?
I chuckled. Have a seat. I'll get you some chocolate while you relax.
No, I can help. You helped me clean up, after all.
She smiled. You're going to help with gelato in a bit. Rest for now. I grabbed a scoop and filled her a small bowl. I carried it around the counter and put it in her hands before guiding her to a table and making her sit. Don't move. She nodded and took her first bite. I rushed to the back to grab the mop and decided locking the doors a few minutes early was not going to make a world of difference. I was anxious to be alone with her without worrying about someone coming in. I quickly put all the chairs up before running the mop over the floor.
I can't believe you mop,
Eliana commented. I laughed. I wasn't lying when I said I was an average guy.
I guess not. I suppose now that I've seen it, I have to believe it.
Come on. You can help me get the first batch started, I told her, reaching out a hand to pull her to her feet. I took a moment to steal a kiss, testing the waters to make sure she was still interested in kissing me. She didn't pull away, which was a damn good sign in my book. I led her to the kitchen area that was cramped and really only big enough for 1 or 2 people. I didn't mind being extra cozy with her. Can you grab the eggs from the fridge? I asked. She looked around, spotted the industrial refrigerator, and opened the door. We spent the next 10 minutes over the stove, my hand on hers as I showed her how to slowly stir the milk, heating it up before starting the next step. My body was pressed against hers as I watched the milk, making sure it didn't scorch.
Next?
She asked, slightly out of breath. Next is the eggs, I told her, handing her one. Together we cracked the eggs and then poured in sugar. I had her turn on the mixer while I moved the warm milk to the counter. I took her hand once again, covering her dainty one with my own, and we added warm milk to the bowl. The only sound that could be heard in the kitchen was the hum of the mixer, churning the sugary liquid. Both of us were far more intense than needed for a basic batch of gelato mixing, but there was far more happening in the kitchen than cooking. Once we had the mix in the ice cream maker ready to be slowly churned, things had reached a crescendo. It had been slowly growing harder by the minute with every touch, every longing look that had been exchanged.
"Is that it?"
she asked, turning to face me. I slowly nodded. "That's it for now."
"That was fun,"
she whispered, her eyes locking on mine. I nodded again. It was. My eyes dropped to her mouth. I had something I had found to be a lot more fun in mind. I reached up, cupping her face with my hand and quietly asking her what she wanted in that moment. Her eyes dropped to my mouth, and I knew she was in the exact frame of mind. I lunged, not waiting for another second to taste her. My mouth plundered hers, our tongues battling as we both struggled to get enough of each other. My arms were around her waist, holding her tightly against me. All her soft curves were pressed against me, completely blurring my thoughts with only one loud goal remaining. I had to be inside her. I had to have her. "I've missed you," I growled, my mouth dropping to her earlobe and sucking it between my teeth.
"Me too,"
she gasped when my teeth scraped over her neck, sucking in tiny bits of flesh and pulling. Her nails scraped over my back through my shirt. I wanted to feel them scraping over my raw skin. It was the best kind of pain. I reached for the hem of my shirt and stepped back, yanking it over my head and tossing it to the floor before grabbing her again. I groaned, feeling heat and lush curves pressing against my bare chest. It wasn't enough. I needed her skin against mine. I glanced around the kitchen, deciding it was too risky, and quickly grabbed her hand, leading her down the short hall to my cramped office. I looked at my cluttered desk and decided it was my best option. I took long strides across the room, and because I wasn't an animal and couldn't afford a new laptop, I picked it up and put it on a shelf before scooping up the paperwork littering the desk and putting it on a pile on the floor. I turned to look at her, finding her smiling. "What?"
"I think I imagined you sweeping it to the floor."
I shrugged. "I'd only have to clean it up. Now, I want you on this desk naked." I made sure she knew that just because I didn't trash my office didn't mean I wanted her any less.
Chapter 26. Eliana. I hadn't come by to see him at work with the intention of getting laid, but seeing him and watching him do something as simple as mopping the floor had turned me on. He was a normal dude. He wasn't arrogant or above mopping. It made me want him more than ever. I liked that he didn't have airs about him. He was who he was, and I liked him all the more for it. His hands pushed my pants down. Thank heavens for elastic waistbands that made the process so much faster. "I like these," he whispered, pushing the leggings over my ankles. I laughed. Me too. His hands were moving over my thighs, gently rubbing as he backed me up against the desk. He gripped my waist and lifted me, depositing me on the desk like I weighed nothing. It made me feel sexy and dainty. His mouth covered mine as his hands squeezed and massaged my breasts. I reached up, running my fingers through his hair and holding his mouth to mine. The chemistry between us was undeniable. Everything about him felt good and right and made for me. I let myself live in the moment and shut down my brain and that little voice that tried to tell me Cade wasn't for me. Right then, he was very much for me. I reached for the button of his jeans and carefully undid them before sliding the zipper down. I slid my hand over the erection waiting for me, eager to feel him inside me once again. He groaned, and his body jerked as my hand slipped under the fabric and touched him, skin on skin. I pushed his jeans and underwear down together. Touching him made me want him more than ever. "Hurry," I whispered, not sure if I was talking to myself or him. He chuckled. "Always in a hurry." "I want it. I want you." I looked up at him. His eyes flashed with lust. "You're going to have me. Every last inch." His voice was raspy. I licked my lips and nodded. I loved when the alpha side of him came out. I loved his nice guy side, but the man looming over me, his heavy cock inches away from me, was hot. I wrapped my hand around his hard length and gave him a good squeeze. He sucked in a breath through gritted teeth. "Now, Kate," I demanded. "I want you now." His eyes were intense, and for a brief moment, I wondered if I was a little crazy to tease the beast. He grabbed one knee, shoving it to the side and opening my legs. His hand slid between my thighs, going straight for the very core of me. I could feel the heat and knew I was wet and ready for him. I had been thinking about him since the last time we had been together. His fingers slid over me before one pushed inside without warning. My hands dropped to my sides, gripping the edge of the desk while his finger worked inside me. I reached for him, pulling his face to mine, and kissed him. He greedily kissed me back, his fingers still working over me and sending me on that sweet spiral of ecstasy. I moaned, opening my legs wider.
As the notes fade gently, let your mind feel lighter, ready to re-enter the world of the story.
I was on the edge of an orgasm, panting and begging for the release. I felt him moving around and opened my eyes in time to see his jeans fly through the air as he kicked them off his ankles. He stepped forward. His fingers slid out of me, and he guided his heavy cock to my opening. I braced myself for the invasion. Unlike the first time, he didn't take it slow. He thrust inside me with so much power, I slid back a few inches on the desk. I cried out, my body erupting with a violent orgasm. My arms went around his neck, clinging to him as he stayed still, letting me ride out the pleasure rippling through me. "There you go," he said as my body slowly began to unwind. "That's it." I was a little embarrassed that I had orgasmed so quickly, but the man had a way of touching every raw nerve and making me crazy with need. I was helpless to control myself around him. He was a lot of man to take in, literally. "It feels so good," I whispered. "Yes, it does," he replied, beginning a slow, rhythmic drive in and out of my body, scraping over the nerves that were still spasming from the orgasm. It was too good. I felt like my skin was too tight. Every touch created a firestorm of sensation that raced up and down my spine. I could hear myself panting and was helpless to stop. I clung to him, letting him fuck me with a leisurely pace. All the little electrical pulses that had been humming through my body began to pool in the pit of my stomach in a giant mass of ecstasy. "Oh, God," I groaned. "I want to feel you explode around me again," he whispered against my ear before sucking the flesh of my neck into his mouth. "Oh, God," I cried out again, suddenly overtaken by so much desire I felt shaky and confused. It was so much. My brain was in ecstasy overload. "Come on, baby," he growled, his thrusts becoming harder and faster. "I want another and another." My butt slid over the desk. His hands grabbed my hips and yanked me back to him. He continued to pump into me, harder and faster. All I could do was hold on. There was a flash of light behind my eyes as my body exploded around him. I cried out, clinging to him as he continued pumping inside me, his fingertips digging into the meaty flesh on my hips. He was a man on a mission. He never let up. The orgasm left me clinging to him, my breasts bouncing in the flimsy bra I had on. "More," he shouted. "More," I gasped, convinced I would die if I had any more. Off the desk." He pulled out and stepped away from me before yanking me off the desk and spinning me around. I gasped with shock. My hands landed on the desk just in time to support myself as he used his knee to nudge my legs open. His hand pushed on my back, silently ordering me to bend over. I could feel his hot, hard body behind me, and a second later, he was pushing himself inside me again. "Oh," I moaned as he filled me. "That's it. Hold on." I did exactly that. I gripped the smooth surface of the desk as best I could. The first thrust nearly sent me face first onto the desk. I pushed back, taking him in impossibly deeper. He began to thrust over and over, hard and fast. The man was feral. All I could do was push back to keep myself from being launched over the desk. The power I felt in him was shocking. He was so restrained and gentle most of the time. Not the man buried deep inside me just then. He was strong and powerful and dominating my body in the best way. "Fuck!" he shouted. I felt him erupt inside me and gasped. Somehow he managed to pull another orgasm from me. I cried out, arching my back and riding out the orgasm with him buried inside me. The second the orgasm released me from its clenches, I collapsed onto the desk, my chest heaving up and down as I struggled to catch my breath. Kay draped his body over mine, kissing my shoulder before moving my hair out of the way and giving me a quick kiss on the cheek. "Are you okay?" he asked. I moaned. "Much better than okay." He chuckled and removed his weight from me. "That's good." I managed to push myself off the desk. My legs felt like jelly. I knew I should have been embarrassed to be standing pantless in his office, but my brain was still high on the orgasm and incapable of feeling anything but ecstasy. Cade grabbed my panties and handed them to me. "Thank you," I said, and pulled them on. He was grabbing his own clothing and quickly dressing. He came to stand in front of me and grabbed my face with both hands, giving me a sultry kiss that sent chills racing through my overheated body. I wrapped my arms around his waist and leaned into him. He held me, rubbing his hand up and down my back. "I always have a lot of fun when I'm with you," I told him. He chuckled, the sound vibrating against my ear. "I do like to think I'm a fun guy. I have lots more fun ready to share with you." I giggled. "I think I could get used to your fun," I said, knowing we were both talking about sex. "Good, because I really have a lot of fun with you, and I want to have a lot more fun with you." "What are you doing tonight?" I asked him. He groaned. "You're tempting me, but I have to get some stuff done here. I've got another couple of hours of work." I was a little bummed, but I understood. "Okay. What about tomorrow? Can I see you then?" "I have to work. I'll be working the next few days." I stepped out of his arms. "What about after you get off work?" he asked. "It will be late, very late. I know you have to get up early and be here." He nodded. "Okay, but I will see you again, right?" "Yes, maybe in a few days," I answered, committing to nothing. Now that the fog of ecstasy was dissipating, I could see clearly once again. I couldn't let this thing between us get too intense. I needed to keep it casual. "Okay," he said. "You let me know when I can see you again. I will be waiting. I do want to see you." His gaze held mine. I nodded my head. "I'll text or call. I should get going." He gave me another kiss before walking me to the front of the store. He let me out and waved as I walked away. I headed for home, my body singing. I loved spending time with him, and it wasn't just about the sex, although that was pretty damn good. He was funny and genuine and a good person in general. I had to be careful. He was too easy to like. I would let things cool off for a few days. I didn't want to make any decisions while my body was still humming after a very good round of sex. I couldn't stop smiling as I walked along. I probably looked like a damn fool, grinning like I'd just won a grand prize. If people only knew why I was smiling. I giggled softly, feeling a little naughty and very much alive.
Chapter 27. Cade. I was taking an easy day. Cassia was running the shop while I took a few hours off. I was going to go in later and check on things, but she had been pushing me to make her a manager. Now that I had a woman in my life that I wanted to spend time with, it was a very appealing idea. I liked the idea of taking some time to enjoy life, rather than spend it working 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Eliana's schedule was also a huge factor in me considering her for the role of a manager. I could take mornings and afternoons off and hang out with Eliana, or be more willing to stay up late with her and sleep in the next morning. A rise in status also meant a rise in pay. That was okay. I could swing it. I wanted the total package. A woman and a family, and the whole 9 yards. I didn't know if that woman was Eliana, but I was certainly leaning in that direction. I sat down at my kitchen table, my scratch pad in front of me and my laptop with my spreadsheet on my other side. I would find the money. I always did whenever something came up, like needing a new piece of equipment, or I was hit with an expensive repair bill. It was finding money where there wasn't any that made any business owner successful. I heard my phone ring and hoped it was Eliana. I had texted her earlier to see if she wanted to grab a late breakfast. I saw the number and groaned. I was a good son and answered my mother's call, despite knowing it was likely a message from my father via her about something I had done that disappointed him. Nothing new. "Hi, Mom," I greeted in Italian out of respect.
Kate, it's time to come home,
she said, her voice somber. Chills immediately spread over my body. "I am home," I replied in English, matching the language she spoke.
No, Kate. Italy. You need to come home. Now.
I could tell by the way she was talking that something was wrong. Her voice lacked all emotion. "Mom, what's wrong? Are you okay?" I got to my feet, already knowing I would be on the next flight home.
I'm fine, but your father is sick. You need to come home, son.
And like the horrible son I was, I sat back down, immediately relaxing. My dad was a tough old bastard. He'd get over whatever it was that ailed him. Me showing up would not only waste my time and money flying home, but just serve to irritate him further. I was confident I was the last person he would want to see when he wasn't feeling well. I cleared my throat. "Mom, I'm very busy. I have to run the shop." I fell back on the tried-and-true excuse I had used for years.
Kate!
She practically shouted.
Come home now!
I got back to my feet. "How sick is he?" I asked, realizing there was more she wasn't saying.
I will not ask you again. Come home. I will be waiting.
She ended the call without another word. I held the phone in my hand. I had never heard her sound so demanding. She'd yelled at me plenty in my life, but her voice just then had held a hint of fear. It was the exact tone I needed to get my ass on a plane and go to Italy. She knew there was no love lost between my father and me. She was telling me without saying the words that whatever the illness was, it was extremely serious. The urgency in her voice told me I needed to be on a plane within the hour, or as soon as humanly possible. With shaking hands, I pulled up the internet, trying to use my beefy fingers to type in the words for an airline search. I couldn't quite get it done and tossed my phone on the table and grabbed my laptop. I typed out the word, waiting for the results to load when there was a knock on the door. Without thinking, I shouted for whoever it was to come in.
You should always check to see who's at the door,
I heard Maceo say. I turned around to verify the voice matched the body, and I nodded. I usually do.
What's going on?
He asked.
Are you okay?
I nodded and then shook my head. No, I need to get to Italy. My father is sick and my mother sounds scared. He came to stand beside me at the table.
Are you looking for a flight?
He asked. Yes, I need to get there. Now, something is wrong. I was barely paying attention to him.
Take my jet,
he said. I looked up at him. No, I can't do that. He pulled his phone from his pocket. I'm making the call. It'll take an hour to get ready. Stop, Maceo. I can't ask you to do that. He shook his head, putting the phone to his ear.
It's already done.
I wanted to reject his offer, but I hadn't found a flight that left soon enough to suit me. Not to mention the cost for a last-minute flight on a weekend was exorbitant. I listened to him talk in Greek to someone, I assumed an assistant. His orders were succinct and left no room for arguing. He ended the call and put the phone back in his pocket.
1 hour,
he said with a nod. Thank you. I don't know how to repay you. I felt very much in his debt. He shook his head.
You don't repay me, you're a friend. And I'm helping you out. Besides, the plane sits in a hangar all day, every day. It needs to be taken up for a flight now and again.
Thank you. Truly, I will pay you back for all of your generosity one day. I need to pack. I didn't want to be rude, but I was in a bit of a hurry.
Go ahead, I'll have my car take you to the airfield.
Maceo, you don't have to do that, I said, walking into my bedroom. He followed me, leaning against the doorframe while I yanked my suitcase out from under my bed and started haphazardly tossing clothes inside.
Did she tell you what was wrong with your father?
He asked. I shook my head. No, nothing. She only demanded I get there right away. She's never done that. It has to be serious. I don't know if there was an accident or what has happened. I saw him a couple weeks ago and he was fine. He was the same angry man I've known all my life.
Maybe it is just your mother being dramatic, he said. They want to see you, and this is the best way to get you there.
I smirked. I don't think so. When they want me to do something, it is commanded. It's an order. Just like wearing that damn suit to that benefit. Despite being a grown-ass man, I cannot shake the manners that were drilled into me from the moment I drew my first breath in this world. My parents, for all their faults, are still my parents, and defying them is not an option. At least not outright defying a direct order. I grinned. I defy them in plenty of other ways, though, like being poor. You're a good son, Maceo said. I smirked. I do try, but I don't think they would agree with you.
They will, one day.
In that moment, the realization that one day might be a day too late flitted through my mind. I couldn't wrap my head around the idea of my father truly being sick. That would be a weakness, and the man was not weak. He refused to be weak. "Okay, I think I have everything," I said, glancing around my room. "Passport?" he asked. "No shit, thanks." I went to my desk and pulled it from a drawer.
"Is there anything you need done while you're gone? I'm happy to help."
I shook my head. "Oh, you've done plenty, more than enough. I cannot tell you how much this means to me."
"You know I don't mind helping out. You're a good guy."
He clapped me on the shoulder. "Thanks." I grabbed my laptop from the table and shoved it into a backpack, along with my wallet and keys. I turned off the lights, took another look around, and decided I didn't need anything else. "Let's get you over there," Maceo said, walking to the door. I was grateful for his help. In that moment, I had truly needed a friend capable of granting miracles. I hated feeling like I was using him, but just then, I needed what he offered, and I would worry about feeling guilty later. The sense of urgency pulling me back to Italy dominated my thoughts. I got into the waiting car and tried to relax. I couldn't show up at home freaked out and wild-eyed. I needed to keep my cool and be there for my mom until I figured out what the hell was going on. I swore if it was an elaborate ploy to get me home, I would never speak to either one of them again. The car stopped, and I immediately jumped out. Maceo climbed out as well and walked me to the jet, sitting on the small runway and waiting for us. He quickly introduced me to his pilot.
"Give me a call when you're ready to come home, and I'll have the jet ready and waiting,"
Maceo said. I smiled. "Thanks, but I can fly commercial home."
"Why fly commercial when you have this? The pilot will be staying in Italy. Don't worry about anything. Focus on your family."
"Are you sure?" I asked. "Don't you have places to go?" He smirked.
"No, and if I do, I'll just hire another jet."
"Thank you so much," I said. "I won't forget this." He waved, dismissing my statement, and walked back to his waiting car. I watched out the window, wondering what was happening in Italy. I wished like hell my mom would have been a little more specific.
"Sir, we'll be taking off in a couple minutes,"
the flight attendant said.
"Will you buckle your seatbelt, please?"
I looked at her with confusion, wondering where in the hell she had come from. I wasn't expecting her. Yes. Can I use my phone?"
"Not at this time,"
she answered politely. Thank you," I murmured. I realized I had left in such a rush. I hadn't texted Eliana. I knew we weren't an official couple, but I felt like I owed her a heads up that I was going to be out of the country. I would text her when I landed. I leaned my head back against the seat and tried to focus on anything else other than the phone call from my mother. She'd sounded so serious and scared I couldn't ever remember her sounding like that before. She'd always been stalwart. She'd always been the calm one when my father was yelling. A lot of my friends' mothers, Greeks and Italians, would be loud and the real boss in the family, but not my mom. She'd always just kind of been a quiet force. My father and I both respected her and did as she asked, but she rarely raised her voice. There was a feeling of dread clinging to me. Deep down in the pit of my stomach, I knew something was wrong. Something was very wrong. As the plane began to ascend into the sky, all I kept thinking was, I wanted the pilot to go faster.
Chapter 28. Eliana. I walked into the small cafe, my eyes scanning the area until I spotted Lola. She didn't look happy. I had gotten the feeling she was in a bad mood when she called and asked me to meet her for lunch. I agreed to meet her at one of the places we frequented when funds were tight. They offered inexpensive food. It wasn't necessarily the best food, but it was cheap, and I didn't have to make it. I sat down at the table and immediately noticed her scowl. "What's got you in such a foul mood?" I asked. She groaned, shaking her head. "Bad night." "What happened?" I ordered an ice water, wanting to save the money I had for a greasy burger. "I went out with this guy I met a few days ago. He was nice when we met, seemed charming, and I thought he could actually be someone I could have a relationship with." I nodded, already having a good idea where the conversation was headed. "And I'm guessing he wasn't any of those things?" "Nope. He was a complete asshole." "What did he do?" She let out a long sigh. "First, he insulted my cheap outfit, said I looked like a hooker." "Who is this guy?" He's some French dude I met at a club. He was much nicer the first time. He bought me a few drinks and we danced. When he asked me out, he told me to dress to impress. I did. At least, I thought I did. Apparently, when he said impress, he meant expensive. I cringed. I'm sorry. Did you still go out with him? Yes. We went to a nice restaurant. He ordered my dinner. After I specifically told him I didn't like lobster, he ordered me lobster and told me to eat it because a girl like me wouldn't get the chance to eat a lobster dinner for free very often. She pursed her lips together. What a dick, I exclaimed. Oh, it gets worse, she said. I asked to see the dessert menu, and he told me I didn't need dessert. He suggested I skip dessert for the immediate future. My mouth fell open. Oh my God, I gasped. She held up a hand. It gets worse. How? Why would you actually spend another minute with him? I would have walked out. She sighed. I know. I should have, but I kept thinking he would get better. He didn't. He got so much worse. The moment we got back into the car, he got very handsy. He pushed up my skirt and tried to take me right there in the back seat. The driver could see everything. I told him to stop, and he wouldn't listen. He said he just bought me an expensive dinner, and now I had to earn it. I shook my head with complete disgust. What a pig. An absolute pig. You're so lucky to have found a guy like Kate. She sighed. Don't say that, I said with a grimace. Why not? He's a good guy. He is, but he's too good for me, I told her. Stop. He is not. He's perfect for you. I saw how happy you were on Sunday. Who knew gelato was an aphrodisiac? She laughed. I could feel my cheeks blushing. I had told her about the incident at the gelato shop after she hounded me, claiming I had a glow. I haven't talked to him since that day. What? Why not? I shrugged. I don't know. I just realized he's a really good guy. Like, really good. He deserves so much more. I feel guilty about dragging him into my very complicated life. You don't have a complicated life, she said. You have a dull life. You do nothing. You go nowhere. You don't do anything dangerous. What's so complicated about it? I scowled at her. I'm not boring. Yes, you are absolutely boring. Fine, I might not do anything, but my mother breezing in and out of my life is not something I want to explain to him. She shrugged. I doubt he would care. He would probably tell you the same thing I've told you 100 times. Quit giving her money. She's like a stray animal. If you keep feeding her, she's going to keep coming back. She's my mother, I retorted. Not a dog. Is she, though? Is she really your mother? You've been taking care of her for as long as I have known you. And from what you have told me about your childhood, she's not exactly ever been great at mothering. Sometimes a toxic relationship is exactly that. When something is toxic, you eliminate it from your life. You don't need to keep supporting her. You owe her nothing. I sighed. I know, but I always feel so damn guilty. Don't. Stop feeling guilty. Her choices are her own. Don't let her be the thing that keeps you from being happy. I shook my head. It isn't that easy. I'm just not cut out for relationships. I don't know how to be a good girlfriend. I don't want to hurt him. He deserves someone that is so much more than I can be. I haven't even talked to him in 2 days. That cannot be good girlfriend behavior. I think if it was a problem for him, he would say something. He is way into you. He is the perfect man, and you are going to throw him away because you're worried about being perfect. First of all, you can't be perfect at everything. I know you certainly try, but you have to leave something for us mere mortals to beat you at. Secondly, he would likely understand your apprehensions if you told him. He showed his own vulnerability by admitting who he was. That took balls. He's certainly not going to criticize you for being anxious about a real relationship. Don't let this get away from you. I would be very sad for you if you lost him." "You can't lose what you don't have," I said. "Bullshit. You know you have him. He's into you." I shook my head, digging in. "I can't. I don't want to hurt him." "I hate that you are so damn stubborn," she said. "Sorry, but I am who I am, and you love me for it." She slapped her hand on the table. "Exactly. I love you. You and I have a relationship. You were a prickly thing when we first met, but I managed to crack that tough exterior shell you have. Cade already has. Now let him in and let him figure out how to be in a relationship with you. I think he's proven he is a good guy. What's the worst that can happen?" I cringed. "The worst? He gets hurt. I like him, I'm not denying that, but I don't want to hurt him. I will end up hurting him. I'm no good for him." "Yes, you are. You have a little work to do on yourself. Talk to your mom. Set some boundaries. Maybe you need to tell her how you feel. Have you ever told her what her constant abandonment did to you?" "No. God, no. I don't want her to feel bad." "Fuck her." She snapped so quickly it shocked me enough to make me lean back. "Lola," I scolded. "No, I'm serious," she said, her voice stern. "You are so worried about everyone else. You don't think about you and how you feel. You're worried about hurting Cade, but willing to hurt yourself by not letting a relationship happen. Your mom is sucking you dry, but you don't want to hurt her feelings, and are hemorrhaging money and denying yourself things you should have and deserve to have." I frowned. What good comes from me telling my mother she is a shitty human being? The good is you get to release that baggage. Imagine how good it will feel to just get that off your chest. You cannot tell me you haven't thought about telling her off before. She raised an eyebrow. She wasn't wrong. "I have, but then I remember I'm not a bitch." She scowled. "You're not a bitch. You need to be more of a bitch and tell her she really screwed you up." "Hey, I'm not screwed up," I protested. "Yes, you are. You're screwed up," I retorted, sounding like a child. She shrugged. "You're right, which is why we're great together." I laughed. "Can we eat now? I'm starving." "Yes, but I'm not done with this. I want you with him. I'm going to keep bugging you until you give in." She laughed. "Please don't," I begged. "Have you heard what is going on tonight?" she asked, easily changing the subject. I shook my head. "I have no idea for sure, but I did hear something about a benefit for a charity benefiting kids. I don't know if it was tonight." She wrinkled her nose. "No money for us." "Stop. I like serving at those events. The people are nicer. And poorer," she said. I laughed. "You are so shallow." "I know," she said with a shrug. We finished our lunch and parted ways, promising to see each other in a few hours. As I walked home, I thought about what she had said. Part of me knew she was right. I had often envisioned the conversation with my mother. I would ask her why she'd left me alone all the time. I would ask her so many questions about why things were the way they were. I wanted to know why she treated me like an afterthought, and not even a pleasant afterthought. I knew the situation with my mother would not be resolved overnight. I didn't think a talk with her would change how I felt about relationships, but maybe it would give me a tiny bit of peace. If I could put it behind me, maybe I could move forward with Cade. I didn't know if I was cut out to be a girlfriend or a wife, but if I could make him happy, even for the short term, that would make me happy. Thinking about him made me want to talk to him. I pulled my phone out and called him. It went straight to voicemail. That was a little odd, but I assumed he was probably at work and didn't want to be disturbed. I thought about sending him a quick text just to say hello, but didn't want to bother him. I would text him later, or he would text me. I felt a little guilty I hadn't replied to his earlier texts. Fortunately, I knew the man was busy and wasn't hanging on the phone waiting for me to text. I liked that we were both independent. We weren't one of those couples that had to spend every waking minute together. "Oh, shit," I mumbled, coming to a dead stop on my walk. I had just thought of myself and Cade as a couple. Where in the hell had that come from? I blamed Lola. She got me thinking about it. I hadn't let myself even go down that road. It was weird to think of me and him like that. Hell, me and anyone like that was a bit of a novelty.
Chapter 29. Cade. Maceo had called ahead and had a car waiting for me. It took me to the hospital, and I had barely given the car time to pull to a stop before I had my suitcase and jumped out. I walked inside, asked for my dad's room, and was directed upstairs. I headed down a ridiculously long hallway. My head turned to the side as I read off the numbers in my mind. I found the right number and stopped outside the closed door. I took a deep breath and pushed it open. My mother was sitting in a chair next to his bed, staring out the window. My father was lying in bed, propped up on pillows and sleeping. His skin had an ashen yellow tone. He looked frail, something I had never seen on him. His ghastly appearance stunned me. I had just seen him. How in the hell had he gotten so ill in a matter of weeks? "Mom," I whispered. She blinked and turned her head.
"You're here."
"I am. What's going on?"
"Have a seat,"
she said, nodding toward the chair in the corner. I dropped my suitcase and quietly dragged the chair closer to her. "What's wrong with him?"
"He's dying."
I looked at him, then back at her. My head was spinning. "What? How? Why?"
"Cancer."
"What? Cancer? What kind? Is he doing chemo?" I had so many questions.
"No, it's pancreatic cancer."
"Can they cure it?"
"No."
I closed my eyes. She wasn't making any sense to me. I wanted to shake her, shake the answers out of her. "Mom, you're killing me here," I said, and immediately regretted my words. "Sorry." She smiled.
"It's okay. I know this is a shock."
"It is. I don't understand." I was trying to keep my emotions in check. I didn't know what I was feeling. She sighed, looking over at my sleeping father and then back at me.
"He was diagnosed about 8 months ago. The prognosis wasn't good. He decided to live his life out on his terms. He didn't want chemo."
8 months ago? Why didn't you guys tell me?
"He didn't want you to think of him as weak."
"Weak? It's fucking cancer!" I quickly remembered who I was talking to when my mother scowled at me.
"His fight is coming to an end. I wanted you to be able to say goodbye. I know you two have had a very difficult relationship. I didn't want him to pass away without you knowing the truth."
She smiled softly. "The truth?" I asked, the reality of the situation starting to sink in.
"The truth is he cares about you a great deal,"
she explained.
"He's so proud of you. It's one of the reasons he didn't want to tell you about the cancer. He didn't want to pull you away from your life in Greece. He knew your business was important to you, and he didn't want you to sacrifice it to be here with him. There was nothing you could do."
"But why didn't you tell me when you guys visited? He didn't look sick." I was still trying to find a way to make the situation unreal.
"He wanted to see you one last time,"
she said, her voice cracking. "He came to say goodbye but never said goodbye." I whispered, shaking my head.
"He loved you. I know that's hard for you to believe, but he was so proud of you. I brought something I'd like to show you."
She got up from her chair. My eyes went back to my dad. There was an IV in his arm. He looked so peaceful. He didn't look to be in any pain, which was a very good thing. He certainly didn't look like that tough guy I remembered. There was a certain vulnerability that came with death. I had never seen it on him, and I didn't think I wanted to see it again. "What's this?" I asked, taking the photo album from her. She sat down, smiling as she looked at the book. I opened the cover and frowned. It was a newspaper clipping from the day my shop opened. I turned another page. It was a review from one of the local pages in Heraklion.
"He bought a subscription to all the papers,"
she said.
"He scoured the news looking for anything about you or the shop."
"He did? Why? He hated that I opened the shop." I flipped through pages and saw pictures of me that had been taken for some ads I had run when the shop first opened. It was like a history lesson from the very beginning days of my business.
Your father cared. He was proud of you. He didn't tell you because he was worried it would make you soft.
Soft? I asked. He was worried that showing me some kind of love and affection would make me soft? That's dumb. He could have thrown me a bone.
It's not his way. You know that.
I flipped through page after page and kept shaking my head. What I was seeing in the book and what I knew to be true weren't adding up. Why? Why does it take this for you to tell me? Would it have been so hard to mention he was happy for me? I can't understand any of this. He's dying? I asked as if she would give me another answer.
Yes, Kate. He doesn't have much time. I know we made mistakes as parents. I am sorry if you felt like you weren't loved.
You said not much time. What does that mean? A week? A month? I put the book on the floor. She looked away, but not before I saw the tears welling.
No.
No? I echoed.
I told you it was urgent to get here right away,
she whispered.
He's not expected to make it through the night.
I felt like I was going to vomit. What? Why in the hell did you wait for so long? Is he awake? Can I talk to him? She ran her hand over her cheek, wiping away the tears.
He's been given morphine. The pain became too much for him. He tried to tough it out, but I insisted. I don't know if he will wake up. The doctors told me there was a good chance the medicine would relax him enough to slip away.
Mom, I whispered, imagining the struggle she must have had.
I couldn't watch him in pain. I wanted him to be awake and conscious when you got here, but I couldn't wait. I'm so sorry.
She finally broke down in tears. I pulled her into my arms and held her while she sobbed. I felt horrible that I hadn't been there to help her make the decision. Why don't you take a break? Go home, shower, get something to eat.
I can't leave,
she said. You need to get some rest. How long have you guys been here?
He was brought in by ambulance yesterday,
she said. Mom, why did you wait? I asked again, trying very hard not to be pissed at her.
He insisted I not call.
I knew how stubborn he could be. Okay, please, go get a few minutes. Take a walk. I'll be right here with him. You need to take care of yourself.
Kate, I need to tell you something else,
she said, stepping away from him. What is it? I asked, my heart in my throat. I was terrified she was going to tell me she was sick as well.
The will,
she started. I already knew I wasn't in the will. My dad had made that very clear years ago. It's fine, Mom. I already know he didn't want me to have anything. It's okay. I don't need his money. I'm doing okay.
No, you don't understand. You will inherit the estate. He's left me enough to live on, and I will keep the house in Italy, but the rest is yours, Kate. You are going to be a very wealthy man. He wanted to make sure you were taken care of, whether you thought you wanted it or not. You know your father.
She smiled.
He could be very adamant about things. Do this for him. For me. Take the money. Open more shops if you choose, but do not insult him by rejecting what is rightfully yours.
I shook my head. No, that's not what he wanted.
It is,
she said with a smile.
You can choose to keep your shop open or retire if you'd like. You don't have to work. Your children won't have to work. You can live a comfortable life.
Why? I asked, feeling like I'd asked the question over and over. She shrugged.
He's always wanted you to have the money. You refused it. You rejected it time and again. You rejected his lifestyle, and no matter what you might think, it did hurt him a little. He grew up with nothing and worked very hard to make sure his family had everything they could ever want. He may not have been affectionate, and he did not do a good job telling you how he felt, but I promise you, you made him proud.
I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Thank you for telling me. She smiled, tears in her eyes once again.
I'm going to take a walk. I'll be back shortly.
She left, leaving me alone with my father. I stood next to the bed, staring at the man. I reached down and took his hand in mine. I gave it a good squeeze. Dad, I'm here. It's me, Cade. I watched his face, hoping for some kind of reaction. There was nothing. I was happy to know he wasn't suffering, but I would have liked to have a few minutes with him. I would have loved to hear him tell me he was proud. and I would have liked to look him in the eyes and tell him I loved him. It wasn't going to happen. "Dad, I love you," I said. "I know we didn't always see eye to eye. I'm sorry I wasn't more appreciative of all you did for me. I know you worked hard to support me and Mom. I should have said thank you. I should have come home to visit. I can't change the past. We can't go back, but I promise you I will do right by you. I will never dishonor you or the family name." I waited for some kind of reaction or a twitch of his hand. I felt nothing. In that moment, I didn't give a shit about my ego. I dropped the bed rail and climbed into the bed beside him. I teetered on the edge, my arm across his chest as I gently hugged him. I couldn't remember the last time my father had hugged me. It was hard to accept I would never feel his arms around me again. In some ways, I was glad we weren't overly close. The situation would be so much harder if we were. Then again, the situation absolutely sucked because I would never get the chance to be close to him. It was hard to accept we had wasted over 20 years being angry at each other for no reason except we couldn't agree on who I was supposed to be in this life. I lay on the bed beside him for a long time. I heard the door open and saw my mother come back in. It was clear she had been crying. I carefully maneuvered my big body off the bed and put the rail back up. My mother looked like she had aged 10 years in the last hour. I pulled her into my arms and held her. "I'll be a better son," I promised.
"You're a good son."
"I'll be better. I'll be here for you." She let out a long sigh.
"I'm going to be okay. Your father and I have talked about this day. I'm going to do some traveling with an old friend who lost her husband last year."
I was happy she and my father had had the time to discuss the end and how she would go on after he was gone. It would give her some solace. "I'm going to grab some coffee," I said. "Can I bring you anything?" She shook her head.
"No, thank you."
I nodded and left the room, leaving my suitcase on the floor. I wasn't going anywhere.
Chapter 30. Eliana. I woke up after 9, still feeling tired after a sleepless night. I hadn't been able to shake what Lola had suggested I do about my mom. I had spent the night tossing and turning, mulling over what I would say. I wasn't sure I had the courage to actually say what I wanted to say. Thinking about it made me break out into a cold sweat. However, after a lot of discussion, which was more like berating, I had agreed that it needed to be done. I rolled over and grabbed my phone to check for a message from Cade. There was nothing, which was a little strange, but I had to assume he was busy. I wasn't going to chase him down. I found my mother's number in my phone and hoped it was still the correct number. She tended to get a new phone every few months. "Mom, it's me," I said when she answered the phone in a whisper. "Yes, Eliana," she said with irritation. "I was wondering if we could grab a late breakfast?" I asked, my palms sweaty. "I'm a little busy today," she said. "Mom, this is important," I said, not wanting to lose the courage I had pulled together. "I need to talk to you." She sighed loudly. "I can meet you in an hour or two." 2 hours, same place, I told her firmly. "Fine." It was obvious she wasn't thrilled to be pulled away from whoever she was with, but I didn't care. Now that I had the idea in my head, I couldn't let go of it. I wanted to get things cleared up. I had been carrying around the hurt and frustration for too long. I was ready to be free of it. I had never realized I could be free until Lola put the idea in my head. Ever since she'd said it, it was like staring at the single cookie on a plate and not eating it. I quickly showered and tossed in a load of laundry before heading out to meet her. If she stood me up, I was going to be pissed. I sat down at a table close to the door so she would see me when she came in. I was giving my deodorant a serious stress test. I didn't smell anything stinky yet, but if this come-to-Jesus meeting didn't happen soon, I was going to be one stinky, sweaty woman. She breezed in, her hair a bit of a mess and her clothes obviously rumpled from the night before. I ignored the signs that she'd been out with yet another man. "I hope this is important," she said. "I wasn't really up for a meeting." "It is. Please sit down." She was obviously put out. "What's this about? I need to get cleaned up and changed. I have a date tonight, and I think this one might just be the real thing." I stopped myself from rolling my eyes. Every date was the real thing. "I wanted to ask you something," I said, suddenly feeling very hot and sweaty. "What? You couldn't just ask me over the phone?" "Why have you never cared for me?" I asked, just getting it out there before I could lose my nerve. She waved a hand through the air. "That's ridiculous. Of course I've cared for you." Her answer was too practiced and completely fake. She also wouldn't look at me. "That doesn't sound very convincing," I said dryly. "Oh, please, what do you want from me? Since when did you become so needy?" "I'm not needy," I said. "That's the very last thing I am. You've never really treated me like a daughter. I've always been the one to take care of you. I've never felt like you loved me." She scowled at first, and then rubbed a hand over her eyes, which were smudged with last night's makeup. "Eliana, honestly, I never wanted a child. Your dad left, and I was basically stuck with you." Her words cut deep, but I refused to let her see how badly she hurt me. "Stuck with me?" "Your father was a loser," she stated. "He was a drunk. He knocked me up and acted like he was so proud of himself. Neither of us wanted a child. I couldn't give you to anyone. No one I knew wanted a child. I did my best." I began to grow numb. "I see. Don't act like you are a victim," she said with disgust. "You had a roof over your head. You had food. I had to sacrifice a lot. Hell, I sacrificed everything. My entire life was taken away when I got pregnant. I got fat and no man wanted me. Being pregnant with you changed my body." "I didn't ask you to get pregnant," I spat. "No, you didn't. But you're looking at me with disdain, like I failed you as a mother." I shook my head. "You did," I whispered. "Oh, you're fine. Look at you. You've got a good job. You're a beautiful young woman. You have your whole life in front of you. Don't get pregnant. Trust me, you will live to regret it for the rest of your life." "You regret that I was born?" I asked the question, but it was really more of a statement. She shrugged a shoulder. "I don't mind having a daughter now, but back then it really was such a trying time." "I see." I said the words on a breath. "Is that really what you called me down here for? What is this about? It's all in the past. We're good now, right?" She flashed me her practiced smile. I shook my head. "Actually, no. We are not right. You use me, repeatedly. The only relationship we have is when you come to me for money. You don't love me. You don't see me as a daughter. You see me as someone you can complain to and ask for money when one of your boyfriends dumps you. You are incapable of loving me. You don't want to love me. I don't think you are capable of loving anyone but yourself. I don't know why I didn't see it before. I think I kept hoping you would change. That's never going to happen." "Change how?" she asked irritably. "It doesn't matter," I said with resignation. "You can't change. I don't know if you're a product of your own shitty upbringing or if you were simply born to be a selfish woman, but you're too old to change at this point." Her mouth dropped open. I knew it had been a low blow to call her old, but it gave me a little satisfaction to hurt her just a little. "How dare you?" she snapped. "I gave you my life, you selfish little bitch. I should have left you at a church." I smirked. "You should have. I'm glad you've learned how to use birth control. God knows no other child should ever have to be raised by you. Technically, you didn't raise me, though, did you? I was the one taking care of you. I was the one who had to nurse you back to health after a long weekend of drinking. You left me alone for days when I was 12. How can you think that was okay? What happened to you in your life to make you such a horrible mother? You horrible, awful child. Where is all of this coming from? Did you get dumped? You are not acting like yourself. What has gotten into you? Are you drunk? I wish, I said. Well, thank you so much for giving me another 5 minutes of your life today, Mother. But you don't have to worry about me wasting another minute of your time. Ever. This relationship we have is over. I can't keep carrying you around. You are free to do whatever you like. You never have to worry about me again, and I won't worry about you. We know you will always land on your feet. I'd suggest you hurry up and find yourself a man that will put up with you, because you are not getting any younger, and the bed-hopping thing isn't going to work for you forever. I wasn't trying to be mean. I felt like she actually needed to hear it. Shut up, she growled. You don't know shit about my life. I smiled and shook my head. No, I guess I don't. I got to my feet, having no desire to share a meal with her. Goodbye, Mom, and good luck. I do hope you will find someone that can make you happy. I'll come by tomorrow. You seriously have a bug up your ass. She rolled her eyes. No, don't. Don't come by, and don't call me. I can't do this anymore. I have to move on with my life and try to salvage it. Whatever, Eliana. I don't know when you turned into a drama queen, but it is really unflattering. I laughed as I walked out of the restaurant. I felt free. I was sad to lose the only family member I had, but I was also so relieved I felt like I could touch the sky. I started my walk home, mulling over everything she had said. I felt like a balloon that had just been popped. The initial relief I felt faded, and I was left feeling completely drained. Oh my God, I whispered, realizing what I had done. By the time I made it back to my apartment, I realized I was one messed up woman. I thought about what I was feeling in that moment and realized I didn't want to do that to Cade. I was in no shape to be in a relationship. I wanted to think that with some time I might be ready to try, but I didn't know when that would be. Cade deserved someone now. He was a handsome, kind man that needed a woman that could love him with her whole heart. I didn't have a whole heart. I had a very broken, damaged heart that was incapable of real love. I thought about what my mother had likely done to my father. She probably messed him up. I had seen how that ended for him. I didn't think I had her power of persuasion or whatever it was she wielded over men, but I didn't want to cause him any pain or frustration. I grabbed my phone and was a little bummed Cade still hadn't called or texted. Maybe the problem had solved itself. I didn't think he was the kind of man to use a woman for sex, but it was a possibility. I sent him a quick text, asking if we could talk. I held the phone, waiting for him to reply. My stomach churned, and profound sadness weighed heavily on my shoulders. I felt like I had run the full spectrum of emotions in 30 minutes. It was all a little overwhelming, and I would have loved nothing more than to walk into his strong arms and let him hold me. But I was on my own. I needed to get my shit together before I even thought about trying to date or anything else.
Chapter 31. Cade. I had just stepped outside to get some fresh air when I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. It had been a long night and I was almost too tired to bother checking it. My dad had awoken at one point, but the pain had left him incoherent. My mother and I insisted the pain meds be increased. It lulled him into a peaceful sleep once again. We were told his time was short, over and over, but he kept holding on. It pissed me off that he was still fighting when his body had given up on him. The doctor assured me there was no chance. I kept thinking if he was still fighting, then there had to be a chance he could beat the cancer. I pulled out my phone and rubbed a hand over my eyes, which felt like sandpaper had been scraped over them. It was a message from Eliana. I winced, feeling like an asshole for forgetting to text her again. Things had been a little hectic. Her message said she wanted to talk. Instead of texting her back, I called. I wanted to apologize in person, or in voice, rather. I said, my voice gravelly from lack of sleep.
Hi,
she said, sounding a bit stiff. I'm sorry I didn't call earlier, I said.
It's fine,
she replied, her tone cool.
I've been busy.
Is everything okay? I asked, sensing she was pissed.
It's fine. Well, no, it isn't fine,
she quickly added. I nodded, prepared to apologize for my absence. I'm sorry I didn't call yesterday or the day before, I started.
It's fine, I didn't call you either. I was hoping to talk to you in person, but you weren't at work yesterday.
No, she cut me off.
Look, there's no easy way to say this. We can't see each other anymore.
I blinked, wondering if my brain was too tired to hear straight. What?
This thing we're doing, it's over. I can't be involved with anyone right now.
I don't understand. Everything was fine the other day. Did something change?
No. Yes, it's me. I don't want to be with you or anyone. I'm just not up for that. I did have fun with you, and you're a great guy.
She said the last phrase as if that would just magically make everything better. Look, Eliana, we can talk about this, I said. I know I've been absent, but I was giving you a day or two. I hoped she was just a little angry and I could smooth things over.
I'm sorry, Kate, but this thing we had is over. It's better to just end things now before it gets any harder. It's just not going to work. Goodbye.
She ended the call. I turned the phone over to stare at the screen. What the hell? I muttered.
Is everything okay?
I heard my mother's voice. I turned to see her coming out of the hospital, and she sat on the bench beside me. She didn't need to know my problems. She had plenty of her own to deal with. I slowly nodded. It's fine, I muttered. She smirked.
Yes, I can see how fine it is. You look crushed.
It's been a rough night, Mom. I just found out my father has hours to live.
Your phone call didn't go well?
She stated. I sighed and shook my head. No, it didn't.
Is it your shop?
No.
Kate, you can talk to me,
she said. I turned to look at her. We'd never been all that close. When I was younger, she'd been my everything, and then I got older and things changed between us. I realized she was never my ally, but my father's. I'm fine.
Son, I know things are difficult. I know I should have been a better mother. Can we please try to have a better relationship? I would like to know what is going on in your life.
I knew it was a second chance to have a real relationship with my mother. I'd missed out with my dad, but she was extending an olive branch, and I wasn't going to turn it down. My dad's illness was a stark reminder of just how short life was. I didn't have a guarantee tomorrow would come for me or her. I couldn't put off trying to mend fences. It was now, or it could very well be never. I didn't want to lose another parent without at least trying to restore the relationship. I was seeing a girl, and she just told me she doesn't want to see me anymore, I said.
Oh, goodness, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were seeing anyone.
I wasn't. Not officially. We met at the benefit and have gone out a few times. I left out the salacious details. She nodded.
I see. And she just called to end it with you?
I laughed. Technically, I called her, but yes.
What happened?
She asked in a gentle voice. I shook my head. My brain was fried. I couldn't even begin to think what I might have done wrong. I honestly don't know. She has told me from day one she didn't want anything serious, and I can understand that. But there is something between us. I can't quite put my finger on what it is, but she feels right. I really like her. I think about her all the time. I've been trying to give her space and not come on too strong. She is hard to read. My mom got a wistful smile on her face as she stared at the fountain in the center of the courtyard outside the hospital.
I can understand that. Your father and I did not immediately fall in love. Actually, he claims he knew he loved me when he saw me, but I didn't feel the same way. I wasn't sure he was the man for me. I turned him down so many times I lost count.
She laughed softly. Really? I asked with surprise. My parents weren't the type to profess their love for each other. They just kind of were. They'd been together so long, they just kind of knew what the other was thinking.
Really?
She answered.
He was persistent. He wouldn't let me forget about him. I finally agreed to go on a date with him. It was the first time I let myself really see him, the man behind the shabby clothes and the cocky attitude.
Dad had a cocky attitude? She rolled her eyes.
Oh, my heavens, he was so arrogant. He didn't have any money, but he knew one day he would be a rich, powerful man. He told me I had to marry him, or he could never be successful. I can't tell you when it happened, but one day I just knew. I knew I would marry him.
Was it before or after he started his company? I asked, wondering if money influenced her change of heart. Deep down, I was worried that my lack of wealth was what had discouraged Eliana from being with me. I didn't want her to come back to me just because I might inherit my father's estate. I still didn't believe that was truly the case. She scowled at me.
Are you suggesting I only got with your father because of his money?
I shook my head. Mom, I really want to know. When I met Eliana, it was at the benefit. She assumed I was wealthy. I didn't tell her I wasn't. We went out a couple of times. I have a friend who hooked me up with free tickets to the ballet and called in a favor to get me into one of the best restaurants. I pretended to be rich. It took me a bit, but I realized I couldn't keep up the charade. I told her I was just a poor man who was crazy about her. She said she didn't mind my lack of wealth. But part of me has to wonder if that's what's changed her mind.
You are wealthy,
she reminded me. I shook my head. No, I'm not. He's not gone.
He is gone, son. His frail body just hasn't realized it yet.
I don't want her to want me because I have money.
The answer is yes,
she said.
Your father and I got married a year before he started his business. Together, he and I built that company. I worked alongside him for 5 years before I got pregnant with you. By that time, it was established, and I didn't need to be there.
I didn't know, I said, feeling a little guilty for insinuating otherwise. My mother shrugged.
It's okay. It's a valid question. It's why your father sent you to those schools. He wanted you to meet girls that were in your same social class. He didn't want you to be hurt by a girl who was only after you for the family money.
I smirked. I had no money, and there was never any worry about any girl wanting me for anything. They were more interested in the guys that played sports and were smooth talkers. I could barely say 2 words to a girl.
You were and are a handsome young man,
she said, patting my leg. You have to say that. You're my mom. I laughed.
No, it's true. You were always a handsome boy, but you never realized it.
Thanks. We should probably go back in. I realized we'd been gone for 30 minutes. She sighed.
Yes, we should.
Together we headed back to my father's room. The blinds had been closed, casting the room in a state of gloom. Death hung in the air, as if it was waiting to claim him and growing impatient with his delay. My dad didn't know how to quit. We knew it would be soon. Like my mom said, he was already gone. It was only his body lingering. It was a small comfort to know that the man I knew and loved wasn't suffering. I stood on one side of the bed and my mom on the other. She reached down and took his limp hand in hers. She ran her hand over the top of his.
Choose what makes you happy. Always follow your heart.
I thought she was talking to my dad until I felt her looking at me. Me? She grinned.
Yes, you. I want you to be happy. If working at your gelato shop is what makes you happy, then I support you. If you want that girl, you keep asking her out. If you feel that connection with her, and you think she feels it with you, then you have to persuade her.
I smirked. Easier said than done.
Anything worth having is difficult. If it were easy, the world would be boring.
I smiled, appreciating her advice. Thanks, Mom. I'll do what I can. But she is a stubborn woman. She laughed.
That's the best kind. You Kuris men need a stubborn woman.
I grinned. I suppose we do. We both fell silent, staring down at my father, who looked like he was taking a nice nap. I thought about what my mom had said. I had never really thought about my parents having a happy, loving marriage. I realized I had been wrong. seeing her look at him with such profound sadness was difficult. It made me rethink everything I had ever thought about my dad. He loved her. They loved each other. I watched as she leaned down and kissed his forehead.
"I love you, Lorenzo," she whispered. "You go now. I'll meet you there."
My heart felt like it was being squeezed to the point it couldn't beat. Loss, regret, sadness. It was weighing me down. I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep up the strong and supportive son role. I looked at my dad again and thought about how hard he was fighting. I could last a little longer, for as long as I needed to.
Chapter 32. Eliana. I was in a horrible mood. I hated everything and everyone. I couldn't muster the energy to smile. I felt like throwing things and screaming at people. I was in no shape to be at work, but I was also not in shape to miss a day either. I was damned if I did and damned if I didn't. I hated not having choices. I hated not being able to do what I wanted. The urge to stomp my feet and have a good cry was strong. I walked into the kitchen, dropped my tray on the table, and scowled as I waited for more glasses of champagne to be filled. "Hey," Lola said, coming in behind me. I frowned at her, too pissed to even say hello. She scowled at me. "Whoa, you need to put that look away. I didn't stab you. I said hello." "I can't put it away. It's my face." "Roar," she teased. "Someone is cranky. Do you need a nap?" "Stop it. I'm not in the mood. Really. I just can't. Not today." She scoffed. "No shit. What's your problem? I thought you were getting laid regularly. Did he cut you off? Is it time to find you a new man?" I snatched the full tray off the counter and walked out without saying another word. I knew she was joking, but my sense of humor was gone. I had no humor left in me. My life was too much of a clusterfuck to have humor in it. I didn't mean to act like a bitch toward her, but if there was anyone in the world who could understand why I was in such a horrible mood, it was her. I had dealt with plenty of her bad moods and hangovers. Lola could take bitch to new levels. My attitude was nothing compared to the shit she could dish out. Instead of focusing on how grumpy I was, I turned my attention to getting through the next few hours. I got right to work, making the rounds and offering champagne. I couldn't smile. I tried. I caught my boss looking at me and knew he had noticed my lack of a smile. He could yell at me later. I didn't care. When my tray was empty, I headed back for the kitchen to grab another round. I checked the time, anxious for the night to be over. I wanted to go home and sit in the dark and pout and be angry and curse my mother for ruining my life. I fully blamed her and her selfishness for the pain I was going to endure for the rest of my days. She had chosen to keep me instead of doing the humane thing and giving me to a family that would have cared for me. The worst part was, I couldn't even bring myself to hate her. I felt nothing but disgust, and maybe even a little sympathy for her. She was a miserable human being and would never change. One day, I had to believe the consequences of her choices in life would catch up with her. When that happened, she was going to feel like shit. Damn it! I cursed when one of the other waiters bumped into me. "What the hell? Watch where you're going." "Out, now," Lola said before grabbing my hand and dragging me toward the side door. I tried to dig in my heels. "Stop! What are you doing? We have to serve." "We're taking a break," she said, and didn't stop walking. She kept moving until we were outside in the same place I had first laid eyes on Cade. It was about the last reminder I needed. "I don't want to take a break," I said. "I want to get in there and finish serving so I can go home." She stopped walking, turned, and pushed on my shoulders, forcing me to sit down. I begrudgingly did it, my arms folded over my chest as I pouted. Her stern gaze met mine. "Tell me what's going on. And don't say nothing, because it is obviously something." I looked beyond her, staring into the night. I talked to my mom. She let out a breath and sat beside me. Do I even need to ask how that went? She is a horrible human being. Her arm went around me. I'm so sorry. What did you say to her? I asked her if she loved me. At first, she said she did, but it was obvious she was lying. I don't think she even tried to lie because I know she's an excellent liar. She didn't care. It was as if I had the film removed from my eyes, and I could finally see clearly. She didn't care enough to even lie to me. Lola winced. Ouch. That had to be difficult. I'm so sorry. She told me I ruined her life and she never wanted me. She tried to tell me my life was better because she didn't dump me at a hospital or something. I just can't believe a person could be so callous. I'm her daughter, but she acted like I was a thorn in her foot. The pain and rejection was still raw. Did you tell her to fuck off? She asked angrily. I let out a choked laugh. Yes, basically. Good, she said adamantly. Good for you. I'm proud of you. You did the right thing. Don't let her bring you down anymore. I'm so glad you finally kicked her to the curb. You're too good for her. You don't need her. I nodded. I agree. I do feel better. Then why are you in such a foul mood? You could seriously poke an eye out with those daggers you're shooting from your eyeballs. I shook my head. It's not my mom. I mean, it is because of my mom, but it's because she ruined me. I'll never have a normal life. I'll never be able to have a normal relationship. I'm going to live my days out alone. Stop, she said firmly. Don't say that. Don't give her that kind of power. Cade seems really into you. I shook my head. I ended it with him. What? Like really ended it? Or taking another break until you get horny and want him again? She laughed. I frowned. No, I can't be with him. He needs so much more than I can give him. It's better to just end things now before they can get ugly and he gets hurt. I am not going to be responsible for hurting him. How do you know what he needs? She asked. Don't you think he should get a say in what he needs? I shook my head. He's the kind of guy that will say he will take whatever I can give. He is too nice. He'll settle and be miserable. She looked thoughtful. Maybe you need to give it a shot. You might find you like the relationship thing. You might want to stay with him. I can't. I'm a mess. You can. You're just afraid. My mouth dropped open. I am not afraid. I think you're afraid you might actually fall for him, and you're worried he'll dump you. You're worried he's going to break your heart. You're trying to save yourself from being hurt, which is understandable, but you're never going to know what it's like to be truly loved if you don't put yourself out there. I smirked. You've never been in a relationship. Sure I have. I've been in numerous relationships, and I think some of the guys actually loved me, but they weren't the right men for me. It feels good to be loved. You should really try it. I rolled my eyes. No thanks. I'm fine as I am. No, you're not. You're ready to snap people's heads off. It's just been a shitty day, I said. I'll be fine. I'm allowed a shitty day now and again. I can't always be happy. She burst into laughter. You are rarely happy. Are you done? I asked. I am so not in the mood for it. I just want to get through the night and go home. She sighed. Fine, but I think you need to reconsider the situation with Cade. I don't know if you know this, but you were different for a few days there. You had a glow about you. I'll powder my nose more, I said dryly and got to my feet. I'm going back in. I turned and headed back into the kitchen. I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to say something to Lola I would regret. She was only trying to help. I understood it, and I loved her for it, but I wasn't in a place to hear it. Not just then. When I got back into the kitchen, appetizers were being loaded onto serving trays. I took a deep breath and tried to smile again. I couldn't afford to lose my job. I passed Lola a few times. She would smile bigger and brighter, silently reminding me that I needed to imitate her. I forced a smile on, hating the way it felt on my face but muscling through it. By the end of the night, I was so done with people. I couldn't wait to get home. I walked toward home, stopping at a small store and picking up some beer. I needed to dull the senses a bit. With the purchase in hand, my walk home was a little faster than usual. I got home, kicked off my shoes, and immediately opened one of the bottles. I took a long drag from the bottle and flopped onto the couch. I wondered if Cade was home. I didn't want to think about him, but that was where my mind kept going. I was going to miss him. I did like him. I liked his laugh. I liked his smile. I liked every inch of his body, but he couldn't be mine. I took another drink. A surge of anger pumped through my veins. My mom couldn't be allowed to control my destiny. She couldn't be allowed to control my happiness. Was I really broken? Was I ever going to be able to love? No man meant no babies. Was I seriously going to let myself grow old alone? The thought of living in my same little place, working the same shitty job, and coming home to an empty bed every night did not thrill me. Lola would tell me I was in control of my own destiny, and in some ways I believed I was. However, I couldn't change the past. I couldn't change my DNA, and I couldn't change the way my brain was wired. I would always look for the bad in a man. I would always have one foot out the door. It was just the way I was programmed. I didn't know how to trust. I didn't know how to love.
Chapter 33. Cade. It had been the longest week of my life. I was ready to be home. My home might have been a hovel compared to my parents' massive estate, but my bed was my bed, lumps and bumps and all. I hadn't realized how much I missed being in Heraklion until I was being driven home in Maceo's hired car. The smells, the feel of the salty air, and the people we passed were all a comfort to my wounded soul. Seeing the familiar sights as the car drove me home was exactly what I had needed. My mom had done what she could to ensure I had every comfort, but there was just something about being home. Crete was my home. She tried to convince me to move back to Italy so we could be closer, but I didn't see myself living there. It was a nice place to visit, but it wasn't my home. I was drained physically and emotionally, and didn't think I had the energy to do much of anything, but I had responsibilities. It was time to pick up my life where it had been brought to an abrupt halt when I had gotten that phone call that forever changed my world. I was so glad Maceo had been kind enough to leave the jet in Italy, waiting for me to return. I didn't count on being gone for so long, but I couldn't leave my mother to deal with the arrangements by herself. I had no idea how I was ever going to repay him, but I would think of something. Maybe I could offer him my firstborn, I thought with a small smile, assuming I ever had children. Things weren't going great in the woman department. I could be a bachelor for the rest of my days. Despite my desire to chill out at home, I needed to go see Maceo and thank him in person for his generosity. It had taken a huge burden off my shoulders, and the least I could do was stop by for a visit. I had already let him know I wanted to stop by, and he'd sent me his address. I was vaguely familiar with the area. It was in the same general area as Rand's house, the big houses right on the beach that cost a fortune. I wasn't surprised. I pulled through the gate and parked my car alongside an Alfa Romeo sports car sitting in the driveway. The trappings of the wealthy, I thought to myself. I rang the bell and was surprised when Maceo answered it himself. "Come on in," he said, opening it and standing out of the way. "Thanks." "We can go out back," he said. I followed him through a grand entryway, passing signs of wealth in various forms of artwork and massive rooms decorated with expensive furniture and a good variety of antiques mixed in. He opened the huge floor-to-ceiling glass doors and gestured toward a covered patio area. There was an assortment of meats and cheeses on a tray sitting on a table. He gestured for me to take a seat. "Thanks. How are you doing?" he asked. "I'm good. I wanted to thank you for everything. My mother appreciated your generosity as well." He nodded.
"And how is she doing?"
I sighed and shook my head. She's a strong woman. She'll be okay. But I think it's going to take some time."
"How is the service?"
he asked. "Small," I said with a chuckle. It was like he didn't want anyone to know he died. His orders were very strict. He didn't want a big thing. I think he would have been pissed to find out some of his old friends were there. To him, death was a sign of defeat. I think he had the idea he would live forever. Maceo smiled.
"I'm sorry you lost him. I know you said your relationship with him was strained, but it still can't be easy."
Oddly enough, I don't think the relationship was as strained as I always thought it was. I've come to learn I may have been a little more defensive than necessary. I was constantly looking for the negative from him. I assumed he was disappointed in me and didn't realize he was actually proud of me and my accomplishments, even if they were on a much smaller scale than his own. It was good to finally realize he didn't dislike me as much as I thought he did.
"Good. I'm glad you got some closure."
I nodded. Me too. I've decided I don't want to miss out on saying what I feel to those I care about ever again. My mom and I talked a lot as well. It sucks it took death for me to see clearly, but I guess I'm not the first one to have to learn a hard lesson about how short life is. He offered a wistful smile. I realized Maceo, of all people, would have a very good understanding of what that was like. Life is too short not to say what you feel. He pushed a cold drink my way. I took it, taking a drink and letting the liquid soothe my throat that had been feeling raw for days. I agree.
"Did you talk to her?"
he asked. I shook my head. "No."
"Are you going to?"
I shrugged. "I don't know. I'm not sure I want to keep chasing a woman that doesn't want me. I feel like I'm banging my head against a wall." He smirked.
"That's part of the game. Women are supposed to drive you crazy."
"That's what my mom said." I laughed. Eliana's doing a damn good job of turning me inside out.
"Do you think she was upset that you left town without telling her?"
he asked. I shrugged. "She doesn't even know I left town, unless she went by the shop and Cassia told her. I did ask Cassia, and she said she hadn't seen her. I don't think Cassia would lie. It's the same thing Eliana's been saying since the first night I met her. The woman has an uncanny knack at chipping away at a man's ego."
"The good ones are always the toughest to catch,"
he said with a wink. "I don't understand what her deal is," I said. "She runs hot and cold. Her mood changes with the new sunrise. I never know what to expect. Will she hate me or want to sleep with me on any given day? It was kind of fun and exciting at first, but damn, I'm not sure I can keep up with the yo-yo."
"You've had a hard week,"
he said with a grin on his face.
"You say that now, but once things settle down, you know you're going to want her again. You're going to be chasing her down and doing whatever it is you did the first few times that got her to go out with you."
I shook my head. "Oh, that was you. In a way, she was going out with you, your dinner, your ballet." He burst into laughter.
"Ha ha! I don't think so. She wanted you. She's skittish.
She's got some baggage, obviously. Talk to her. Find out what she needs to feel secure in a relationship with you. Does she need you to call her every 5 minutes or shower her with flowers and be there after work every night? I'm guessing a man did her wrong in the past, and now she's a little nervous to get into that situation again. How can I talk to her when she won't return my calls or respond to my texts?" "You've tried?" he asked. I nodded. "A few times. I was a little preoccupied with planning the service and helping my mom pack up some of my dad's things to give to charity. I didn't have the energy to try and chase her down from afar. Mom needed me."
"Good. I'm glad you were there for your mom. Now it's time to get busy living your own life. You've been hung up on this woman for weeks. You know you want her. Get her. You have to fight like you've never fought before. You've already put yourself out there, made yourself vulnerable. You can think of something else that will get her attention."
He grabbed a piece of meat from the tray. I shook my head and rubbed a hand over my face. "I don't know. I guess I can go sit in front of her work again, although I think that might be getting a little old."
"Add some flowers to the mix,"
he suggested. "What if she really doesn't want me?" I asked, looking into his eyes. "I mean, she's been telling me no, and my big, thick head just refuses to listen. Maybe I just need to let it go and move on."
"Bullshit! You can't give up now?"
I groaned, knowing he was right. I would never be able to live with myself if I quit before really pushing it. I have to find out what I did, at least so I know not to do it again. Maybe she didn't like the sex on the desk, I muttered, more to myself than him. He choked on the glass of tea he'd been drinking. He ran the back of his hand over his mouth and grinned. I seriously doubt that was what turned her away. In my experience, ladies like a little spontaneity. She certainly didn't seem to not like it, I confirmed. I don't think sex is the issue. It's like something deeper than that. You just have to make her talk to you. Ask her to tell you what you can do to change her opinion of you. I rolled my eyes. You make it sound so easy. I took another drink and turned to look out at the water. My mom's declaration about my father's estate had not been talked about since the day at the hospital. Every time she brought it up, I shut it down. I didn't want to benefit from my father's death. It felt wrong. However, sitting on a private patio with a private stretch of beach just a short walk down a path certainly made me think about what it would be like to buy a home like Maceo's. Maybe I could buy Rand's home. He certainly wasn't using it. Maybe it was going to take money to persuade Eliana to be with me. A woman wanted to be taken care of. She said the money thing didn't bother her, but deep down maybe it did. She probably wanted a family and security of knowing her children's father could take care of the family. My mother had said her grandchildren would be taken care of. Money could ensure that. I supposed I could go to Eliana, either wait at her front door or wait for her at work and tell her right away I could support her. She would never have to work another day in her life, and I could buy her everything she wanted. I mentally shook my head. I wasn't going to buy a woman. As much as I wanted her, I wasn't going to buy her love. It would never be real. I wanted something tangible. I wanted what Maceo described he once had. I wanted to experience that kind of love, and everyone knew money couldn't buy love. I have an idea, Maceo said, his eyes lighting up. His ideas had proven to be good, but expensive. I was not going to accept any more of his generosity. And what would that be? He grinned. You're going to love it. I cringed. I don't know about that. Trust me. Have I steered you wrong yet? Ha! He laughed. I shook my head. No, I guess you haven't. All right then, he said, and began to spell out his plan that would give me the chance to not only talk to Eliana, but possibly even win her over for good. I hoped it worked. I didn't like the idea of not seeing her or having her in my life. I'd only known her for a short while, but she was ingrained in my very soul. I wanted her. Maceo's plan was a little unorthodox, but it was my best shot. Nothing else seemed to be working.
Chapter 34. Eliana. I walked into work and immediately knew something was off. We'd been told last night the event for tonight had been canceled. The wedding party had been called off at the last minute. Then I got a call earlier asking if I could come in and work a small party that had been booked at the last minute. My initial response had been no. With some minor begging and the promise I could have the following day off, I agreed to work. Money was money, and I had been wallowing for long enough. I needed to stay busy and focus on something other than my sad situation. Is it just us? I asked a couple of the waiters that were hovering near the side door. Yep. I scowled. I am not going to bust my ass for some cheapskate that wants full service without paying for staff. I think someone may be pulling a fast one, George. Devon, the newest waiter to join the team, said. There's no one out there. I wrinkled my nose. Really? Isn't it supposed to start in like 5 minutes? He nodded. Yup. I poured a round of champagne and carried it out to greet the early arrivals, and no one was there. It was way creepy. What kind of party? Who did the setup? I wondered if someone had pulled a prank on us. I hated being pranked. Devon shrugged. There's only a couple tables out there, and it's dark. There's a small stage up front. What? Really? I was completely baffled as to what could be going on. He nodded. Yep, I'll go check again, but I haven't heard anyone come in. I'll come with you, I volunteered. I grabbed the tray of champagne glasses and followed him out. The lights were turned down low, just like he said. There wasn't a soul in sight. I was confident we were being pranked or it was the setup to a grisly murder. This was how horror movies started out. I'm out of here, I said. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I'm getting the hell out of here before this gets any weirder. I put down the tray on a table and slowly backed out of the room. Don't go, I heard a deep male voice say from directly behind me. I shrieked and spun around, staring into dark blue eyes of a man that towered over me. He exuded wealth and prestige as he looked at me with amusement. His black hair was a little too long for a rich guy. It had a bit of a Johnny Depp thing going, which would have been sexy if he wasn't a creep sneaking up on me in a dark room. "Who are you?" I snapped, my heart pounding as my mind raced through the closest exits. He smiled. "My name is Maceo Vitalis, and I would love it if you and your coworker could take a seat." I shook my head. "Nope, no way, not going to happen. I know karate, and I will throat punch you." He raised an eyebrow. "Really?" I raised my chin. "Yes, really. We are not alone. I suggest you move out of my way and let us leave." He grimaced. "I can't do that. Please, have a seat. Grab one of those glasses of champagne." I eyed him suspiciously. "Are they drugged? Do you plan to drug us?" He chuckled. "You tell me. You're the one who brought them out here." He had a point. "I don't want any champagne." "Fine. I'm going to ask you again. Please have a seat." He looked behind me to where Devin was standing. "You too." I turned to look over my shoulder at Devin. The kid looked terrified. He was obviously not going to be any help. "Fine, we'll sit. If anything weird or creepy happens, I will throat punch you. With a chair." I tossed my meanest glare his way. He grinned and nodded. "I'll keep that in mind." I spun around, jerked a chair out from one of the tables, and flopped down. I crossed my arms across my chest and continued to stare down my captor. I wasn't going to go easy. I was going to show him what a real Greek woman was made of. We were descended from gods. Technically, he was also Greek and looked a lot more like a god than I did, but I could be scrappy when needed. I hoped. Music started to play, and the lights above the makeshift stage came on. Were we actually being kidnapped to watch a show? People were weird. That was my only guess. The guy probably had too much money and was too much of a dick to get friends, so he was going to force us to play along with him. It was probably his birthday party, and he had no one to invite. "Loser," I mumbled under my breath. "What?" Devin hissed. "Nothing. Way to stand up to the guy." I frowned at him. Devin shrugged. "I don't mind drinking champagne." I stared at the stage, silently praying it wasn't anything terrifying. The two waiters that had been hanging out in the kitchen were escorted to one of the tables by what I was convinced was our captor. He grabbed a couple of glasses of champagne and handed them to the waiters. He was certainly a hospitable kidnapper. A curtain parted to reveal a man wearing a purple suit and what had to be the ugliest red hat I had ever seen. His back was toward us, but if and when he turned around, I was expecting to see his face painted like a clown. The only thing he needed to complete his outfit was a pair of big red shoes. "You never close your eyes anymore when I kiss your lips," the man crooned. The singing was as bad as the outfit. I cringed, feeling horrible for the poor man that was attempting to be an entertainer. "And there's no tenderness like before in your fingertips," he belted out, his voice cracking and screeching as he tried to hit a high note. "We're being tortured," I whispered to Devin, who was staring at the stage with a mixture of confusion and disgust. "Indeed," he said, nodding. Just then, the man on stage spun around. My mouth fell open. "Kate?" I whispered with shock. He was really singing, heading into the chorus as he walked toward me. I wanted to melt into my seat. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I looked to my left and saw Devin staring at me. I looked right and saw Maceo grinning as he watched the scene unfold. "You've lost that lovin' feeling. Whoa, that lovin' feeling," Cade sang, dropping to his knees in front of me. I stared at him, not sure what to say or do. He continued singing, if that was what it could be called. It was awful, but I couldn't deny the gesture was very moving. I found myself smiling as I watched him jump to his feet and finish his song before putting the microphone on the floor. Maceo started clapping, prompting the rest of us to clap. I had no idea what was going on, but I clapped along with the others. Cade bowed, taking off his hat and throwing it into the air. He walked toward me, his eyes locked on mine. I had no idea what he was going to do or what I would say or do. He reached for my hand. I let him take it. He pulled me up to stand. Suddenly, there was more soft music coming through the speakers, but fortunately, no one was singing. I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye and saw Maceo herding Devon and the other two out of the room. "I was hoping we could talk," Cade said, his hands still holding mine. "You went through a lot of effort to just talk," I told him with a small laugh. He grinned. "I didn't want you to shoot me down. I had to do something grand in order to get your attention. Did it work?" I laughed. "I don't know. That's singing." I stopped, not wanting to insult him, but my God, the man had to know singing was not something he was good at. He nodded. I know. It was a risk. I was hoping you would take pity on me." "Oh, is that what I'm supposed to do? And that outfit? Is that to be pitied as well?" He grinned, running a hand down the front of the garish suit. "I wanted to make sure you saw me." "I fear I might be blind after staring at it for so long." "You were staring?" he asked, waggling his eyebrows. It was like watching a train wreck. I couldn't look away. He threw his head back and laughed. "I did this because I want to talk to you, but first, I want to feed you," he said, slowly turning me around. My eyes widened and my mouth dropped open. Devon and the others, along with Maceo, were carrying around plates of food and setting them on the table. Maceo reached out and lit the candles before giving me a sneaky wink and shooing everyone back into the kitchen. "Who is that?" I asked Cade when they had left. He smiled. "That is Maceo, someone I met the same night I met you. He's been a good friend these past few weeks." "I see. Can we please have dinner?" He'd gone through a lot of trouble. I figured the least I could do was sit down to dinner with him. "Yes." "And then I would really like to talk to you," he said, "but not here. We can go to my place or your place if you'd prefer, but I'd rather not have an audience." I owed him a real explanation. "Okay." "Perfect," he said, relief flooding his face. The dinner was amazing, which wasn't surprising. I was flattered by how much work he had gone through to get some time with me. We kept the conversation at a very surface level and avoided the topic of our last conversation. I wasn't sure how to explain my reservations to him, but I decided I would try. "This is all very impressive, Cade, but you didn't have to go through this much trouble to talk to me," I said. "I think I did. I wanted to do something big to show you just how serious I am about you. I know we have some things to talk about. I screwed up when I lied to you, and I will apologize 1,000,000 times. But I am ready to be nothing but honest with you from this day forward." I heard a hint of sadness in his voice. I wasn't going to let him carry the burden of our failed relationship alone. "Why don't we go to your place and we can talk?" I said. He nodded. "Let me tell Maceo, and we can go." He jumped up from the table and disappeared into the kitchen. I took a deep breath and looked around the room. I was still amazed he had gone through so much trouble. It couldn't have been cheap to rent the venue. I hoped he didn't pay a lot for the suit. That thing belonged in a costume shop. I stood up and started to clear the table out of habit. Devon came rushing out and slapped my hand when I reached for one of the empty plates. "Hey," I protested. "I'm bussing the table," he said with a laugh. "You're the guest tonight. Soak this up. Your man is amazing. I'm going to remember this when I need to impress a woman." "Don't forget the singing," I said. "You have to sing." He winced. I don't think I could be any worse than your man. I laughed. You're probably right about that.
Chapter 35. Cade. I thanked Marcel for his excellent idea and shook hands with the servers before rushing back into the dining area. I didn't want to take a chance Eliana would get cold feet and run away from me. I seemed to have a hard time keeping her in my good graces for long. I wanted to take advantage of the mood she was in. "Ready?" I asked, coming back into the room. She nodded.
I am.
I walked her to my car, opening the door for her and doing everything I could to be the perfect gentleman. Deep down, I knew it was my last chance. It was now or never. If she rejected me again, I would accept it and move on. I drove to my place, parked in the tiny little driveway, and looked over at her. I half expected her to tell me she had changed her mind. I got out of the car and opened her door before she could tell me to take her home. "Can I get you a drink?" I asked her.
Yes, please, anything,"
she murmured. I understood her need for a drink. I nodded and went into the kitchen, opening my fridge and finding a couple of cold beers. I carried them into my small living room and sat down in my favorite recliner. She was sitting on the edge of my couch, looking incredibly nervous. "How have you been?" I asked. She nodded.
"Good. You?"
It was nervous small talk. I offered her a small smile. "I've been better."
"I'm sorry, I
held up my hand to stop her from talking any more. "It wasn't anything you did. I was dealing with some personal stuff. I would have tried to talk to you sooner, or at least stalked you at your work." I laughed nervously. "But I was out of the country."
"What? Out of the country? When?"
"All week. I was in Italy. My father was sick." I found it difficult to actually say the words.
"I'm sorry. Is he better now?"
The concern on her face made me care about her even more. I shook my head. "No, he passed away. Sunday evening." Her face paled.
"Oh, my God. I had no idea. I'm so sorry."
"Thank you. I should have told you I was leaving town. Things were kind of hectic, and before I had a chance I was in the air, and then it was the hospital. Is that why you said you didn't want to see me anymore?" She closed her eyes.
"I feel like such a bitch. I didn't know what you were dealing with. I'm so sorry. I dumped that on you."
"I just want to know why. I thought things were okay between us. Did I do something that offended you? Was it the sex in my office?" I was still hung up on the idea, especially considering it was the last time I had seen her before she dumped me. Again. She blushed.
"No, it wasn't that. I don't want to sound cheesy, but I promise you it has everything to do with me and nothing to do with you. I'm not ready for a relationship. You are better off without me in your life. You have to trust me on this."
I shook my head. "Why aren't you ready? Have you been hurt in the past? Have you been in a bad relationship?" I was relying on what my mother had suggested could be the reason for her trying to cut me out of her life. She shook her head. I could see the turmoil on her face and also wanted to let her off the hook. But I had to know. I had to know if it was me or truly something she was hung up on.
"Cade, I don't want to do this."
"Why?" I snapped, trying not to get angry.
"I don't want to hurt you,"
she blurted out. "How are you going to hurt me?" I asked with complete confusion. She took a long drink from the bottle of beer before leaning forward and putting it on the small table in front of her.
"I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't had a great week either. While my mother didn't die, our relationship did. It's a good thing, but it's still a loss, and I've been kind of struggling."
I don't understand what happened. I got up to sit next to her. I could see she needed comforting, even if she was trying to appear otherwise. The woman looked like she had been carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders. I wrapped an arm around her and gave her a side hug before turning to face her, our knees touching. She blew out a breath.
My mom and I have never really gotten along. She was not really a mother to me at all. I was always alone while she flitted around from man to man. She was always hooking up with a new guy, rich men, only for her. I told you about her leaving me alone all the time. I kind of always knew she didn't want me, but there were times I thought maybe I was wrong. I think I just assumed she wasn't a great mom, but she wasn't any worse than others. I learned what I know about relationships through my mom.
I nodded with understanding. "I'm sorry. I can't imagine what that must have been like."
"I'm not telling you this to be pitied,"
she said.
"I'm telling you I can't be with you because I don't know how to be with anyone. I don't know how to trust." I don't know how to love. You're a good, good man, and I do care about you, which is why I don't want to hurt you. I've seen the destruction that can be caused by someone like me getting mixed up with someone like you. You are so out of my league."
She smiled. "No," I said firmly. "No way. That is not going to work for me."
"Kate, you're a great guy,"
she said.
"You can find a woman 1,000,000 times better than me."
"I don't want anyone else. I want you. You are the woman I want. You are the woman I am going to keep fighting for. I don't want you to be perfect. I don't expect us to be perfect together. God knows I'm far from it. But I do know you are different from any woman I have ever met, and I want you like crazy." I forced her to look in my eyes.
"I'm not good enough for you,"
she said softly.
"I'm probably going to end up like my mother, except I won't be going after rich guys."
"Eliana, you are not your mother. You have a quality about you that is warm and tender, and yet you are so strong. No one knows how to love. They just do it. There isn't a book. Well, scratch that. There are like 1,000 books on navigating love and relationships." I laughed. "But I'm not an expert. I don't have a loving background to fall back on either. We can muddle through it together," she groaned.
"Oh, why are you so damn good?"
The way she said it made it sound like it was a bad thing. "I can be bad," she laughed.
"I doubt that."
"Are you going to tell me you can't be with me because I'm a nice guy?" I asked, feeling frustrated. "This is where the nice guy finishes last."
"I'm not saying I can't be with you because you're a nice guy,"
she said.
"I'm telling you I don't want to be with you because I do care about you, and I don't want to drag you through the pits of hell where I'm sure to be hanging out."
"You can't drag me anywhere. I'm at least twice as big as you." She rolled her eyes.
"You are always laughing. I wish I could be like that. You manage to find the light in every situation."
I shrugged. "I try. I don't like to be in the dark."
"And there you go again."
She giggled. I liked hearing her laugh. "Eliana, I want to tell you something, and I don't want you to freak out." She immediately stiffened, her shoulders going back.
"What is it?"
I grabbed her hand and held it in mine. "I'm falling in love with you. I've been trying to talk myself out of it, telling myself it's too soon, but it doesn't change. I can't deny the feelings. They are there. I get that you've got some issues to work through, and I'm okay with that. I want to be in your life. Don't worry about me getting hurt. I'm a big boy. I can handle it." She stared at me. I saw my moment and took it. I leaned in and kissed her. She didn't slap me or pull me away, which I took as a good sign. I wrapped my arm around her and pulled her closer. I felt her relax into the kiss. I wanted to show her I could be more than just sex. I wanted her to see that what we had was special. The kiss deepened. Her hands moved through my hair before sliding over my arms and eventually around my waist, pulling me closer to her. I reached up and gently pulled the ponytail holder from her hair, letting it fall loose. The silky strands tickled the back of my arm, and the smell of her shampoo filled my senses. It was the smell I had thought about all week. It was better than smelling freshly baked cookies. "Let's go to my room," I whispered against her lips. I stood up and grabbed her hand, leading her down the narrow hallway to my bedroom. I left the overhead light on and moved to turn on the bedside lamp. My bedroom was a little bigger than hers, but my bed was definitely a lot bigger. She started to undress. I stood and watched, captivated by everything about her. When she was standing in nothing but her panties and underwear, I reached for her. I brushed the tip of my finger over her arm. Goosebumps erupted over her skin. I dragged the same finger across her collarbone and between her cleavage. I could hear her breathing heavily and smiled. I was going to make every second count.
"You're still dressed,"
she whispered, raising her eyes to mine. I smiled. "It's the only way I can keep from burying myself inside you."
"Oh,"
she gasped. "I want to cherish every inch of your body." She nodded.
"Okay."
She moaned as my hand trailed over her belly. I cupped between her legs through her panties and felt the heat emanating from her core. "I love being inside you," I said, leaning forward to kiss her neck, my hands still cupping her.
"Please get naked," she whispered.
"Not yet," I told her, feeling bolder. "I want you hot and wet. I want to touch you. I want to watch you orgasm. I want to see you quiver and feel your heart racing."
"You're killing me,"
she whispered. I chuckled before pulling my hand away and reaching up to take off her bra. It was killing me to keep my clothes on, but I didn't trust myself not to skip the good stuff and plunge deep into her body. I wanted it all, including the foreplay that would leave her gasping and begging for more.
Chapter 36. Eliana. He put me on the bed, still keeping every bit of his own clothing on, much to my disappointment. Then again, it was hard to be disappointed when his tongue was running over my neck and moving down to my breasts. I couldn't think of anything except how good it felt to have him sucking at my flesh. I ran my hands under his shirt and felt his heated skin stretch over taut muscles. His jeans were rubbing against my legs. My flesh felt extremely sensitive, the material scraping against my thighs. I needed to feel him against me. "Jeans," I whispered. "Not yet." "Please," I asked again. His head popped up from where he'd been feasting on my breasts. "Okay," he answered, rolling off me and jumping to his feet. I watched as he lost the jeans and the t-shirt he'd been wearing, but left his underwear in place. I smiled. It was a natural reaction to seeing him in all his nearly naked glory. I really liked his body. He looked down at me and grinned. "Better?" I nodded and lifted my arms, inviting him back to feast upon my body. He eagerly accepted my invitation, his knees pressing into the mattress as he crawled onto the bed. His mouth returned to my breasts, squeezing and sucking before he headed south down my body. I flinched and stiffened when I realized where he was going. His expert hands pulled my panties down my legs as his mouth slid over my navel. By the time his mouth reached the apex of my legs, I was panting. "Cade," I said his name on a breath. He looked up at me, his eyes appearing over the top of my breasts before he dropped to the floor. He was on his knees, pulling me to the edge of the bed, my legs spread wide while his tongue lapped over my folds. I reached down, running my hands through his hair as he pleasured me with his tongue. "Oh, God," I cried out when his tongue pushed inside, rubbing over the sensitive nub and nearly sending me flying off the bed. The sensations were so intense, my body struggled to process all of the brilliant flashes of ecstasy exploding through me. He groaned against me, lips vibrating against my sensitive flesh and sending me cascading over the edge in a torrent of ecstasy. I closed my eyes and let myself go, riding out the wave of pleasure as his mouth worked my body. His tongue slid over my navel, and he was once again standing next to the bed. When I opened my eyes to look up at him, I could see the intense desire on his face. He was gorgeous, and mine. I pushed myself up on my elbows, my eyes falling to the part of him that was still sheathed behind the cotton underwear. I sat forward and ran my hand over the long, hard length before yanking his underwear down and freeing him from the confines of fabric. "Eliana," he whispered my name. I looked up at him and slowly shook my head. "My turn. I want to taste you." He hissed and closed his eyes. I reached for him, pulling his cock to my mouth and taking my first taste. I heard him release a strangled cry and pushed on, sliding my mouth over him, taking him as deep as I possibly could before pulling back and running my tongue over the bulbous head. "Fuck." He breathed out the word, his hands running through my hair, massaging my scalp as he guided me up and down his long shaft. In a flash, he pushed me backward onto the bed. I looked up at him, wondering what just happened. It only took me a second to realize what he was about to do. He nudged my legs open, guided himself to my core, and pushed inside. I closed my eyes, the familiar stretching and fullness taking me back to my very happy place. "God, you feel so good." He rasped out the words. "I've thought about burying myself inside you for days. I can't get enough of you." I reached up to run my hands over his back. I like the way you feel inside me. Good, because I plan on spending a lot of time right here, just like this, he said, his voice intense, matching the eyes staring into my own. I nodded, words impossible as my body began another slow spiral. More, I whispered, digging my fingers into the flesh along his back. He thrust hard. I was on the edge, but couldn't find the right spot. I felt achy and desperate. More, I whimpered, grinding my hips against him, taking him deeper. More, he snarled through gritted teeth. I scraped my nails down his back, causing him to flinch. Yes, Kate! He growled, went to his knees, resting against his heels, and pulled me up his lap, still buried deep inside. He reached down, using the tip of his finger to press against me. I screamed. The pleasure was too intense. I nearly shattered into a million pieces. My head thrashed back and forth on the bed as I gripped the blanket. More? He asked. More? Oh, God, I moaned, my body shuddering and spasming as I finally came down from wherever it was he had catapulted me to. He pushed me down his thighs and very gently rolled me to my stomach before hiking me up to my knees. I could barely stay up. I was still shaking and quivering from the orgasm. Shh, he whispered, before guiding himself inside me and slowly, so achingly slowly, filled me until his pelvis was resting against my ass. I loved the man inside me. All my worries he wouldn't fit were gone. He fit perfectly, as if my body was made just for his. I hugged him tight inside me while his hands caressed my back, trailing his fingers over my spine and then down my thighs. He never moved inside me. It was erotic and tender, and I could feel the familiar heat flashes of a fresh orgasm sparking deep inside. I love your body, he told me in a gruff voice. I love every curve, every inch of perfect flesh. I turned to look over my shoulder at him and nearly climaxed. Seeing him behind me, connected to my body as he lovingly touched me, was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I love when you touch me. I feel like the only woman in the world. His eyes met mine. You are the only woman in my world. I closed my eyes, passion and desire racing through me, over my skin, and directly to the spot between my legs. His words were so perfect. I let myself fall into the moment, not caring about anything else happening in the world. In that moment, it was only me and him. Nothing and no one else mattered. I imagined us inside a bubble, him and me, naked and joined together. It felt right. A long, quiet moan escaped my lips. I dropped my head forward and gently swayed. I felt his cock jerk inside me. He cursed in Italian. His hands went to my hips and gripped them tightly as he began to slowly slide in and out. He was talking to me in Italian, whispering words that I didn't understand, but I knew what he was trying to say. I could feel it in the way he moved. His slow thrusts intensified, turning into longer strokes that were coming harder and harder. I braced myself for what I knew was coming. His steely self-control was slipping. The beast I knew that hovered near the surface and only came out in times of lust was rising up. I liked the beast. He roared, his body pounding against mine, nearly pushing me over the edge of the bed. I dug in, pushing back, and felt my own powerful release join his. I loved hearing his cries of pleasure. It gave me a sense of power, knowing I could make him feel that good. He collapsed on the bed, pulling me against him, my back to his side. I rolled over and rested my head against his chest, listening to the sound of his rapidly beating heart. I was in no hurry to rush out the door. I wanted to lay there with him and soak in the moment. His arm wrapped around me, pulling me closer to him. Our naked bodies entwined together as we both took a minute to slow our breathing. "Do you want to stay?" he asked, the worry evident in his voice. I smiled, kissed his chest, and nodded. "I do. Thank God, because I don't think I could move to take you home," he chuckled. I giggled as well. "I don't think I could move in general. I want to be here with you." "Good, because I want you here with me always," he said, his voice full of emotion. I thought about what he had told me before we made love. "Kate?" He asked, his fingers absently stroking up and down my arm as he so often did. "Did you say you loved me?" I asked, almost afraid he would take it back. "I did," he said without hesitation. "I said I'm falling in love with you. I've never been in love, but I'm convinced this is it." I let the words sink in. "I don't know what love is either, but I think I might be falling in love with you too." He was quiet for a second. "We'll learn love together." I smiled against his chest. "I'd like that. You know I'm probably going to screw up a lot." He laughed, kissing the top of my head. "You probably will. So will I. I think that's part of love, accepting one another's screw-ups. We'll figure it out. This feeling I have, it's strange, but it feels right. I can't see me being with anyone else. I think of you and I smile. I want to be with you all the time. I want to see you smile, and I want to do things that make you smile. I want to share joy with you. I want to share everything with you. Being with you just makes me feel better inside." His words were sweet and honest. "That's what makes me love you," I said. "What?" "The fact you don't pretend to be something or someone you're not," I said. "You say what you feel, whether it's pretty, flowery words or just what's on your mind. I like that you don't filter it." He chuckled. "I did pretend to be someone else, and that didn't work well. I'm not great at faking anything. It takes too much effort." "Good. You be you. That's the man I want." "I can do that. And you don't be afraid to tell me when I'm completely smothering you, because I can almost guarantee I will. I'm going to be a needy little child, wanting all your attention and wanting to touch you and talk to you all the time." I giggled softly. "You'll be my security blanket." He moved, rolling over the top of me, supporting his weight on his elbows, the rest of his body on mine, pinning me to the mattress. "I very much like the idea of being draped over your naked body." I burst into laughter, feeling freer and happier than I had ever felt in my life.
Chapter 37. Cade. I reached for her hand, and they joined together, resting on the armrest between our seats on the plane. She looked over and smiled. I looked out the window as the plane started its takeoff. We were flying commercial, very different than the private jet I had taken home a few weeks earlier. Maceo had offered his jet for my return trip, but I very politely declined. He'd done enough for me, including getting me back in good with Eliana.
"Are you sure you want me to go with you?"
Eliana asked.
"I can stay in a hotel while you and your mother talk."
I smiled and shook my head. The whole reason for us going to Italy is for you to meet my mother. She grimaced.
"I don't think I'm great at meeting mothers."
"You don't think you're great?"
"I've never actually met a guy's parents,"
she confessed. Technically, you're only meeting one parent," I teased. She scowled.
"Oh, you know what I mean."
"I have to warn you, my mom isn't the kind of woman who is going to welcome you with open arms. She isn't the kind of mom who smiles a lot or hugs a lot. She's reserved and quiet. She doesn't do a lot of talking. She's not mean, but she's cold."
"And you think I'm a good choice to bring home to Mommy?"
she asked.
"How many of your girlfriends have you taken home?"
I made a 0 with my fingers. None.
"What? None?"
I shook my head. "You're my first actual girlfriend. I told you before I was not popular with the ladies."
"I don't know if that makes me more nervous or reassures me,"
she said, grinning.
"She has nothing to compare me to, but then again, she's probably expecting you to come home with a supermodel or a princess or someone equally valuable. I really don't feel like I'm worthy.
You're very worthy, I said. Just don't take my mother's aloof personality personally. She's just that way. She smirked.
Gee, I should fit right in then. I'm used to being ignored by maternal figures.
Did she call again? I asked. She shook her head.
No.
Good, I said firmly. Don't feel obligated to talk to her. You did the right thing. I felt fiercely protective of her. I was willing to tell her mother to get lost if I ever got the chance, along with anything else that came to mind. She'd hurt the woman I loved. The flight was uneventful. We'd talked a bit about Italy and our stay. We were going to be staying the weekend. My mother insisted I bring Eliana for a visit and pick up a few personal items from my father's estate that she didn't want to mail. Normally, I would have offered up an excuse about why I couldn't go home, but those days were gone. My mom was alone, and I had promised to be there for her. I knew she was anxious to meet Eliana as well. After realizing how much time I had lost with my father, I had decided to do better, and that meant I was going to share my life with my mom. That meant introducing her to Eliana, the woman I was hoping to share my life with.
Do you have a mansion?
Eliana asked as the cab I hired to take us to my mom's house drove through the city streets. I don't have a mansion. You've seen my house. She slapped my thigh.
You know what I mean. You told me your father was wealthy. How wealthy?
I shrugged. I don't know.
Is it a big, fancy house?
I nodded. It is. She groaned.
I'm going to feel like an outsider.
You're there with me and my mom. You're not the outsider. The cab driver stopped in the courtyard in front of the family home. I winced, seeing it through her eyes. It was overwhelming. The huge fountain surrounded by red bricks in the center of the courtyard that served as a parking area for guests was beautiful, but seeing it now made me realize just how wealthy my parents were.
Oh my God,
she said.
This is where you lived?
I shook my head. Not really. Off and on, but I never actually lived here. It was the truth.
This is insane.
We were still standing in the courtyard, the cab already gone when I heard the door open. I turned to see my mother step out the front door. I offered a small wave before putting my hand on the small of Eliana's back and leading her to where my mother stood. My mom wasn't smiling, but she wasn't frowning. It was her happy face, but smiles were not a natural look for her.
That's your mom?
Eliana asked in a whisper. Yes, I whispered back. Mom, I'd like you to meet Eliana Floros. Eliana, this is my mother. My mom looked Eliana up and down before giving a slight nod and the hint of a smile. Before I knew what she was going to do, my mother reached for Eliana and gave her a big hug. Eliana looked at me, her eyes wide. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't remember my mother ever being so affectionate.
It is so nice to meet you,
my mother said.
Thank you for making the long trip here.
Eliana stepped back.
Thank you for having me. You have a beautiful home.
My mother looked at me and then sprung, pulling me in for a hug. Although I was much bigger than her, I was pretty sure she was stronger than I was. I hugged her, awkwardly patting her back.
Come in, my
mother said.
I was just starting the ravioli. You can help me in the kitchen. Oh, I don't know the first thing about cooking,
Eliana said nervously.
That's okay, I will teach you, just like my mother taught me.
I picked up our suitcases and followed behind the women. Same room? I asked my mother, wondering if she would protest me and Eliana sharing a room.
Yes, the bed has been made up,
she said nonchalantly, her focus on her dinner in the kitchen.
You take the bags up. I'll get Eliana some wine, and she can help me with dinner.
She had effectively dismissed me. I looked at Eliana, who looked nervous but gave me a small smile, indicating she was okay being alone with my mother. I took the suitcases upstairs and moved to the suite I had used when I stayed after my father died. It was a different room than the one I had when I was a boy. My mother informed me that had been turned into her sitting room. I deposited the suitcases next to the bed and quickly rushed back downstairs. I didn't want Eliana to feel too uncomfortable. When I walked into the kitchen, my mother was holding a heavy rolling pin and showing Eliana how to roll out the dough.
Pour us some wine, please,
my mother ordered. I looked at Eliana, knowing it wasn't her preference. She gave a slight shake of her head. Are you sure? I asked.
Sure about what?
My mother asked, her head popping up. Eliana doesn't favor wine, I explained. Eliana blushed and looked like she was going to rip my head from my body with her bare hands.
It's fine,
my mother scowled.
You don't like wine?
She asked, her Italian accent thick.
I do,
Eliana answered.
Get her the red, the good one. She hasn't had our wine. Have you not treated the woman to your family's own wine?
My mother looked aghast. Eliana looked at me.
Your family owns a winery?
She gasped. I shrugged a shoulder. It's something my dad was interested in. I don't drink it because it's too expensive. I gave my mother a look.
Because it is good,
she said proudly.
We don't make cheap wine.
Cellar? I asked my mom, knowing Eliana was going to be pressured into trying it regardless of her preferences.
Yes, go.
She shooed me out of the kitchen. I headed for the door that would lead me to the wine cellar below the kitchen. I turned on the lights, surprised to see it was much bigger than it had been when I was a kid. My father's collection had grown extensively. I browsed the labels until I found the wall filled with bottles from my father's winery. My father had no part in the actual making of the wine, but he took great pride in being a quality control expert. It had been a long time since I had drunk any of it. I passed the rack of my father's most prized wines. I stared at one of the bottles and shook my head. A lot of good it did you to save that one for a special occasion, I muttered, deciding right then I wasn't going to wait for anything anymore. My dad had saved the wine with the intention of opening the bottle for something really important. And now that he was gone, he would never get to experience the taste at all. His willpower and self-control had deprived him of that special moment. I turned off the lights and headed back upstairs with the full-bodied red in hand. When I emerged in the kitchen, my mom and Eliana were laughing, actually laughing. I didn't want to believe my mother was happier after my father's death because I knew she loved him and was grieving, but I felt like his death and us coming back together made her happy. "All right, are you ready for this?" I asked Eliana.
"Let it breathe,"
my mother ordered. I nodded, opening the bottle and leaving it to rest on the counter while I grabbed 3 glasses. I took a seat at the counter and watched as my mother instructed Eliana on how to make the ravioli. They both seemed to be enjoying themselves. I poured 3 glasses of wine and slid 2 over to the ladies. My mother picked up her glass and swirled the liquid a few times before inhaling the scent. Eliana did the same, much to my mother's excitement. I picked up my own glass, gave it a good swirl, and inhaled. My mother sipped from the glass, her eyes on Eliana as she took her first drink.
"Well?"
my mom asked.
"It's actually very good,"
Eliana said with a smile before taking another drink.
"You deprive this woman of good wine,"
my mother declared, scowling at me. I shrugged. "If you didn't charge a week's pay for a bottle, I could treat her to the good stuff, huh?" I winked. She gave me a look. I shook my head. I didn't want to talk about the inheritance. I was trying to forget it was there. I sipped the wine and watched the 2 of them work. Eliana seemed much more relaxed after the first glass of wine. She actually asked for a second glass. I was ordered to set the table in the formal dining room. I fumbled around in the china cabinet, pulling out what I hoped were the right dishes. It had been a long time since I'd eaten formally. The women carried in dinner, and I was immediately starving. It had been a long time since I had my mom's cooking. The week I had been home, we'd been inundated with what my mother referred to as funeral food. There were at least 20 lasagnas delivered, along with a horde of casseroles. She ended up giving most of the food away. Neither of us had been all that hungry. "It smells great, guys," I said.
"I can't wait to try and make these at home,"
Eliana exclaimed. I looked at her and smiled. I loved seeing her happy. We had talked a lot about her mother and their history. It was a miracle she was as well adjusted as she was. I admired her strength. I knew we had a tough road ahead of us. Both of us had our own issues to overcome, but together, I was confident we could.
Chapter 38. Eliana. I didn't know if it was the wine or the environment, but I felt warm. It was a strange feeling. It was a warmth low in my belly and just kind of radiated out. It felt like lying on a warm, sandy beach with the sun beating down from above. "This tastes amazing," I said to Mrs. Couris. "You did a good job," she said with a smile. I nodded. "Thank you. Thank you for showing me how to make it." "Do you cook with your mother?" she asked. Cade stiffened. I offered him a small smile, letting him know it was okay. I was going to have to talk about her eventually. I don't. Oh? She asked. I owed her an explanation. She obviously loved her son and wanted to make sure he was with a good woman. I knew I didn't quite measure up to the standards she would likely have for the woman that would be with her son. "Mom," Cade said, trying to tell her not to press. "It's fine," I said. "I don't mind." "Is your mother gone?" she asked. I smiled. "No, not gone, but she and I have a very strained relationship. I cleared my throat. There was no easy way to tell someone your mother didn't like you and wished you were never born. She doesn't want to be a part of my life. She never has. I've only recently come to terms with that." Her face fell, and she looked at Cade, then back at me. "She doesn't want you in her life?" I shook my head. "No. My mother is very much about herself, and did not want children. I was an accident, and she has never let me forget it." The woman said something in Italian, a lot of something. Cade's eyes widened. "Mom." I didn't know what she said, but it shocked Cade. She turned to look at me and reached for my hand. She grabbed it, clapped it between the two of hers, and stared at me with dark, intense eyes that were very similar to Cade's. "You are a beautiful girl. I am sorry your mother cannot see that." "Thank you," I whispered, emotion nearly choking me. "You're very welcome," she said. "I'm so glad Cade has met a woman like you. He needs a woman that is grounded and smart and doesn't need pampering. He also needs a woman that can understand his own background. Parenting is not easy. I wish we would have been better parents, but alas, we made some mistakes." Her face looked pained. "Mom, I'm not exactly a failure," Cade protested. "No, you're not. You persevered. You're an amazing young man. You made your father and I very proud." "Thanks, Mom." I smiled, watching them, and was a little envious of their relationship. I knew it hadn't been easy for him, but it looked like things were going better for them. We finished our dinner, finishing off the bottle of wine, which had been really good. I was officially hooked on expensive wine. "Let's go into the living room," Mrs. Couris announced. "Should I take care of the cleanup?" I asked. She smiled. "Honey, I cook, but I don't often clean." I laughed. She was a very wealthy woman. I was surprised she cooked. I always imagined rich people had personal chefs that prepared lavish meals for them. "I'll grab another bottle from the cellar," Cade said, leaving me and his mother alone. I followed her through the house, doing my best to keep my mouth shut. I felt like it was hanging open. I was in awe of the beauty of the home. It was tasteful and felt homey. She turned a corner and walked through a set of open double doors into a massive room with a huge stone fireplace dominating one side. "Have a seat," she said. "I have never gotten to do this, so forgive me." I had no idea what she was talking about, but I was a little worried. She moved to the end of the room where there were floor-to-ceiling bookcases and pulled off a leather-bound book. She sat down on one of the couches and patted the space beside her. I smiled and took my seat. "What's this?" I asked. "This is my photo album of Cade. Do you know what scrapbooking is?" I laughed. "I do. I don't do it, but I have seen the craze." "I don't know what Cade has told you about his childhood, but he was away at school a lot. I missed him terribly. I started putting together albums, spending way too much time on these things." She laughed. "You missed your son. It's understandable." She handed me the album. I opened the first page, and saw an infant that she told me was Cade. As I flipped through the pages and the pictures showcased a growing Cade, I began to recognize little features. Cade came into the room with the wine, stopped, and groaned. "Oh, Mom, no." I flipped another page and saw the change in Cade's pictures. I wondered if his mother saw the change. His younger pictures had showed a happy boy, running in fields, picking flowers, and looking like a typical, healthy child. As the years went on, the change in him was apparent. "He was a fat kid," she said. I nodded. I didn't just see a fat kid. I saw a kid that had lost the light I had seen in earlier pictures. I remembered he told me about being sent to boarding school. My heart hurt a little for that little boy that had been lost in the shuffling of his life. I wanted to get up and hug him. He handed me a glass of wine. Our eyes locked for a brief moment. "Thank you," I told him, our fingers brushing. He gave his mom a glass and took a seat on the couch across from us. I finished going through the album, smiling at Cade's pictures as a young adult graduating from school. He was definitely on the chunky side, but those beautiful eyes and that personality that made him special shone through. I was happy to see he seemed to be happy in those years. It had hurt my heart to see him look so sad throughout his adolescence. I imagined if anyone would have made a scrapbook of my life, I probably would have had that same air of sadness about me. She took the book and put it on the table before leaning back on the couch. I got up and moved to sit beside Cade. I needed to comfort him. Even if the hurt had been over 10 years in the past, it was new to me. He put his arm around me and pulled me against him. We sipped our wine and enjoyed the silence. "Cade, I've spoken with the attorney," his mother said. "Things have already been transferred into your name." I got the idea they were talking about something that was private. "I'll give you 2 minutes," I said, and made a move to get up. "No, stay," Cade said. "Yes, stay," his mom agreed. She looked at Cade. "The money should have been wired into your account." I didn't move. I tried to look casual. I had no idea what they were talking about. I couldn't help but feel like I was intruding on a private family matter. "Mom, I wish you wouldn't have done that," Cade said. "I didn't," she said gently. "Your father did. It was his wishes. You are his only child. This is yours." I looked up at Cade, silently questioning him. He looked worried. "My father left me an inheritance." His mother scoffed. "His father left him the bulk of his estate." "What?" I asked with surprise. "I'm sorry," Cade said with a wince. "I didn't know how to tell you." "Tell me you're wealthy?" I asked. He slowly nodded. "I could donate it all." His mother nearly choked on her wine. "Your father wanted you to have that money for your family." He chuckled. I know, but Eliana has an aversion to wealthy people." "Oh?" his mother asked. I was going to kill him slowly. "It isn't all wealthy people. It's just, well, my work, I felt stuck." "It's fine, dear. Wealthy people tend to have sticks in their asses." She looked at her son. "Is that how you say it?" Cade laughed. "Pretty much." "So, you're a wealthy man now?" I asked, smiling up at Cade. He shrugged a shoulder. "I suppose I am." His mom was watching us with a smile on her face. She looked happy. Cade had told me she was cold and didn't smile. I had seen her smile plenty since we'd arrived. If he thought his mother was cold, he would think my mother was an ice queen. Then again, around him, she'd turn on her charm and flirt her ass off, especially when she found out he had money. "I'm going to turn in," his mother said. "I need to return some emails. You two enjoy the rest of your evening." She smiled at us and left the room. I sighed, resting my head against his chest. How come you didn't tell me about the inheritance? Honestly, I was afraid to. Why? I'm afraid to tell you the reason, he said. I laughed. What? I was already planning to go back to Heraklion and win you back, but I didn't want the money to be a factor, he said. I didn't want it to keep you from wanting to be with me, but I also didn't want you to want to be with me because of the money. I wanted you to be with me for me. Cade, you know money wouldn't influence me, I told him. I know that. I really do, but I was so desperate to get you back I didn't want to take any chances. I understand. I was throwing out a lot of mixed signals. He laughed. Maybe just a few. But I'm glad we're here together. I'm not going to let the money change me. I'm still going to be the same old Cade. Good. Because I happen to like that Cade. I kind of like the chubby Cade, too. I smiled. He groaned. I can't believe she pulled those out. She was very eager to show me those pictures. You were a very happy little boy. He nodded. I was. So, are we sleeping in the same room? I asked. We are. Are you feeling tired? I asked in a whisper. I think I'm feeling like I would like to go up to our room, but I can't say I'm feeling all that tired, he said, his voice husky. Good, because I've never slept with a wealthy man, and I think I'd like to see what all the fuss is about. He chuckled. Allow me to be your first. He practically pushed me off the couch before getting to his feet and dragging me up the stairs. I giggled, feeling like we were sneaking around. I had never really been the type. Oh my God! I gasped once we reached the top of the stairs. The second floor was just as fabulous as the first. Come on, he said. You can ogle all you want tomorrow. Right now, I want you naked and in the massive bed. Wait until you see the bedroom. I can't wait to see you in the bedroom, naked. I have a little something special for tonight. He stopped walking, pulling me to a halt. What? I winked. You'll see, I said with a smile, excited to finally show him the lingerie I had picked out with him in mind.
Chapter 39. Cade. I drove to Eliana's apartment, anxious to see her even though we had only been apart for one night. I hated being apart from her. I knew I was probably smothering her, but I really, really liked being with her. She'd had to work late last night and told me not to wait up. We'd been spending nearly every night together since we'd gotten back from Italy. I knew it was right. It was like knowing when you were hungry or tired. I just knew she was my woman. She was the woman that I was supposed to spend the rest of my life with. I had a feeling she felt the same way, but I didn't want to leave anything to chance. I knocked on her door and waited. She opened it, holding one shoe in her hand and bouncing around to try and put it on.
Where are we going?
She asked. It's a surprise.
I know you said that, but can't you give me a hint?
I laughed. What part of surprise don't you understand?
Careful there, mister,
she warned. I grabbed her by the waist and yanked her against me to get a good kiss. Let's go. I drove toward the marina. She had a skeptical look on her face.
Cade.
I parked the car and took her hand, leading her down the dock to the end where a beautiful yacht was anchored. I looked at her and grinned. What do you think? She looked at me, then the boat, then back at me.
You are turning into that guy? The guy that has so much money has nothing better to do than buy boats?
I shrugged. I do have a lot of money in the bank. She shook her head.
You keep buying boats and you won't.
I laughed. I could buy 100 boats and it would still be okay.
Oh, Mr. Rich Man,
she teased. I couldn't keep up the ruse. I didn't buy the boat, but I did rent it for the day. I'm a chicken shit. I couldn't buy a boat. I wanted to, but in my head I'm still the poor struggling business owner. She burst into laughter.
Oh, Cade, that's why I love you. You're so humble.
Thanks.
So you rented the boat for the day?
She asked. I nodded. And the captain, I said, pointing at the man that had just come above deck carrying a clipboard.
Where do you plan on going?
I plan on taking us out to see the whales, I told her. She looked at me, her eyes wide.
No!
Yes!
Oh my God, really?
I laughed again. I loved to make her smile. Yes, really. Are you ready? I think he's waiting for us. She squealed, jumped up and down, and clapped her hands.
I'm so ready.
We boarded the yacht, taking a seat on the deck and letting the captain do the rest. It was a cool, clear day, perfect for watching whales. I hoped she would get to see some. I wanted to make her happy and fulfill every one of her dreams. It was the one good thing about having money. I could give her whatever she wanted. After cruising for most of the day and spotting some whales, we settled onto the deck to enjoy the lunch I had packed. "Stay, I'll be right back," I told her before heading into the galley to get the food. I wanted everything to be perfect. I grabbed a bottle of champagne and carried it along with the cold sandwiches and sliced fruit to the table.
Champagne?
She asked, looking at the bottle. I nodded. I'm hoping we'll need it to celebrate.
Oh, what are we celebrating? Don't tell me we're celebrating your newfound wealth again. We've done that quite a bit.
She laughed. I shook my head and pulled a black velvet box from my front pocket. Not that. This, I said, and opened the box. She gasped, her hand covering her mouth as she looked up at me.
Kate!
I dropped to one knee beside the table and looked into her eyes. Eliana, I know this seems fast, but sometimes you just know what you want. I know I want you. I know I've wanted you since I saw you in the gazebo that first night. I'm sure you can't say the same thing, considering the suit I was wearing, but I hope you feel the way I do. I feel connected to you in every way. We fit. We are right. You're the woman I need in my life, and I want to be the man that can give you the world on a silver platter while making you the happiest woman on the planet. Will you please marry me? I will beg and grovel if that's what you want. She was giggling while tears streamed down her cheeks.
You're such a silly man.
I shrugged. I can't help it. You make me giddy and silly.
I know you can't, and your silly sense of humor is one of the many reasons I love you. You don't have to give me anything. I love you for you.
I raised my eyebrow. Does that mean you'll marry me? She rolled her eyes.
Of course I will. I was going to drag your ass to the altar if you didn't ask me.
Relief washed over me. Sometimes I just never knew what she was thinking. My God, woman, you could have led with that. She grabbed my face and kissed me before pulling back. I reached up and brushed the tears from her cheeks. Do you want to put this on? I asked, holding up the ring.
Yes.
She stared at the ring that I had agonized over for a week. I struggled with finding the perfect one. I wanted to show her how special she was to me, but I knew she would hate the ring with a diamond the size of a potato on her hand. I had found one that was dainty and elegant and absolutely perfect. I slid it onto her finger and looked up at her face to see if she liked it. More tears slid down her cheeks.
It's beautiful,
she whispered.
I never imagined I would have something like this or a man like you. Thank you for loving me, despite my many flaws.
Your flaws are the best part about you, I told her and kissed her again. I rose from my knees and pulled her to stand. I hugged her close, never wanting to let go. The captain blew the air horn 3 times, celebrating our engagement. We both laughed as we stood together, staring out at the beautiful backdrop of the sunset over the water.
I can't wait to tell Lola,
she said.
She's going to be so jealous.
My mom is going to be thrilled. I hope you don't mind, but she wants to come for a visit. I was thinking, unless you have other plans, can we get married right away? I don't want to wait another minute. I want you to be my wife. I want to seal this deal before you change your mind, I added, only half joking.
It isn't like I have a long list of people to invite that will need ample time to fit me into their schedule,
she said.
We can get married tomorrow if that's what you want.
Really? Do you want a big wedding? She shook her head.
No, I don't. I think something quiet and private on the beach would be perfect.
I smiled, nodding. I think that sounds amazing. I need to tell Rand. He might actually make the trip home for it.
Are we really going to do this?
She whispered. Yes, we are. How about a month? Does that work for you? She giggled.
I'll check my calendar, but I think I can squeeze you in.
I pinched her butt. You can squeeze me in. We've proven that time and again.
You're so bad. Too bad we have a captain watching us like a hawk.
We could go below, I offered.
Then he'll know what we're doing,
she protested. I don't care. She shook her head and smiled.
We'll wait until we get home. Then I'm going to strip you naked and make you beg for mercy.
Home, I said, using it as a way to broach my next question. That's something else I wanted to talk to you about. Let's sit. I took her by the hand and led her to the bench with the comfortable cushions.
What?
She asked. I think we should buy a house, I said.
Kate,
she started. I knew she would protest, and I was ready to counter whatever she argued with. We're going to be married. Aren't we going to be living together?
Yes, but we both have places,
she pointed out. I nodded. We do, but our places are small. You said you wanted a family, and so do I. Don't you want our children to have some room to play and grow?
Oh, you sneaky man. You're hitting low, using our unborn children already.
She laughed. I grinned. Damn straight. Can we start house shopping? She grimaced.
Houses are expensive.
Baby, we have money. Why not use it to give our family a safe, fun place to grow up? I fell back on the tried-and-true persuasion tactic. She thought about it for a few seconds.
Oh, you're right. But it doesn't need to be a monstrous house. I don't want to have to put GPS trackers on my children to find them.
I laughed. I agree, but I think we should revisit the GPS idea.
A house and a marriage,
she said softly.
My mother is going to be so jealous.
If you want to invite her to our wedding, I'll be okay with it. She shook her head.
No, our last conversation was worse than the one that had me cutting her out of my life. I can't have her in my life. She's toxic. She's angry, and all she can do is spew hate. I don't want to hear her or see her ever again, and I certainly do not want her around my children. They are only going to know love.
Works for me, I said with relief. I didn't like the woman. She was nasty and vile and had hurt Eliana for the last time. She leaned against me.
Oh, you make me so happy.
There's one more thing, I said with a grimace, knowing I was treading on thin ice with all the changes I was proposing. She groaned.
You bought this boat, didn't you?
I laughed. No, I really didn't. But I wanted to ask, or offer, I'm not sure what word to use here, but you're going to be my wife, and I'm not trying to take your independence, but I'm offering you the freedom to quit your job. I know you don't love that job, and I want to support you in every way. You can stay home, go to school, get a different job, do whatever you want. But you don't have to keep serving champagne to people who don't appreciate you. She scowled at me.
Kate, I can't live off you.
I'm not suggesting you do, but I want you to be happy, and I want to go to bed with you every night. If and when we do get started on that family, I want you to have the freedom to stay with our babies or do whatever. We have more money than we could possibly ever spend. Why not take advantage of the freedoms that gives us? I knew I was risking being tossed overboard. She didn't look mad, which I was taking as a good sign.
I'll think about it. Maybe after we are married, but for now, I want to keep working.
I nodded, brushing a strand of hair back from her face. Okay.
What about you? Will you keep working?
I'm still going to be around, but I'm going to hire a couple more staff and promote Cassia. I want to spend my time with you. Life is too short to spend it making more money than I need. She smiled.
You're right. After we're married, I'll quit. We can enjoy an extended honeymoon, enjoying our lives together.
Epilogue. Eliana. 1 year later. I turned my head on the soft pillow, watching Cade as he leaned over the tiny bed and gently lifted our newborn son into his arms. He cradled him closely, rubbing one of his giant hands over our son's tiny head, covered in black hair. I smiled, my heart filled with more joy than I knew was possible, as I watched him kiss the infant on his forehead, whispering, "My son," in Greek over and over. "He's perfect," Cade said, looking over at me. I nodded. "He truly is. Do you think he will have his father's blue eyes or his mother's green eyes?" "Mine. Look at him. He looks just like me. He's even pudgy like I was." Cade smiled. I laughed softly. "Yes, maybe next time you can make a smaller child." He grinned. "My boys are going to be strong men. And our daughters? They are going to be perfect, just like their mother," he answered easily, his eyes going back to the baby in his arms. "Have you given any more thought to a name?" I asked him. He moved to the bed, sitting on the edge before ever so carefully stretching out his legs to lay beside me. "I have. Would you mind if we called him Lorenzo, after my father?" I smiled, happy he had finally come to accept the name. We had talked about it, and he had initially rejected the idea, but I could see the change in him ever since our son had been born early in the morning. "I would love to call him Lorenzo. Thank you." We laid together, huddled in the narrow bed, both of us focused on our child. I ran my hand over his soft head and marveled at the idea I was a mom. I was going to be the best mom in the world, or at least try. "Did you ever think it was possible to love someone so much?" I asked softly. Cade looked at me and smiled. "I love my wife pretty intensely, but I have to agree. I feel like I could walk through fire for this little man. My heart feels like it grew too big for my chest." I smiled. "That's exactly how I feel. I want to have more." He chuckled. "Say the word, and I will happily plant another one in that belly." "Maybe I could have a week or two to recover," I joked. "Knock, knock." A woman's voice preceded Mrs. Couris. "Hi, Mom," Cade said, grinning with such pride it made my heart swell even bigger. Mrs. Couris dropped her purse to the floor and put her hands over her heart, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Oh, son. Oh, son. Oh, my. You make me so happy. I wish your father could see you like this. You have a family. Would you like to hold your grandson, Lorenzo?" he asked, carefully climbing off the bed. Her eyes widened and she looked at me. "What? No, you didn't." I smiled and nodded. "We did. Meet Lorenzo Couris." "Oh, my heavens. Your father would be so proud. I wish I could share this moment with him." Cade carefully handed her the baby. She cooed and smiled and showered him with kisses on top of his head. "Thanks for coming, Mom," Cade said. She scowled at him. "You don't have to thank me. I wanted to be here. I've had my suitcase packed and ready for 2 weeks." She turned to talk to the baby. "You sweet boy. You must learn how to be on time." I laughed. I completely agree. He does not get his tendency to be tardy from me. She stayed for another 15 minutes, loving on her first and only grandson. "I will let you get some rest. The housekeeper is expecting you," Cade told her. "We've had your room made up for you. I'll be home later to change clothes." She nodded. "Thank you. I'll come by this evening to say goodnight, and then hopefully I will see you all at the house tomorrow." "Yes, definitely," I said, adamant to get home and get settled. After she left, Cade put Lorenzo back in the little bed and moved to sit on the bed beside me again. "Do you think she'll like the room?" I asked him. "Yes. Thank you for thinking of her. She will feel very welcome and will hopefully come for lots of visits. I want Lorenzo to know his grandmother." I scoffed. "She's the only grandparent the kid has. He's lucky she's energetic enough to make up for the lack of grandparents in his life. She'll spoil him plenty as well." "Did you tell the housekeeper to make sure to clean the nursery thoroughly?" I asked, worried there could be lingering germs. "Yes, dear," he answered sarcastically. Our house had only just been finished. We'd found a diamond in the rough, as Cade called it. It was definitely on the rough side, but he had a vision. I trusted him and went along for the ride, but there were many days I was worried the old house would collapse around us. He'd discovered he liked working with his hands, and had been working alongside the contractor to transform the dump into a sprawling home with immaculate grounds that backed up to a beach. It was much bigger than I had thought I wanted, but he was confident we would fill all 6 rooms in the house with our children. "I cannot believe I have a child," I said aloud. We have a child, he corrected. Yes, baby, we have a child, I said with complete awe. In all my life, I never saw me as married with a family. I never thought I would meet a man like you and have so much love and happiness. I knew I wanted a family, but I never thought it would happen like this. You're perfect. We're going to have perfect babies and live in our almost perfect home. I want to travel the world and take our family on exciting adventures. He rested his hand on my thigh. Our children will not be spoiled, I insisted. We will teach them they have to work hard. Absolutely. We lay in bed talking about our future, just like we had done nearly every night since we had been married 10 months ago. Before, I never really thought about a future. I kept my thoughts limited to weeks instead of years. I focused on getting through one day to the next and never allowed myself to think of the future because it was too depressing. That was all changed now. I had so many hopes and dreams, and I was so fortunate to be able to share them all with a man I loved with every fiber of my being. Everything felt right. I often woke up in the middle of the night and would immediately reach over to see if Cade was truly there. So many times I had convinced myself it was a dream. A girl like me could never have a life like mine. There was a soft knock on the door. I nudged Cade, who dozed off beside me. "Baby," he muttered. "No, door." "Oh," he said, and climbed out of the bed to see who our visitor was. He opened it, and his face lit up. "No way," he breathed out, before throwing his arms around the man I could barely see. A tall, dark, and very handsome man stepped into the room. "Hi," he said with a very charming smile. A beautiful woman stepped in behind him and waved. "Hi, so sorry to meet you like this. I've been in that bed before, and I know company isn't always welcome." She was American. "You must be Nicole. And you're Rand," I said, recognizing him from some of the pictures I had seen in Cade's phone. He nodded. "I am. It's nice to finally meet you, Eliana." "It really is. And I don't mind having company, especially company from across the world," I assured Nicole, who was already moving toward the baby bed. "Oh, he's beautiful," she exclaimed in a loud whisper. She turned to look at Rand and made a pouty face. "I want another one." Rand groaned and looked at his friend. "And this is why I didn't want to come back. I knew she'd take one look at that baby and want one." "It's about time you had another," Cade said with a grin. Rand smiled. "Maybe so. I have to keep up with Adrian and Bella. They have 2. I must have 3. "Are you guys going to be staying in Crete for a while?" I asked Nicole. She shook her head. "We're here for a week to check on the house and visit, but we're going back. For now." Cade perked up. "For now? You're coming home?" Rand shrugged. "Maybe. For now, we're settled in America. I'd like to stay a bit longer." Cade nodded, and I could see that didn't make him happy, but he was a supportive friend. He'd filled me in on the heartache his friend had endured, as well as Nicole. "You can hold him," I said to Nicole. Her face lit up. "Can I really? I promise I won't breathe on him, and I'm totally healthy." I smiled. "It's fine." They visited a little longer before leaving with the promise to come and see our new house. I liked Nicole. She was very sweet, and I thought we could be friends one day, if we were on the same continent. Shortly after Rand and Nicole left, there was another knock on the door. I laughed when a massive bouquet of balloons and flowers appeared to float through the door, along with a teddy bear that was nearly as big as Cade. I didn't even have to ask who was under all the helium. "Hi, Maceo," I greeted. "My God, man, did you leave any balloons for the other people?" Cade asked, taking the massive bouquet and putting it in the corner of the room. It ate up the entire space. "I'm a very proud honorary uncle, and I want to start the spoiling early. They can go find balloons somewhere else." He shoved the barricade and homed in on the sleeping baby. "Can I touch him?" "You can hold him," I offered. He looked at me as if I had asked him to hold a venomous snake. "No, I can't do that." I laughed. All right. He spoke softly in Greek, telling Lorenzo how loved he was, and that he could count on his Uncle Maceo for anything. I watched with adoration. Maceo had become like a brother to me and Cade. If it hadn't been for him, Cade and I may have never managed to get together. I owed him my happiness. I only hoped I could help him find the same happiness. He often talked about his late fiancée with such profound sadness, it hurt my soul to think of him hurting. I tried setting him up with Lola, but that had been unsuccessful. They got along well enough, but there was no spark. I was going to keep looking for him. Once our visitors had ceased, and it was just me, Cade, and our baby, I let myself relax. "I'm so happy," I said, sighing against his chest. "Me too," Cade whispered. "Me too." I closed my eyes and let myself dream of our future together, right up to the point where our house was filled with grandkids running and playing. This concludes Pretending to be Rich by Weston Parker, narrated by Alexander Sendiz and Samantha Cook. Copyright 2019 by Weston Parker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Starkey & Associates Incorporated and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.